Justice, justice, where are you?
All right, I want to go on the record regarding something. I've actually never had to do this, but I'm going to do it. There have been, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular. This is what I'm going to say applies to everybody at the council table. There have been repeated speaking objections, arguing with witnesses that has occurred, arguing amongst counsel, snide comments made from one counsel to another, arguing with a decision of mine. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'm going to invoke CCP 177.5, which allows for monetary sanctions up to $1,500 for each time. And what will happen is, each time it happens, that will be another incident that will occur at a hearing after the trial. I've never had to do this, but to ensure, or to help ensure, that these things that I just mentioned do not occur again. That is why I am doing this. So please keep it in mind that I'm going to keep track. Right. I understand that there's an issue of an exhibit that the defense wants to use. I saw an email exchange.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll address it. So it's not a new exhibit. There's no new video. So yesterday, Detective Flores testified regarding a sequence surveillance video, which is a compilation of the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, the sound portion of that, overlapped on the video of 1616 Vista Del Mar. The video that we've had before was overlapped, and he described the process yesterday, testifying that when it was done, in fact, we were under the impression, we were informed that this detective did it. On the stand, he testified that he did not, and that it was sort of a rough approximation by hand in terms of how it was compiled. Given that, in his testimony that if we're off slightly, it would affect the sequence video. Last night, we used the same methodology that he described, did it ourselves, the same video that was provided by the prosecution, and with that compilation, once it was completed, we immediately sent it to prosecution. We can lay a foundation for that. We'll do so through witness testimony. Interestingly, although the prosecution says that they complained about potential foundation, they were playing their sequence video to Mr. Ephron without laying a foundation for it. They introduced it with the detective yesterday, who was not the person who created it, in an effort to try to lay a foundation for it. We'll actually lay a foundation.
How?
We can have a witness who can testify to the events that are depicted on the video and ask him, is what you're seeing and what you're hearing a true and accurate representation of what occurred in the moment? That's enough for a foundation. There's two ways to lay a foundation, Your Honor, I'm sure. So we're reporting. One is the person who operated the equipment to say that it works, it functions, describe all that. Or to have the individual who's captured, or an individual who's captured in the video, just say that yes, that truly and accurately reflects what occurred.
Do you have a video? Can you bring it up?
Sure.
And you say you just created this yesterday?
Yeah. Yes.
This was after the testimony. That's what we do.
Let us know when we're ready to hear from us.
Oh, I will. Is this impeaching detective?
No.
Or I have it on my screen. It's
Okay.
very, very blurry.
Yes, I mean, that's the video.
Is that the video?
Sure. We're playing it now.
That's it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything you want to add? Because then I'm going to listen to the, I guess Mr. Lewin or Mrs. Roman? You? All right, then I'm going to I'll make a ruling. Once I make the ruling, that's the ruling. There's not going to be any further input from anybody. Did you want to say anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the floor is yours.
Two issues. First issue
is that the defense is repeatedly asked, repeatedly, if they had any real evidence they were going to attack. They just said this is not impeachment, but it's even more than that. Unlike their witnesses, they have had access to the detectives in this case, to the video which they have had for a considerable period of time. And if they believe that there was an issue, they had an obligation to figure out what they wanted to do and to comply with 1054. But here's the bigger problem, Your Honor, and where I'm absolutely mystified. The defense in this case, and this figures into 352, the defense in this case is that it is improper. According to 12E's offer of proof, and according to the evidence that the open statement in Tacopina, the defense is they're not disputing it's watching the video, they're not disputing that it happened, they're not disputing that he fired, they are simply saying it was a problem. So the second problem is, by introducing this, what it appears to be is an attempt to basically mislead the jury as to what the issue is in the case. So, in other words, at this late date, apparently they want to put on evidence to show that the timing of the shots doesn't match up. We've had no opportunity to review what they've done. We've had no opportunity to go back and see if it's legitimate. But the two reasons why it doesn't work is it's real evidence. This did not come up because the officer testified. Had they wanted to flesh out this information, they had opportunities to prelim. They could have contacted the detective himself. There has been, as the court is aware, at no point in time have any officers, any expert refused to speak with them. So what happened is they saw the detective's testimony, decided that they wanted to introduce some evidence that they think is going to assist them. But in the end, Your Honor, even if the court said, you know what, it's timely. It's not. Even if the court said it was timely. Under 352, Your Honor, the introduction of this evidence, the time delay, but more than that, the confusion of issues that are material to the case would tend to confuse this jury. Submit.
No, no,
We've got one.
no. All right. First of all, since it was, the video was created as a result of testimony yesterday, I don't find that there's any violation of 1054.3. This is the way I view it. If the defense can show by competent evidence, that's right, if the defense can lay a foundation for the video, then they are entitled to show by competent evidence of their belief of the sequence of events. They're entitled to do that. That's part of the defense. If the prosecution disagrees with it, they think it's inaccurate, they can present another version in its rebuttal case. So the ruling is it can be shown. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Let's have. Do you have your witness here? All right, let's bring them in. Isn't that the only way he's going to come into the courtroom?
That's funny, Your Honor. That's very funny. I meant we wait for the jury. You want me to put him up there before they put him?
Oh, good point.
Thank you. That's all right. It's all right. It's early. It's early.
I guess we do need the jury.
That's all.
All right, let's bring in the jury first. Yes. Let me ask you something at the sidebar, not in the record. Indicated yesterday that there are no more prosecution witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, the people rest, and the people would ask, or sorry, the people would ask to move our exhibits into evidence.
It's 1 through 43.
Correct.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, peoples 1 through 43 are admitted for the jury's consideration. With the rest,
People rest.
the case is back with defense.
Your Honor, Mr. Mayers calls Mel Phillips, also known as Trophy.
Very quickly for you. Just a second or two. Okay. Yes, sir. Just raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Solemnly state that the testimony you may give at the cause now that before this court. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat over there. You stand right over there. Please adjust the microphone there neatly and state and spell your name for the record.
Jamel Phillips, JAMELPHILLIPS.
Thank you.
So loud, but that's okay. Yes. Okay, that's all right. There you go. How about this? This one's for you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Phillips. You go by any other names than Jamel Phillips?
Yes,
Go ahead.
ASAP 12.
So you're 12.
Yes.
I can't or adjust the mic a little.
What are we doing wrong? Sorry.
It's a bit on the loud side.
Yeah, it's not. All right, let's try that.
Okay, try it again.
ASAP 12.
Better? You don't have to jump into that mic. Hang there, hang there. And is ASAP 12 your stage name?
Yes, it is.
What do you do for a living? 12.
I'm a musician, a designer, a model. I have a brand called My Last Year Being Broken.
That shit being broke.
Yes.
And what is that brand?
My Last Year Being Broke is a mantra like ASAP. So it's a program like a Big Brother program. We mentor kids.
Objection, relevance, overruled.
Straight.
We mentor kids. We have back to school drives, studio sessions. I'm trying to get the studio sessions under insurance because to me music is like medicine. Also, I sell apparel. I have therapeutic slides that I created when I was healing from an inguinal hernia surgery. And I'm also providing those to senior citizens.
When you say slide, is that like a slipper or something?
It's a slipper, yes.
And you produce and sell those or in some instances donate them?
Objection, relevance, over 352 as well.
Overruled.
And so aside from music, clothes, other programming, the therapeutic slide, anything else?
No, that's it right now.
As far as your music's concerned, are you currently recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you recently release a song on Apple?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where do you live?
I live in New York,
What part of New York?
Harlem, New York.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up between Harlem and the Bronx.
You know Rakim Mayers?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know by any other names?
ASAP Rocky.
And you see it here, right?
Yes.
When did you meet Rocky?
I met Rocky when I was about 15, so around 2005.
Okay, and how did you meet him?
I met him at it was like a rap battle, you know. Before we turned ASAP, there's some other kids that was like bubbling in New York. They had a rap battle in New York, and I met him.
And how old were you all about that?
I was 15, so Rocky had to be either 15 or 16. He's only like a couple of months older than me.
How old are you now, sir?
I'm 35.
Where did you go to school?
In New York, at MLK High.
What does ASAP stand for?
Always strive and prosper.
And can you describe what ASAP is?
ASAP is a collective of not only brothers, women too, kids across the world, models, athletes, designers, philanthropists, you know, kids that took a negative situation and turned it into a positive.
And have you maintained a relationship with Rocky since high school?
Yes,
Would you consider him a good friend today?
yes.
What was that relationship with him after high school?
So after high school, we kind of got closer because the founder of ASAP, Steven Rodriguez, ASAP Yams, he had us as artists of the label, you know. So we would get on the phone, still sharp and still get on the phone, work on our lyrics, work on our music, you know, just be there for each other, talk about the plans for the future, and yeah, just built a great bond.
And at that point, did you start seeing Rocky more often?
Yes, I did. So I would see him like at studio sessions, musical events, parties, hanging out in Harlem and the Bronx. See him often.
Was there a point in time when you ever lived together? Excuse me.
Yes. So in 2011, when Rocky first got signed, he moved all the artists and his friends of the ASAP Collective to an apartment on 57th Street in New York City. It was a small apartment. We was in there like 20, like a group of 20 people. And to me, that was it was great to see that somebody.
Sustain.
How about this ASAP Hills? Was he part of that group?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what he did.
ASAP Ills, he didn't create music. He was more like a model and a designer. You feel me?
There came a point in time where Rocky sort of hit it big.
Yes.
Okay. And were you there for that?
Yes, I was. We're all there for that. When he first got signed in 2011, like I said, he moved
Mr.
up.
Phillips, when you're asked a question, like a yes or a no question, just answer yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Don't volunteer anything.
Okay, no problem.
If the attorney wants to flesh it out, then he'll ask you another question.
All right, no problem.
All right, go ahead.
By the way, I assume this is your first time testifying in the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. Did Rocky provide opportunities for you?
Yes.
Irrelevant overall.
Correct.
Yes, he did.
And what were those opportunities about?
Objection 352. Overruled.
So Rocky was the first artist to be signed into a major label. So with that opportunity, he gave the other artists and ASAP record deals.
And did you create music with Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I've been creating music with Rocky since I was about 16, 17, you feel me? And not only be able to create music, he gave me the opportunity to be his, I guess his hype man on tour. And with that, I will go to the venue, check out the venue, check out the layout, do everything that he would need to do before he gets to the venue and give him a rundown.
Okay, so when you said the words hate man.
Yes. Okay.
Tell the jury, what's a hate man?
Okay, a hype man is when you have a primary artist, which is ASAP Rocky, and then being that I was one of the, I guess, upcoming artists, ASAP 12 on the label, I was able to learn from him and learn the role, learn the business, and also learn the stage. He gave me the opportunity to, I guess, control the crowd serve, do everything that you have to do for a show, you know, and keep the crowd going, keep the crowd participation high.
Hype.
How you get.
When did you start doing that hate man for him?
I think 2011, 2012.
And when did you do that until roughly?
Until about 2016.
And what did you do after that, you yourself, 12 weeks?
So after 2016, the individual artists in ASAP had kind of established solo careers, you feel me? So I branched off to do a solo tour. And my first day of my solo tour, I ended up getting an inguinal hernia. And I couldn't be Rocky Hype Man anymore, and I had to slow down from traveling for a little while.
What year was that roughly?
That was 2016.
And there's no point in time where you moved to California with Rocky.
Yes.
When was that?
We moved to California with Rocky in 2012. So in 2012, and then again in 2022 during COVID.
How about in 2020? Were you living with Rocky in 2020?
Yes, yes.
Where was that?
That was West Hollywood in LA, yes.
In 2020.
2020.
And Rocky helped your career at that point at all? 2020?
Yes. In 2020, he helped me get out my Sony deal.
Get out of your Sony deal?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a Sony deal
I had a Sony deal, and he helped me get out of it.
out of it. So
Yeah,
for whatever reason, you don't get into the details, but it wasn't working out for you, Sony deal, and Rocky helped you get out of the deal.
yes.
Did at some point in time, you guys stop working together?
We probably stopped being business partners, but never stopped being friends.
Okay. When did you stop being business partners or doing professional work together?
Maybe like 20, I think 18 or so, you feel me? Because I was already an ASAP 12, like a solo artist, and ASAP Rocky was building his label, but he was also signing other artists, you feel me? So I just felt the need to just work on my own career.
But you still remain close friends?
Yeah, that was my friend, my brother.
So you moved to California twice, according to your testimony, 2012 and then 2020?
Yes.
And what were you doing when you moved to LA?
Just creating music, working out, just building a bond.
Do you know someone by the name of Terrell Ephron?
Yes, I do.
And do you know him by any other names?
Yes. A AP Relli.
And how'd you meet him?
I met A$AP Relli through the A$AP Collective, We all grew up together, we all grew up in the same boroughs. We used to hang out with each other, go to events, go to musical sessions, the gym, you feel me? With a brother.
And roughly, you know roughly what year you met him?
I met him around the same time I met Rocky, so around 2005, 2006.
Okay. And tell us what your relationship with Relli was like.
I had a good relationship with Relli. We would get up, we would work out together. He had musical artists, so I would work with his musical artists, and we just would build a bond. Being that we were part of the A$AP Collective, treated him like a brother, like everybody else in the collective.
At that time, in the early years, what was comparing the relationship with Rocky and Relli? Was it similar, the same, different?
In the early years, it was the same, but when Rocky started getting way busier, I remember Rocky helped me get my passport, and from there we would travel the world a lot. We wouldn't really be in like New York or the States, so I didn't have too much time to build with Relli at that moment. But we would still speak and stuff like that.
When was the last time you saw Relli?
Last time I saw Relli was, I think the summer of 2022 in the Bronx.
So, well, tell us about that.
I was living in the Bronx, and he was living across the street from me. And this particular day, I was reading a book. So I'm reading a book outside. And
This one,
Sustain.
Your arm is impeachment? The next approach, if you like.
All right, go ahead.
Yes.
continue.
Yes.
Okay, so I was reading a book. He lived down the block from me, and this is like the same neighborhood we would work out in. So we were known to see each other, but this is the first time I've seen him in a while. So I'm reading a book. I'm reading I think Who Killed Martin Luther King by James Earl Ray.
Yes, relevant to what you read. You're right, but go ahead.
So I'm reading a book, and I see somebody like walking towards me. So at first, like I put the book down a little bit, and then I hear something. Then I hear something again. So then I focus and I notice it's him. And then like I catch him say something about you, like yo, Rocky did bad by not taking.
Your Honor, we need to approach on
You've established, what you need to establish, go on to something else.
Your Honor, that's an issue we do need to approach. I can't express this on the record.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if there was an answer, can you
It was on that.
want to make sure?
The question is stricken. If there was an answer, it is stricken. Go on to another topic.
Are you aware whether or not Rocky had been the victim of prior violence?
Yes.
You have personal knowledge of that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the first instance you're aware of that you have personal knowledge of that you saw.
Well, and
Your Honor, same issue, no discovery in this area.
Not sure, Your Honor. Why he was carrying that weapon. No, that's not a reported statement. They have police reports on that, sir.
It's there. It's in the summary. Overall,
Okay. 2018, you said?
fifth line down.
yes.
Go ahead. Tell us about that incident.
In 2018, I'm not too sure what club it was, but we was in a club having a good time, and a brawl broke out in the club.
Objection that we have.
Overall,
A brawl broke out in the club, and we got jumped, and we both ended up cut inside the club.
And when you say both, yourself?
Yes, I got stabbed, and A$AP Rocky got stabbed as well.
Okay. How about another instance that you were personally aware of or saw yourself?
But several times I would be at his crib in LA, and the stalker was
Crib means
his house.
It's not a crib.
I would pull up to his house in LA when I was staying there, and several times while I was staying there, stalkers would pull up to his crib.
And you saw that?
Yes.
And do you remember what years that was, roughly?
That was 2020 and 2021.
And were you there when there were any home invasions?
No, I wasn't, but I definitely heard about the home invasion.
Objection calls for hearsay also.
sustained. Move on to another topic. Fully established what you intended.
Yes, sir.
Motion to strike the answer that was given.
You sustained, Your Honor. I mean, this moment was sustained.
There was an answer. The question and the answer are stricken. Jury can disregard. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you know any security measures Rocky took in response to those instances you just testified to?
Yes.
Tell us.
I know he had to get a whole new security staff, and also I know he walked around with a prop, like a starter pistol, like a prop. As in defense.
Okay. And how do you know he had a problem?
Well, I've seen it on several occasions. The first time I seen it, it wasn't on his body for anything. It was for a video shoot, the DMV video shoot in the Bronx.
When was that?
That was July 2021.
And you were at that video shoot?
Yes, I was.
You were actually part of the video shoot?
Yes, I came in the video.
Okay. Who else was in the video?
Me, myself, Rocky, A$AP Ills, Rihanna was featured in the video as well.
And in that video, you said you saw prop guns?
Yes. So he had a scene that was more like a private scene. Not too many people could be around the scene, and in the apartment, they were having it was like a mini movie, you know. So he had props, he had different things to make it feel like a movie set in that scene.
Okay. And after the video shoot was complete,
Yes.
did Rocky do anything with any of those prop guns?
Well, I'm not too sure about the video shoot, but I do remember seeing him again with a prop. September of this
Same
year.
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Not responsive.
Okay. After the video shoot, did you see him with a prop gun again?
Yes.
When?
In September
Of what year?
2021
Where?
in Harlem.
For what?
Well, I remember I was getting food on 143rd and Lenox, and he happened to hit me. I told him where I was at. He came to see me. And
You ain't say he didn't hit me.
oh no, he contacted me. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's clear.
He contacted me to see where I was at, And I was uptown getting some food on 143rd and Lenox. And we met up. It was like a block party in Christian. On the same street, so Christian Street, we went to eat in the park. And I just remember when he was sitting down, seeing something like bulging out his white t-shirt. And I asked about it. He showed me, and it was the same situation from a B&B.
He told you it was a problem.
Yes.
Sir,
Motion to strike is you're saying that the defendant said stay.
how about in California? Did you see that problem in California?
Yes.
When?
Your Honor, objection, no discovery?
You could, I mean, you could.
Okay, so when I came back to California for the, I think it was the Complex Con event, that week we would like work out early in the morning. We would go for bike rides around his area, and this is still like a COVID area, so he didn't have security, and that was basically like his line of defense. If anybody ran down on him, he would have the property one.
And that again, that was September 2021?
September 2021.
Do you yourself have any familiarity with starter pistols or prop guns or replica guns there at all?
Yes.
Okay, how do you have familiarity?
In a couple of my music videos, I've used replicas and props. And being on set with Rocky, I came like to be knowledgeable of, you know, having props and certain equipment that make a music video look like a better production.
Do you know in particular one music video you use prop guns in?
For my music video? Oh, yes, yes.
What's the name of that?
It's called Escape.
So, according to you, you saw Rocky before November 6th with the prop gun 3 times.
Yes,
The NB video,
yes.
the time in Harlem
In Harlem,
in September 2021, and then Los Angeles.
yes.
When you saw the prop gun in September 2021, was it the same as you saw the DMV video?
From what I remember, it was a bit different because now it had a belt clip so you can secure it, and I think it had like a clear clip, like I guess like replica magazine. Yeah.
And in Los Angeles, did it look like it looked in New York?
Yes.
And that was November 2021,
Yes.
first few days.
First you did, yes.
And let's direct your attention to November 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you with Rocky that day?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing that morning or that day?
Well, that morning, I remember we worked out because we wanted to get our bodies ready for the Complex Con show, which was the next day. So I was staying at the little perk, met him at his crib, worked out a little bit, and then around, I think, 5 or 6 o'clock, we headed out to Long Beach.
Who were you there preparing this performance with?
The A$AP Collective, from what I remember, it was me, Rocky, Ills, Lou, you know, a lot of our friends from New York, a lot of the friends from the Collective. It was the 10-year anniversary of Live Love A$AP. It was a big deal. It was also the first show for him or anybody else in the past like 2 years because of COVID. So it was a pretty big deal.
You mentioned the name Lou. Who is Lou?
Lou, A$AP Lou is he's a member of the Collective, but he's also I guess Rocky's manager.
And at any point on November 6th, you see A$AP Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes. So I guess when Rocky had
Anything after yes is restricted. So the answer is yes, it did.
Tell us the circumstance of how you saw Lou holding Rocky's property.
yes.
Objection, no discovery.
So Lou, he also works, you know, as a manager. He works as a stagehand. He has multiple hats, and I just remember that day. I guess he just had to get it from Rocky while Rocky
Objection,
performed the
also
set.
speculation.
Sustained.
Motion to strike the answer.
What did you see? Well, yes,
Oh, I seen Lou with the prop,
which one?
the same prop that I seen in New York.
With Belka,
Yes,
with that sort of replica magazine extender.
yes.
What is your understanding, sir, as to why Rocky was carrying a prop gun instead of a regular gun?
Objection, that's improper speculation, and or hearsay.
All right. Let's direct, by the way, what is your understanding, just to be clear, what a prop gun sort of is, the replica gun, whatever it's called? What is your understanding of what it is?
It's a device that looks and sounds like a real gun, I guess.
And you've seen it used in
Yeah, my music videos, I've seen it in movies, I've seen it in his music videos, I've seen it several times.
All right. I want to direct your attention now to November 6, 2020.
No problem.
On that day, were you with Rocky doing an altercation with Relli?
Yes,
Who else was with you?
ASAP Bills.
And A AP Relli's his other name. His real name is,
Elijah Ulonga.
can you tell us what happened from the beginning of that day?
Okay, so we were at the conference call rehearsal getting ready for the show tomorrow. And everything was good. You feel me? We was having a good show. And towards the end of rehearsal, because I'm on stage with Rocky, I see him kind of like dealing with something on his phone. And he kind of put me on to it. Relli was online, just like disgracing his name, running his name through the mud. You feel me? So Rocky was like, "Yo, bro, I wanna go holler at Relli. I'm gonna go talk to Relli." You feel me? And I was already with him at Complex Con, so that's why I went with him. And he asked me to call Relli, text Relli, but Relli didn't respond to me. You feel me? But Relli was still responding to, I guess, Rocky.
This is a narrative, it's also no discovery.
Ask another question.
Okay. Do you remember if Rocky was dealing with something on his phone?
Yes.
Did you hear his end of the conversation?
Just not the end of the conversation.
His end of it, his part.
Oh, yes,
What he was saying.
yes.
Okay. And did that have to do with bad-mouthing Relli or Relli bad-mouthing Rocky about Josh's funeral?
It was Rocky explaining to me how Relli was bad-mouthing Rocky about not handling Josh's funeral.
Objection, that's going to call for your motion strikes. Then also no discovery.
Your Honor.
No.
Okay, then we approach.
No.
All right. So, who was Josh?
Josh,
Objection, relevance,
Overruled.
52.
Josh, ASAP Josh. He was a member of the collective that passed away in October 2020.
Who paid for Josh's funeral expenses?
Objection, relevance, in 352. This is stand.
Do you know of a dispute between Relli and Rocky about the paying of Josh's funeral?
Objection, relevance, in 352.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess
No.
Yes.
Hold on. Yes, it's good.
Answer the question.
And what do you know about the dispute?
Objection, that's going to call for a narrative.
He's aware of the dispute.
Now, the next day was Complex Con, you said?
yes.
Did Rocky, in your presence, attempt to reach out to Relli,
Yes, he did.
clear the air before Complex Con?
Yes, he did.
And at Complex Con, were you all supposed to be going together?
Yes. Well, from Complex Con on the 6th, we were all supposed to go to the Playboy Cardi concert as a group, as a collective. And then the next day, we were all supposed to perform at Complex Con as an ASAP collective.
And why was that an important date? Was there anything specifically important about that next day?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
Yes. It was the 10-year anniversary of the project that got ASAP Rocky and the ASAP Collective signed.
Did you hear Rocky speaking to Relli that
Yes.
day? Okay. And was that on the phone, Michel?
Yes.
What did you hear Rocky say?
Objection, hearsay.
Stan, you can ask to describe the tenor of the conversation,
Sure.
but not the words.
Okay. First of all, before I ask you about the tenor of the conversation, you personally, did you try to reach out to Relli that night, November 6, 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you try and do that?
I believe I called him and I texted him.
Did you ever respond to that?
No.
Okay, you heard the judge, you can describe the tenor of that conversation without words. What was the tenor of that conversation? You know what I mean by tenor of that conversation, the sort of the atmosphere of the conversation, the mood of the conversation.
Okay. From what I recall, I feel like it was like a humorous, brotherly conversation. Yo, where you at? Like, all right, let's have this conversation. It wasn't nothing more than that.
What was Rocky's tone like in the conversation?
Well, being that we was coming from complex,
Overruled.
we was coming from complex calm. We got a big show. He was in a good mood. You feel me?
It's not responsive.
No.
The-
Forget about this mood. This is my question. Yeah, I know this is not your everyday thing. What was Rocky's tone during the conversation?
Happy, sad, angry,
It
confused.
was on the phone. It was kind of happy. It was just more or less trying
All right, you
to.
can ask the question. Go ahead.
Now, was Rocky talking calm?
Yes.
What happened after the call?
Objection, it's called for narrative. Overruled.
Well, after the call, because we were in Long Beach, we had to go from Long Beach back to LA. So really, we was just in the car playing new music, getting vibes together. Everything was like exciting. Everything was like happy.
Who was driving the car? You see in the car?
I think we had a driver. It was complex call. We I believe they provided like traffic for us.
And did you eventually get to downtown LA, this parking garage on Argyle Street eventually?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you sitting in this car?
I was sitting in the back.
Okay. When you stopped and got out, who was the first to get out and who was the last? Number 3.
Okay, Rocky, then Ills, then me.
And what did you see when you got out?
So when I first got out, I was just seeing Rocky walk up the hills, Ills walk slightly behind him, and I seen brother coming down there.
And when you saw Relli coming down the hill, describe what you saw.
So as I'm looking up, I just see like Relli coming down the hill with a little extra momentum, not running or anything, but just a little pep and stuff.
And did there come a point in time where Relli and Rocky met?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when they met?
Well, as soon as they met, from what I've seen, it was just like Relli just grabbed Rocky. It's just as soon as he seen him, just grabbed him.
Okay. And what happened after he grabbed you?
So he's kind of grabbing him, and Relli's a big dude, you know, Relli big. So he's kind of like grabbing him and shaking him. So at this point, Rocky tries to like, I guess grab him too, but grip the floor so he can maintain his balance because Relli was kind of like trying to lift him up by his hoodie.
Now, at one point, we'll play, maybe we'll just play that video. We have that? I'm going to show you a video. from that garage encounter on Argyle Street on November 6, 2021.
Which exhibit is it?
No problem.
Is this the one that,
This is the
oh,
garage.
EE?
E. Is that an E? No. No, it's not E. Emma? As in Mary?
Yes.
M as in Mary.
Make this.
There's a power button on the side.
My side?
Yeah, just at the top.
So you could look at that little screen over right behind you. There's a sort of video one. Easier for you to see. I'll play it through once and then I'll ask you about it. Keep that there, I might need to refer back to it. Keep from that, obviously, it's just a small snippet with an obstructed view, but is that part of what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see them going backwards towards that parking sign, I guess Relli is holding Rocky, right, holding Relli and going backwards that way. What did you observe?
I observed, like I said, Rocky was trying to get his balance so that he wouldn't like lift him or throw him or push him in any way. But there's
Motion, that's going to call for speculation as to why.
The answer remains as is without adding anything.
Okay. And then, what did you see when they were going backwards?
I seen really like pulling like Rocky.
And what was your reaction? Your reaction?
Well, my reaction, I was surprised because from my understanding, these dudes were only supposed to have a conversation, you know? I didn't expect anything else.
Did you do anything?
Besides try to break it up, you know, just put my hands in the middle of it.
You see yourself on that video at the end there?
Yes.
You're wearing that red jacket? Is that right?
Yes.
One point, is that Ills who gets in the middle?
Yes.
In that small clip there, you see Rocky holding an object that looks like firearm.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that in fact?
That was his pride.
And tell us how it came out, how you saw him holding it.
From my recollection, being that Relly's a big dude and Relly was
Objection, most
Stay,
strikes, not
stay,
responsive.
stay.
The court instruct the witness to answer only when asked.
Your Honor. It's ironic.
Ask the question again.
So, sure, no, I'll ask it a different way. I'll
Ask him what he saw. Ask him what he saw.
But just,
as I said, I seen Relly grabbing Rocky, almost picking him up off the ground. And with that happening, his pants started falling.
it's me.
The Rocky pants started falling. You know, so
Did you see that in the video there?
yeah.
Okay, go back to that clip, please. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. When we come back from that, you see Rocky's pants down there?
It's leading. Sustain.
Okay, what do you see?
I see him right there.
Yeah.
So his pants are lower, than they were supposed to be. And then I see him try to put his prop back, like adjust it back into the cover.
Which hand was holding that prop with?
His left hand.
Is Rocky a left or a right?
He's a righty.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I just stepped in the middle and just tried to break it up.
Okay.
And also, I was trying to tell Rocky to go. Like, yo, bro, we out of here. Like, Relli's going crazy right now. Let's go.
Objection, motion to strike is non-responsive.
Okay. Why did you tell Rocky to get out of here?
Because, for one, I see that the conversation that they were supposed to have, it didn't look like they was going to have a conversation, and Relli was a bit aggressive. And I didn't understand that. It's like, we all friends.
Objection, motion to strike is non-responsive.
Everything after we're all friends is strict.
Okay. Who's the aggressor in this encounter?
Relli.
Okay. Is that why you told Rocky to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Rocky point that object, which is a prop gun, according to you, at Relli at all during that parking garage encounter?
No.
You ever see Rocky press a gun, prop gun, that you described here, against Relli's stomach and point at his head or his chest?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you have seen that if it happened?
Yes, I was there.
When Rocky pulled out that sword pistol, did Relli say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
He told him to shoot that fake ass gun.
And how, and you heard that clearly?
Yes.
And how fast was this altercation?
It was pretty fast.
Pretty fast. After it was over, and like you said, you tried to push Rocky to go away, what did you all do?
We ended up turning the corner.
Okay, maybe we should put the map up real quick. We can read the people.
Keep it to the five.
The file. Okay, we'll just read it. I'm going to put, Mr. Troy, Mr. Phillip, I'm going to put the map up here so you can help acclimate. People stoop, people stoop, going to put up. Okay, see where that red pen just was?
Yeah.
That's Argyle Avenue, that's where that parking lot was, parking, arrow parking, right there, you see that? Right there. Yeah, there's a point or something, I think. Yeah, use that thing. Just go up there.
Yeah.
Just do like this. Here's Argyle, here's the parking lot, right?
Okay.
And then here's Selma, right? And then, here it is, thank you. Here's East Delmar. So just show the jury from the parking lot to Selma, East Delmar, which direction they're swinging here.
Mr. Tacopina, one of the participants needs a break.
Okay.
So, 10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
We'll take a 10-minute break, folks. Please be outside the courtroom for 5 minutes after.
The felony assault trial for hip-hop star A$AP Rocky is what's trending in true crime this morning. On Monday, testimony from the trial's key witness, the alleged victim, Terrell Ephron, a.k.a. A$AP Relli, came to an end after multiple days on the witness stand and after viral, very intense courtroom moments between him and Rocky's attorney, Joe Tacopina.
You're not going to keep tripping me up. I'm on
Mr. Ephron! Stop! Just stop talking! It's...
Your Honor, we have a letter from the DA, and the letter says that Mr. Ephron informed them that he went on his Instagram. Yes, my Instagram. All right. Your Instagram, as in Relli Boss. You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate, where I can go to my archive.
He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
And that led to this post on X from high-profile criminal defense attorney and Justice Served TV co-host Linda Kenney Baden saying, quote, the court again asked the DA if they were sure they wanted to continue. This after inquiring the day before about ethics of continuing. And with a seemingly uphill battle for the prosecution, we're asking, should the judge kick the case against the popular rapper? And I'm so pleased to have on the show this morning someone I have so much love and so much respect for, the co-host of the Justice Served TV podcast, high-profile criminal defense attorney Linda Kenney Baden. I know you know her. You've seen her represent people like Phil Spector, Casey Anthony, Aaron Hernandez. The list of celebrity clients goes on and on. A fierce advocate in the courtroom and one of the nicest people you will ever meet in your life. Linda, good morning. Thank you for coming on with me.
Good morning, Julia. And a dog lover. We bond over our dogs, our puppies.
We do. I love Tubi the poodle. I hope he's having a good morning. Regards to him and to Doc. So, Linda, tell me, so you put this tweet out and it gets a lot of attention, right? 50 Cent shares your post, gets a lot of talk. Tell me what you were thinking after you were watching that cross and knowing what you know about the law, what the court may do next.
Yeah, forget about our tweet and everyone saying, how did you get sourced? Well, we are, we've been around for a while and we were very confident of our sources. And we had double sources for both of our tweets about whether or not the prosecution was asked whether they go forward. But all you have to do, you don't have to be a lawyer, Julie. You don't have to be an ethics counsel. You don't have to be a judge. You don't have to be an advocate. You just have to be a court watcher to say, this is not going well. When your main witness says in a tape that he needs to get a lawyer to get his $30 million, he needs a bag, right? For an extortion bag, basically. And and he calls it, he says, because if I don't have a lawyer, it's something called extortion. I mean, that's not great. When your main witness yesterday in the lead Detective Flores, where Mr. Tacopina, who is his attorney, ended, talked about whether or not the victim, the alleged victim, Relli, Mr. A$AP Relli, in the group that he's with, A$AP Rocky, was at the scene to collect the shells and said at one point he wasn't, one point he was, at one point they determined that he wasn't, at one point the report is wrong. I mean, it's downhill constantly. And so do you really need our sources to say that it's likely that, I mean, if you've got a brain, you know that anybody who's got ethics would say, hey, are you really going to continue this charade, or do you have an ethics duty here? Have you looked to see whether or not this could be suborning perjury? That would be my concern as a counsel, and I'd want to get ethics counsel if I were a prosecutor dealing with this case at this point.
Oh, that's a great point, Linda. That's a really great point. I have a clip here. This is Mr. Ephron, a.k.a. A$AP Relli, getting really frustrated during the cross where Joe Tacopina was grilling him like a steak. Take a look.
Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on. We need to get to the case. What are we doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No.
At one point, Linda, I think one of my favorite moments was when A AP Relli answers a question, yes, no, I don't know, and Joe Tacopina looks at the jury. Yeah, I know you know the moment. He's like, well, pick one for the jury. Pick any answer here. My gosh.
That's what I'm doing all week.
Yes, yes.
I'm doing all week now. Yeah, answer the question. Yes, no, I don't know. Okay, that's the answer.
Harkening back to him. No, it's unbelievable what we're seeing. And you raise a great point, because this is a great teachable moment, as you know. And you were a prosecutor, Linda. You served as a prosecutor before entering the private sector and doing criminal defense work. You touched on that ethical obligation. Ethically, you have to have the evidence to proceed. And so here they're saying they've brought this case, but it's not too late to withdraw, which essentially was the point of your tweet, right? Raising the question, hey, after you've seen this from your victim, you could still withdraw this case. And if not, the judge might write a judgment of acquittal or a directed verdict, depending on what it is in California. I know you would know. Would you kind of walk down that road and explain that for our viewers?
It could be.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's required, if you're going to take appeal of non-constitutional issues, that you make a motion for a directed verdict after the state's case. And you see it in every case, and it's normally denied. I'm not sure that it would be denied, but it's an extreme remedy here. But after the end of the whole case, you can also make a motion for a judgment of acquittal. And even after the jury comes in with their verdict, you can make a motion to set aside the jury's verdict. So the defense has 3 opportunities here, and the prosecution has 3 opportunities also. But what I'd like to see, Julie, is I just was on a panel last week with the head judge. We don't call it the Supreme Court here. We call it the Court of Appeals, all right, Judge Rowan Wilson. And we talked about having transparency in the courts. There's a gag order here. All the judge needs to do, and by the way, it was asked for by the DA, but all the judge needs to do is undo the gag order, let the attorneys and the DA's office speak to these allegations, speak to whether or not they've considered withdrawing the case, or whether or not they've been asked to consider to withdraw the case. And then if we had this transparency, all of us would know what's happening in the courtroom. And I think that's the mistake that's being made here in this trial. When you see this witness, who a jury is being asked to rely on to prove the whole case, in my opinion, to come to a verdict and put a man in jail for a very long time.
Excellent point, Linda. Tell me what you think about all of the fighting we're seeing in the courtroom between Deputy DA John Lewin and defense attorney Joe Tacopina. It's getting so bad, the judge said you two don't talk to each other except for when you have to address trial business. There were rules about civility, aren't there, Linda, in the courtroom for lawyers? What do you think of this as you're watching it?
Well, I expected it after watching the Durst trial. I mean, I had John Lewin call me when I was on another network and having a special, because he thought some of the things in the special were wrong, or he thought one of my panels was, shall we say, he didn't like one of my panelists and what he said. So, I mean, John Lewin is not afraid to be an advocate. Now, Joe Tacopina also, he's had the distinction of representing both President Trump and Al Sharpton. He is a very tough attorney, and people hire him because he's tough. But I thought Joe Tacopina, and by the way, I teach with both Joe Tacopina and Ben Chu, who represents Relli on the civil case at Harvard every year. We teach trial advocacy. But I thought Joe Tacopina actually was very restrained in the way he went at Relli. I thought that he built his building blocks. He kept at him to build those blocks. And then, and that he showed Mr. Relli, Mr. Ephron, I should say, A AP Relli, great respect. And as a matter of fact, one of my other favorite points in this trial, Julie, is when the judge said, when Relli called him Tacopino, he said, no, it's Mr. Tacopino to you. You show him the respect that he shows you. He doesn't call you Ephron. And so I think that was another teachable moment, that not only attorneys, but victims and witnesses can't lose their cool when they're being examined about a case so serious as this.
That's so true. A perfect point to end on. Linda Kenney Baden, we love having you on this show. What a treat this was today. We'd love to have you back anytime. We know you're very busy in the office. And then also, I want to let everybody know about your show, Justice Served TV. Check out Linda's podcast. She co-hosts it with Emmy winner Michael Bryant. It is excellent. And be sure to watch that, and watch for her as well in the courtroom. I hope we get a case with you where we can watch you again, because you are just outstanding. Thank you for everything today.
Thanks, Julian. You know, we love you, and my best to your family and the puppy.
Oh, thank you so much. We'll see.
Tacopina, go ahead.
Okay, Toby, you were at the point where you would sort of push Rocky home to leave, and I think that you said that three of you started making your way away from Argyle. Point on the map up there with the pointer, which direction you three of you headed.
I believe we started coming down this way.
The Selma, right there. Okay. And then you made the left on the Selma Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before that, let me ask you a quick question. At any point during this incident, the one in the garage, did you display a knife?
No.
No.
Turn around this way.
It's good.
Okay.
Were you carrying a knife at all?
No.
Now, by the way, in that video, you said you're off camera for a portion of it, but you see yourself on camera at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, just, guys, play that one more time and just identify yourself when you see yourself in that little snippet. Where's your hand?
I believe I put my left hand on Relli.
All right, so after the parking lot, you start walking, I'm sorry. You said you start walking to Selma Avenue there, correct?
Yes. We're walking down Argyle, and then we make the left on Selma.
Okay. And then, you see that little red thing, emoji of a gun is or something like that?
Yes, I see it.
That's Vista Del Mar, then you make the left onto there, correct?
Yes.
After you left the parking lot, parking garage, I'm sorry, tell us what happens.
So after we leave the parking lot,
Garage.
Parking garage, it's really fast, but Relli and Rocky already, I guess, diffused the situation when they were grabbing onto each other. So that's already done. So I'm telling Rocky, like, yo, we out. Also telling Ills, yo, we out. And also telling Rel,
You tell him to do what?
we out. Like,
We're out.
We are out.
We are out. Okay, I'm sorry. It's hot. All right, so I'm telling them, like, let's go. We are out. It's time for us to go. We can't conversate with our brother right now. Maybe we can conversate with him later. Let's go. So we all start turning the corner. And as we turn in the corner, down the block and turn the corner, Relli is still following us.
Okay. And was he following you the entire time?
Yes.
Did he say anything that you heard?
Yes, he was yelling out obscenities
To who?
to all three of us.
Okay. How did he sound?
He sounded angry, you know? He sounded angry.
Or did any of the three of you stop?
We stopped momentarily, all because we turned in the corner, we hearing him, and so Rocky is first once he turned the corner. So Rocky was already up. You know? So it's me and Ills in the back. Relli starts yelling, Ills, you a crackhead. 12 of you live in the projects. He tries to belittle Rocky with the objects that he has, like, oh, I got this, I got the Cuban, I got the range. And we were all confused, like, you know, we friends, so it's like...
Is there a question, Baden?
Yes, there was.
Yes, calling for a narrative. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But, okay, what did he say at your walking?
Yeah, he was, like I said, he said, yo, Ills, you a crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and I don't really need you.
Was his anger elevated at any point?
Yes, yes. Not only is he a big dude, you know, he's a
You've answered the question.
Most described the last.
Everything after. Yes.
Did you personally say anything to Relli? Did you personally say anything to Relli? Well, he was following. By the way, just let me withdraw and let me ask another question. Did he follow you all the way around?
His energy was so like violent and things like that.
Objection against non-responsive overruled.
Were you scared?
I was threatened, yes.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that Relli was about to get into a fight?
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. By the way, were you, Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relli.
Objection, relevance, overruled.
That year I worked out with Relli a few times, so I knew Relli was stronger than me. And I was
It's
also
not responsive.
Were you in a position?
Objection stricken.
Okay. Were you in a position personally yourself, physically?
No.
Right. Why not?
because of my inguinal hernia.
What happened when we reached the corner of Selma and East Selma?
So as we get to the corner, like as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out of there, I'm in the middle and Ills in the back. So Ills is trying to calm Relli down, you know, calm him down some way. And I guess it's not working. So I guess we walk a few more feet, and then I hear like fast steps. So I turn around and I see Rel hit Ills.
How many times did you see him hit?
I seen him hit at least like twice. At least 2 times twice.
And after Relli hit Ills, did Rocky do anything?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
Okay. After the second hit?
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relli hit Ills again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relli off. It didn't scare Relli off. Relli was still hitting Ills.
Did you hear a second shot?
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything.
Did you see the second shot?
No.
Go ahead.
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relli came after you. You won't want to we'll save that for this. Going to show you the video. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. And I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go. We out here.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Rel was still beating up on Ills. He kind of wanted to like go help Ills, but I'm like,
Objection, that's going to call for
Sustain about the story, the answer. Sustain about what Rocky wanted to do.
Yeah, what Rocky wanted to do.
Yes.
Do that answer again about what Rocky wanted to do. Got that question right back, please. Sustain. After Rocky fired the sword, so did Relli stop?
no, he didn't.
All right. We're going to play that video. The video, I'm going to play it through once, sir.
Which video is it?
This is the Mark video, one we discussed this morning.
All right, so this is
Defense.
additional defenses.
Four-play rule.
Edward.
Okay. Now, sir, what I'm going to do, Mr. Phillips, is I'm going to ask, I know it's spring. I'd like you to look at this video. We'll play it straight through the first time, okay? Yes. And then I'm going to, after you watch it, I'm going to ask you a question. And then we're going to go back to it again, okay? All right, it's not that long. Go ahead. Mr. Phillips, does that video that you just saw fairly and accurately represent what you saw and what you heard on November 6, 2021 on this film?
Yes.
Okay, now that the tape, again, this time, I'd like you to, again, full time without stopping it, narrate what you're seeing, explain to the jury what you're seeing. So I think you have to sort of speak to that mic. So
Okay.
can you see it on your little thing?
It's not.
It's not on. I'm probably the last person that should be helping you with this, but that's what we're.
You got the power.
You know what to do. Just sort of look here, talk here. We'll do it this one, okay? No, it says no signal. Check cable connection.
The only thing I heard you heard is push the power button.
I did.
If it's saying no signal, then I think you gotta get Mark or.
I got it.
Just look at it on this one. I know it's not as big as that one, but just to narrate the video. We're not gonna stop and play it through all the way. Then we'll go back and stop. I want you to just narrate what you're seeing to the jury as it's playing in real time. And what you're hearing also, okay? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so the first person you can see at the corner, that's Rocky. The black figure, you see I got my red jacket, you still can see like you can still see my red jacket, you see it was in the back, right?
Why don't you, can you point on the screen behind
Yeah.
you to the people that you're referring to?
Alright, so this first person right there, that's Rocky. Like he's going, that's me behind him, and then that's the so we already leaving. So then right there, as we're leaving the corner, Relli just swings on L's. So once he swings on L's a couple times, I hear steps. Then he tried to swing on me. He didn't hit me. Then he hit L's. That's when I seen Rocky shoot at the ground to scare Relli off. I'm sorry. I seen him shoot at the ground to scare Relli off. And then I just stopped.
Okay. We're gonna play it again. make the seizure, and we'll stop it as you're describing it, okay? So you can take your time and point. So, go ahead.
So this first person, that's Rocky.
Okay,
You see, he's already illegal.
okay,
Then that's me.
okay.
Then that's Ills.
And the white shirt?
That's Ills. Oh,
White shirt, right?
I think, yeah. It just looked white because maybe, I forgot what color the hoodie was, but it had like white fawn on his jacket.
So is the four of you in that shot right there?
Yes, so that's me, Rocky, and Ills, and then that's Relli right there.
Okay. What do you see right there?
Right there, I see Relli attack Ills.
And is that before you see or hear Rocky fire a shot?
Correct.
Okay.
So then he's still attacking him.
Okay. And what did you just hear after he was attacking?
I heard the warning shot.
Okay. And where, can you see, go back a little bit, where Rocky fired that? You see where the video shows that he fired from here into the ground?
It was at the ground. I think it's at the ground. I can't really see it bad.
Okay. Now, so after that first shot, does Relli let go of Bills?
No.
Okay, play it. Now, go back a little bit, guys. You see yourself there in the red, correct?
Yes.
You start at some point, now there's the first shot and you're still in that screen right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point you start running across the street. Why did you do that?
Because Relli was about to hit me. Like I heard him creeping up behind me trying to swing him.
Okay, and you see that in the video?
Yeah. Instead of him hitting me, he hit Ills again.
Okay, now let's,
Most is strike, the last one is non-responsive. What's the question? Yeah.
You see that in video?
go ahead.
Yeah, so after he hit Ills a couple times, he tries to hit me, right? So then I juke and I head across the street, and that's when he hit Ills again.
Okay, hold on, let's play that part. We'll try and stop. Okay, go back, guys. Now look at you compared to Relli. You're where is your point? The little point.
So right here and right here. So we right next to each other.
Okay. And this is your testimony that he started coming after you.
Yes.
And then that's
I juke and I run across the street.
and that person, where's Relli at this point?
Relli is right here, still on top of Ills.
Okay. And you see in this frame, in this couple seconds, Relli's arm cop, this is after the first shot, correct?
Yes.
You see Relli's arm cocking back. What do you see, Relli, if anything?
So after
Relli?
here, I see Relli just swinging on Ills. So at this point, he's just throwing haymakers.
Go ahead, show us.
So right, he just swinging, he's just throwing haymakers. You see his arm swinging.
No, stop it. At this point, both shots are already fired from the front. Right?
Yes.
Okay. You have the car alarm going off?
Yes.
Despite the fact that both shots from the front were already fired, and Rocky is not next to the two of them anymore. What is Relli doing right there?
Relli
That's
is,
that's a leading question, and it's argumentative as well.
Relli is still, he's still attacking Ills.
Play.
Like, you can see that he knocked Ills down on the floor.
Okay. Now stop it. Is that you walking away after Rocky ran?
Yes, that's me right here.
And what did you say you did before you left the location?
I went to turn back to see it, like, if they were still fighting. So at that point, I say, all right, Rocky's out the way, I'll go handle the situation with Relli, you know, or at least help Ills. So as I turn around, I see him hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay, show us where that is in the video. Go ahead, say that's you.
Yeah, that's me right here.
Where's Relli?
Relli and Ills are about back here.
That's Hills. And you see Relli?
Yeah, right there. He walked over there to hit Ills
Your Honor,
Just state his objection, do not make a speaking objection, just
Assume fact on evidence.
state.
motion to strike the last part of the answer.
Let's rewind that for a second. A little bit, that's, okay, rewind it a little bit more. Now, right here, let's freeze it right there. Describe what you see on the screen, is that you in the red?
Please take for the record where we are on the,
Sure.
because it doesn't. 29 looks like.
It's 29 seconds. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Phillips, tell us where you are.
That's me right here. That's Rakim Mayers.
It indicates the record's clear. He's pointed to himself. We're looking at the screen. There are 4 people on the screen. He's indicated he is the second from the right. He's indicated that the defendant is the first from the right. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said now, what happens if that you look back,
I look back to see what was going on with Ills and Relli.
and what did you see?
I seen Relli hit Ills again.
Okay, show us where, and where, by the way, stop, where is Relli in this frame?
I think the big figure right here, but it's blurry right here.
The witness is saying he believes that Kelly would be the second person from the left, and that Ills would then be the first person from the left. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, because I believe he walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. All right.
Okay, let's see it play.
See, he walks back.
No, there's no question pending.
What did you just see?
Hands in that.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question.
So I seen him walk back and hit him again.
And then after he hit him, where did he go? Relli.
He walked up, is that Argyle?
That's far enough.
Yeah, so he walked back to Argyle.
No, that's Selma, I'm sorry. Oh, there's a map, hold on. Selma.
Selma? Okay, we walked back up Selma.
Now, you can turn towards me, sir. Why did you tell Rocky to leave?
Because we were in LA. This is during COVID. You know, I'm not too sure what else is going on, but the car alarms are going on. It's bringing a lot of attention to our surrounding area. So I was like, yo, bro, like, just get out of here. You know, he said Rocky's very recognizable. Let's just get him out home.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
Only had to convince him to leave because he wanted to make sure Ills was okay.
Objection, false speculation.
Sustain about what
Strike
Rocky
the
did.
answer.
You have to convince him to leave.
No,
Did you physically push him?
I pushed him, yes.
Where did he, you know which direction he left in? I mean, obviously from the video.
Yeah.
He's down, he's still more.
Yes, so he started going in, basically,
You've answered the word, you've answered yes. That's enough.
And then did you run in the same direction?
yes.
Did you see Ills soon after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. What did he look like?
You can tell he got into a fight. He had blood on his leg.
In this fight that you tried to hustle with Relli and Ills,
Yes.
did you see Ills punching back to Relli?
No.
Okay. And was Relli controlling that fight?
Honestly, Relli was like fake bragging Ills on the floor. Like, Relli, he's a big dude. He's way bigger than him.
Objection, non-responsive. Motion to strike. Your Honor, to the witness, he's mentioned 8 times that the victim is a big dude when there's no question pending. Can the court advise the witness to only answer what he's asked.
No, Your Honor. I asked it. I'm not asking questions.
Only answer questions.
No problem.
Don't volunteer.
When you say raid, what does that mean? Well, it was raid.
He was getting invested. He was being, it was up.
How tall are you, by the way?
I'm about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. How much do you weigh?
Now I weigh 180. But during the event, I was like 160.
Who was the aggressor on both of those incidents? The parking garage and the Stelmar?
Really?
One second. Just a couple more things, Mr. Phillips. Are you on Rocky's payroll?
No,
Are you financially dependent on Rocky?
no,
You make any money from Rocky?
no.
Now, obviously, you love him like a brother, right?
Yes,
Before 2 weeks ago, now we're in January 2025, or February 2025. We're in February, right? No?
that looks
That's the rumor. That's the rumor. We could be June for all I know. But 2 weeks ago was January 2025.
Yes.
Okay? You were asked if, in January 2025, after the trial had started, if you wanted to speak to the police or the district attorney. Remember being asked that?
yes,
And you said?
no,
Before 2 weeks ago, in 2025, this incident happened in November 6, 2021.
yes,
In those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, did anyone from the police or district attorney try to speak to you ever once?
Your Honor, that's going to call for speculation in terms of what we tried to do.
Did you ever hear
no.
from anyone from the police or district attorney's office until 2 weeks ago?
Your Honor, the witness answered the question before it was asked, so I think you probably need to ask again.
Did you ever hear from anyone? I'll ask it again. Did you ever hear from anyone prior to 2 weeks ago from the district attorney's office or the police department asking to interview you?
No,
How many times did, when we, the collective defense team, how many times did we meet, sir?
I believe only twice.
Okay. When was the first time?
It was August 2024.
Okay. And the second time?
It was last night.
Okay. And other than that, have we discussed your testimony?
No,
Your Honor, no further questions,
Do
Mr.
you,
Phillips. Thank you.
do you want to get started now?
Yeah, I can get started.
Ken?
Do you consider yourself, what do you want me to call you? Do you want me to call you
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, do you know what the word unbiased means?
Yes,
Do you consider yourself, when you're coming in here, to be an unbiased witness?
yes,
So, is it your position that if the defendant committed these crimes, and it's proved beyond a reasonable doubt, that you want to see him convicted.
I was there. I know the defendant didn't commit any
Close
crimes.
to strike, it's non-responsive.
That's not the question he asked. He asked you a yes or no question. Listen to the question again and answer the question.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So what I'm asking you is, I want you to assume for a moment
Yes.
that the evidence in the case demonstrates that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If that is the case, isn't it true that you don't want him convicted?
Overruled. Overruled.
Well, I can't really answer a hypothetical question.
When you say you can't answer that type of question, you indicated he's like a brother to you, correct?
Yes.
He gave you your start, correct?
He didn't give me my start, but yes, he is a brother to me.
Well, you indicated he got you out of a bad record label deal, correct?
I never said it was a bad record label deal. I just say he helped me get out my contract.
Was the contract you wanted to get out of?
Only because I felt as though it was...
Motion to strike, it's non-responsive.
You want to get out of the contract?
Yes.
And the defendant, who you would agree is a very powerful individual within the industry, helped you get out of it, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I honestly read a contract book about the music
Motion to
business.
strike is non-responsive.
You're not answering this question.
Let me take one at a time. Do you agree that the defendant is a very powerful individual within the music industry?
Yes.
Do you agree that he was a powerful individual within the music industry even back in 2021?
Yes.
Do you agree that you have much less power and influence in the music industry?
Yes.
Would you agree that if the defendant wanted to tomorrow, that he has enough power to pretty much end your career if he wanted to?
What's the ground?
Argument. It's all for speculation.
Stand.
Does, given what you've said about the defendant's position and power, if he wanted to, do you believe that he has the ability and power to end your career tomorrow?
Objection, or it's the same question.
Well, it is, but it goes to what Mr. Phillips believes, and I think that is relevant to,
No,
I think it's a fair question.
No, I don't believe that.
So as you sit here today, is it your belief, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant doesn't like your testimony. He decides, you know what, I don't think Mr. Phillips did well on the stand. Wouldn't you agree that if he wanted to, not saying he would, he could make a couple of phone calls, and all of a sudden, you don't have the career that you have right now, correct?
As phrased, sustained.
Under what ground, Your Honor, was it? There's no ground.
Or cause for as phrased, it calls for speculation.
I'm asking him what he believes, Your Honor, goes to his...
No, your last question did not mention the word believe.
All right, do you believe, Mr. Phillips, that as you sit here today, that if the defendant was unhappy with your testimony, that he has the ability and the power to significantly affect your career going forward?
To be able to accurately answer that question, I would need to apply more information.
What information would you need to apply?
Because me, myself, if that's a hypothetical question, right? But I'm an artist, and I could go buy another artist name tomorrow and start over.
Well, you would agree that the defendant, as well as his significant other, Rihanna, are very powerful people within your industry, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that if they decide they wanted to blackball you, you're blackballed tomorrow, correct?
Well, no.
No?
No.
So it's your testimony that no matter what you said today, that even if the defendant and his significant other, Rihanna, were upset with you, they would have no ability to impact your career going forward?
I know because I believe, as I told you before, I'm an artist. I could start a new way of creating tomorrow. I could be a painter. I could go sew and be a designer and still be able to live my life.
All right, he's answered the question. Go on to another topic.
I want to talk for a moment about your statements in court today.
Yes.
Want to approach, Your Honor?
You don't have to.
I want you to read to yourself, in the middle of this page, there are 12 bullet points. I want you to read what we have, starting with the following, and right where it says himself. Read that to yourself, let me know when you're done.
So from 1, right here,
No, actually from, I want you to read where it says the following. Yeah, from 1, I'm sorry. Couldn't see that, that's the one.
do I have to say my address out loud?
No, to yourself.
Oh,
You're not reading this out loud. That's why I brought it to you. Are you finished? That has been represented.
Objection is
Sustained.
Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There's no grounds.
Grounds, it's misleading because it's not a sworn statement,
Yes.
it's not a written statement, it is.
That's not a
It's
proper
summary.
objection.
It is for
All
me.
right. That's one. Both of you.
Your Honor, grounds.
All right. Both of you. 177.5. State the grounds.
Misleading.
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
During your interview that you had with the defense, did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes,
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Your Honor, objection. What's to say, it's misleading, he's asking direct questions. I'm sorry, I want to speak, I don't know what to do. It's the same objections before. Reading, reading from
On that ground,
Do you understand my question?
can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case, and I'm asking you, does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not a me,
I'm
this is,
objecting, it's not, what's the, I'm objecting, it's not.
read back.
I'm objecting because.
No, I understand. Read back. I might have missed something of the question.
So I just shown you what's been represented as your statement in this case. And I'm asking you, does it anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to?
It's a
about the
summary
defendant?
of the estate.
So Your Honor, that's a summary, I'm asking, does it mention anything about those statements? Those incidents? Does it mention anything about the 3 incidents you just testified to in 2018?
on this paperwork, I never seen this paperwork and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from, but I advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you is, when you were interviewed by the defense in this case, did you tell them about the 3 incidents in 2018?
Yes, I had to.
And how sure are you that you told them that?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Did you tell them about the situation that you testified to involving ASAP Josh?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you tell the defense during your interview with them about the situation with ASAP Josh that you testified to on direct?
The situation as far as him passing away.
As far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relli and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense?
I probably didn't. Because I had no.
Motion to strike everything after no.
I wasn't.
You didn't say no.
You didn't say no.
I wasn't involved.
Stop. I was making notes myself. Read the question.
Question, as far as the mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relli and Rocky, did you mention that to the defense? Answer, I probably didn't. I probably, because I had no,
So is the answer yes, no, I'm not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did you mention during your interview with the defense anything about you yourself having used prop guns in videos?
I'm not sure.
How long was your interview that you had with the defense?
Maybe an hour.
Do you remember when it was?
It was August 2024 in New York.
So you're saying you had no interview with any member of the defense team in this case before, when did you say, what day?
August 2024.
So you were never interviewed by any of them until almost 3 years after the incident?
Correct.
And when they were interviewing you, who was there?
It was Joe, Eleanor, and Chad.
And were they recording it? You
No.
remember?
What was the answer?
No.
Did they write notes that you saw?
No notes.
Did they ever talk to you afterward and say, hey, listen, here is your statement. Is it accurate?
Not that I recall, no.
Did they ever even show you what they were representing your statement was?
No.
You would agree that even as we speak now, that the defendant, who you call a brother, that would be a relationship that is much closer than someone who's a business associate, right?
Yes.
It would be much closer than even someone that you would call a close friend, correct?
Yes.
Can you have a closer relationship in your mind than with someone that you refer to as your brother?
Yes, your actual, like your blood brother that your parents birthed.
But that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of friends in the world, this is about as close a friend with a defendant as you have, right?
No.
How many individuals in your life are you as close to who are non-family members as the defendant?
Everybody in the ASAP collective.
So you are equally close to everybody in the ASAP collective?
I show no favoritism, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination that, as an example, once you started traveling with the defendant as his hype man, that you didn't have really, I think your words were time for Relli anymore, correct?
It was time to hang out with Relli. We still maintained a verbal communication.
So it's your testimony that you are as close to all the other ASAPs as you are to the defendant?
Yes, that's a fact.
And is that true to this day?
Yes.
Do you travel with any of the other ASAPs on tour?
Yes, I do.
Did any of the other ASAPs, have they made it so that you were able to be their hype men?
Times, yes.
So is ASAP Tom's, is he as...
No, I said at times, yes.
Is he as big as...
No, at times.
He's saying at times.
Oh, at times, I'm sorry. So when you're saying at times, you would agree that the defendant, he's the only person that you travel across the world with, correct? Of the ASAPs, where it's on his document.
That is not true.
In terms of your work right now, in terms of what you're doing, you said you don't have a business relationship with him, but how often do you see and talk to him?
So, since he had his kid, probably like once or twice a month, And he's always traveling, so I don't get to see him that much.
Do you text with them still frequently?
Not really. Last text I sent was like on Yams Day.
You would call yourself a performer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do any acting as well?
No.
But you mentioned before that part of your job that you indicate as a hype man is you want to get the crowd going, is that right?
Well, for anybody that's a hype man, that's a part of the job description.
Right, so what that kind of means is, that means looking at your audience and trying to figure out how you can get them excited or motivated, is that right?
Well, I wouldn't say motivated, and they're already excited because they have the show. It's just more or less have them.
Don't sit so close to the mic.
Okay. It's more or less have them feel like they're a part of the show.
And in saying that they're a part of the show,
Yes.
you have to sit there and you have to kind of figure out, as a performer, hey, I'm up here, and how do I connect with my audience, whoever that is, right?
In a sense, yes.
As you sit here today, are you doing the same thing with the jury?
No.
You were asked questions by Mr. Tacopina on direct examination. Are you aware that approximately 8 or 9 different times when you were not asked, you mentioned gratuitously that Relli was either a large man or very muscled or big? Are you aware that you did that?
Objection.
What was he
Sustained. Argumentative. Sustained.
Why did you, Mr. Phillips, repeatedly mention that Relli was a large, muscular man when you weren't asked?
Objection, same objection.
Well, the word repeatedly is argumentative.
Are you aware, Mr. Phillips, that during your direct examination, that you mentioned several times that Relli was a larger, muscular man?
Yes.
Are you aware that when you mentioned those comments, those were not in response to questions that called for that answer?
Objection, argumentative.
I was basically just giving a description of Relli. That was all I was doing.
When you were asked those questions, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that when you were giving that answer, you weren't being asked to give a description of Relli, you just added it? Would you agree?
I was adding a fact.
I'm sorry?
I was adding a fact.
So you were adding a fact that you wanted to make sure the jury knew, but it wasn't a question that you were asked. Is that correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Why, if you were not asked a direct question to describe what size Relli was, were you telling the jury he's a large man, he's muscular? Why did you do that?
Again, Your Honor,
Overruled.
Basically, I was describing a friend of mine that I used to work out with, and I was giving that detail just to let y'all know why I couldn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? Why I couldn't like pull him back at anything, because he's stronger than me.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Well, that's argumentative.
He hasn't finished the question.
Oh, I thought you did, I'm sorry.
Did you finish the question?
I did.
Argumentative, objection.
Right. Read the question back, right?
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Can you rephrase the question?
Oh, she just, okay.
No, so I could answer you.
I'll just have the court reporter read it back so that we don't have any issues.
Okay. Kathy's going to read the question.
Okay, no problem.
Question, did you end up providing that information at several points during your direct examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
I stated earlier when I got on here that I had a inguinal hernia surgery and I couldn't fight.
Motion to strike, non-responsive.
Well, the question is really confusing. Let's take a break now, folks. Please be out.
I don't want to bore you because we're not a forensic course. I think I gave you the list the other day. Now I see Michael Bryant is joining me in this conversation. There you go.
Could I have the forensics course, please? Because
I'm going to give you the forensics course
have
back.
my notepad ready to go here.
So the totality of the circumstances, they would not give it up. All right, he was there, and he was there to rehabilitate the case on redirect that no matter what. They believed, even without Relli, that shots had been fired, okay? They believed it. And
in this summary, then they're going to comment.
What area?
Well, Your Honor, so
What area are you talking about?
there is nothing about any prior incidents involving the defendant being threatened. There was.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
It says, according to the summary, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. I believe that is sufficient.
Your Honor,
I believe that is sufficient notice of what he's going to say. Do you want to say anything else?
yeah, you're wrong. I need to say something else, Your Honor.
All right, say whatever you want to say.
So, Your Honor, there is no incident that is related here. So there is no way, as a competent trial lawyer, when they give a generality and they simply say, and that's all we get, he was a victim of violence and home invasion, then the court believes that that is sufficient for their discovery obligation for him to now talk about specific incidents, which, by the way, he said he related to them. I'll be clear. They were given that information before.
Mr. Lewin, you better tone it down some. Don't yell at me.
I'm not going to.
Oh, yes, you are. Tone it down.
They were given this information clearly during the interview they had with him. They did not turn it over. There is no way. How am I supposed to be able to cross-examine this witness when I'm ambushed with 3 incidents that I've never heard of?
All right, let me hear from...
Your Honor, again, this is not a plea presentation. It's not a...
His position is, since it mentions 3 incidents, 3 specific incidents, but it's not in your summary.
Your Honor, right here, Rocky carried a starter pistol, prop security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. And that's what he's going to.
His complaint is that it's not set forth the specific incidents.
It's a summary. That's what we stated. That's how we started this. And we talked about home invasions, which is what he spoke to.
Just so reasonable minds can differ. I believe it's sufficient.
Your Honor, so
If there was no mention of that, I would agree. In the summary, I would agree with you.
Your Honor, again, they have 12 bullet points here, nothing specific at all. Remember, Your Honor, they're not allowed to give me a, quote, summary. That's not what the code requires. The code requires them to give me what he said. So what they've done is they basically gave a summary where they left out any detail whatsoever. The court's aware of it. The court said...
I have it.
So, Your Honor, how exactly am I supposed to cross-examine a witness when they are coming up with specific information that I'm supposed to have been given 30 days before trial, and I'm hearing about it as he's testifying, and I've raised the issue
at least 10 different times. Your Honor, I predicted, I told the court on the record repeatedly, we have 12 bullet points for an hour's worth of interview. They're saying they didn't record it. They're saying that they didn't take any notes. They're saying that they didn't write anything down. That absolutely flies in the face of reality. I've done this job 30 years, you've done it even longer. There is no possible way that the defense did not cover these areas that they are asking them about in advance. The fact that they're not providing them, Your Honor, and that's just some of them. So now what I have to do, this also goes to, I can give the court 5 other examples from his direct evidence, direct testimony. But now what I have to do, Your Honor, is I have to basically go through and I have to now address to the witness, well, listen, you testified to so-and-so. Did you previously relate that information? He has now said that he did. He said, I told him that with respect to the 3 incidents. We don't have it. Your Honor, under 1054.3, that is as clear a violation as you can have. If the court's position is going to be, well, they told you that there was an incident that he did it for security measures for violence and home invasion. Imagine if the discovery on our end, this prosecution was, hey, we're not going to tell you anything about the case, but someone got killed. Never getting facts, but someone was shot. Your Honor, would we be taking the woodshed, which would be appropriate? So my problem is that
You would be taken to the woodshed if there was not a police report and that was not conveyed to the defense.
and we don't have any report, we don't have any tape, and it wasn't conveyed to us. So the problem, Your Honor, I'm doing the best I can
Right.
to try and process it, but then the court is also.
I've heard enough.
All right.
No, I don't need anything from you either. In my belief, this certainly could be more expansive, but I think it is sufficient. As far as you cross-examining, I'm not aware of anybody who can cross-examine better than you. I'm sure you can figure out a way to cross-examine him based on what is contained in this summary. We're off the record.
There we are.
So that
There we
happened.
are. I wanted our viewers to see my reaction as this was going on. All right, look at me. I'm wearing the skulls.
You're glowing.
I came back from my lawyer meeting, got redressed into like I think kind of rapper clothes. Actually, I have rapper pants on. Actually, I have hip hop pants on for this trial this afternoon.
All
for
right.
y'all. Yeah.
Well, you have a glow, an aura about you today. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on there either. If I go
maybe
this
just
way,
be backlighting or something. I don't know.
I
Anyway,
don't
so
know. Anyhow, we'll go this way. Yeah, it's probably New York. I'll try to go this way.
The whiner is just
too much
non-stop.
Too much. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And the judge finally said, I mean, that's exactly what you do in California. You give a bullet point summary of what your witness going to say. He carried, and they said starter pistol. We were using prop gun. I saw that Mr. Tacopina, one of his questions when I finally got to watch a little bit, said starter pistol. And I guess Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips. How would you like to be addressed? Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, yeah. I said, sorry. And because he had been threatened in other incidents. And then look, I don't know what the incidents were. I can't quote them, damn it.
Too bad. Why didn't you interview the guy?
Or object to it beforehand when he said didn't want to be interviewed by the cop. Why didn't you object?
And just because there was an interview in August of this witness, okay, and it involved some facts, alleged facts that Mr. Lewin doesn't know about, doesn't mean you get a copy of the report or I should say interview. There wasn't one. There weren't notes. Too bad. That's just too bad. You have an investigative arm, and it's not there's not discovery requiring the defense to give the prosecution things. That you have the ability to investigate.
I like one of our viewers to look up the LADA's office and see how many employees. I know it's on there. How many employees they have? How many investigators they have?
Mm-hmm.
The millions of. What's their budget? Come on, guys, you can do it. All right. I use guys all inclusively, you know, 'cause
Yeah,
I'm a
we're
Tom
not
girl.
we're not judging that kind of craziness here.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of things. Let's talk about the sanctions, okay?
Okay.
Because we did see one unfold, and I think we're going to get the actual clip of when the sanction was imposed. But let's start first with what we heard. The judge, you know, and this was according to the judge something he has never, ever done before, and you know, so that's something. So here's what he has never, ever, ever done before.
All right, I want to go on the record regarding something. I've actually never had to do this, but I'm going to do it. There have been, and I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody in particular. This, what I'm going to say, applies to everybody at the council table. There have been repeated speaking objections, arguing with witnesses that has occurred, arguing amongst counsel, snide comments made from one counsel to another, arguing with a decision of mine. That's not going to happen. If it does, I'm going to invoke CCP 177.5, which allows for monetary sanctions up to $1,500 for each time. And what will happen is, each time it happens, that will be another incident that will occur at a hearing after the trial. I've never had to do this, but to ensure, or to help ensure, that these things that I just mentioned do not occur again. That is why I am doing this. So please keep it in mind that I'm going to keep track. All right.
Okay, so I know we have it here somewhere. We'll go to the tote board because there was an imposition. There was an imposition just before the break. It was during the cross-examination by Lewin, and Mr. Taco was at the table. You know, and Lewin starts basically critiquing his objection. That's not an objection. says the guy that objected earlier in the day to that's not discoverable. Objection, not discoverable. What is that? That's not an objection. So,
here's the thing too. He thinks he's cross-examining Robert Durst, right? This is a guy. I mean, Lewin had to say he was so busy in his cross-examination when he was saying that about time. He said, you know, I travel all the time. He thought he said Tom. So when you go with Tom, and he said, no, I didn't say. Wait, how you going, Tom? And he said Tom, and the judge finally had to say time. He's talking about when he's, you know.
So I mean, it makes it look like Lewin is, you know, let's just say culturally insensitive. Put it that way.
Yeah. Not only culturally insensitive, but just not wanting to listen to what he's trying to say. And my view is that juries don't like that. They've been sitting there. They want their time. They have time, right? They want to hear what he has to say.
Of course.
Tell us what he has to say.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And there was a question here from, I never read the whole name because it makes me laugh, but Motion to Scream. Can we discuss the stark difference between Relli and 12V on the stand? Oh man, is there a difference? I didn't notice. They seem so similar.
Great question. Motion to Scream. WTF?
You know, it's so stark. It's so starkly different that it's almost as if it doesn't matter what 12V says, because he's likable. He seems forthright, even in being cross-examined. He's not really argumentative. He's asked for clarification a few times. But if you set the substance aside of what each of these witnesses have testified to, how do you not lean toward 12V, right?
Right. Even like I love the beginning when Lewin says to him, I know that our chat here has now, and Mr. Lewin may not like it, combined the word Lewin and Weiner to call him Lewiner, okay? And we're getting a lot of stuff about it. And if our chat is any indication of the jury wants to hear what he is saying about the incident. And he had his little pointer. Did you see he had a pointer?
Yeah, and we're looking at this video, which we know from day one has been a glob. I'm sure it's slightly better for the jury. And to the credit of the pool camera, they have at times dropped that little filter down, which helps clarify. But it's still, this is like a Fellini film. It is not very clear. It's a lot of objects moving around. But the way 12E explained it, Mr. Phillips, you could follow it. It
I
made
did.
sense.
For the first time, I really did.
And what do we get out of that? What's the bottom line? Relli was the aggressor.
Right.
Okay.
Right, and that's what Lewin was upset about. He
Of
said,
course.
"You, in answer to the question you mentioned several times that Relli is bigger. I didn't ask that question, but Relli in his testimony said he was bigger. Right? He said he was 6. Relli was saying he's bigger. So when he's narrating his version, he's saying he's bigger. I couldn't.
Yeah, and so the jury could interpret that one of two ways. Lewin's way would be that he was embellishing because he is there to help Rocky however he can help him. That's one way to interpret it. The other way to interpret it is that's just his description of the guy and what was happening, that he was bullying Rocky and is it Ellie? Is that what it is? Or the other person? And I guess I don't know, maybe we're going to hear from the other person who was there that night, who, according to 12E, Relli was also attacking.
Right.
So...
And he was saying, no, I'm just trying to give you a fact to explain why it was I couldn't intervene to get him off him because I'm smaller. But he's much bigger than everybody. I was trying to give you a description of what was happening, which is what the jury is there to hear, a description of what was happening. So I don't know a motion to scream how you feel about it. Well, actually, I do know because you just showed us. You thought that Mr. Phillips was reasonable and credible. How do the rest of you all feel? Do you think that I see African D, it's so different than Lewin is whining about how well prepared he was? Look at this one.
Weiner seems a bit unhinged.
Candy Temple. Yeah. The Weiner seems so.
And even after the jury was excused for lunch, and they had a little riff after that, and that's when Lewin was complaining that he didn't get material relating to the interview in August of 12E. Everything he says, it's just big, it's just loud, and the judge said, let's take it down. Let's take it down a notch. He doesn't even realize when he's yelling. He's just I don't know if it's his just passion, he just can't control it, or he's just kind of a jerk. I'm not sure which it is. Maybe both.
Yeah, great Missy, 800 clerical and support staff. 1,000 attorneys, and I think there's somewhere they have investigators, and somewhere they have a budget, a big budget.
It's a ton of money. It's one of the curiosities of this case because we've been wondering all along, who was really involved in driving this case forward? Did they ever take a step back and say, this case sucks? So maybe they didn't invest, investigators into the process to the point that they could have learned what Weiner is now saying, he should be told.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the judge, well, you're taking me to the woodshed.
The woodshed.
Yeah, he said. Woodshed.
Yeah, that's what Weiner said. He said, I'm getting taken to the woodshed. The judge said, well, you're only getting taken to the woodshed if you, violate these rules.
Well, I can't believe that was said. I really can't believe that was said. This, I believe, is their lunch break, so they're going to be gone to 4:30 at least. In our experiences, they don't necessarily set on time. Now, I have a question for everyone here. I was at a meeting this morning, so I assume that there was a decision made that the directed verdict motion could be held in abeyance. It's normally made after the state rests, but because you had witnesses there and a jury there, usually a lot of times judges will say, look, you haven't waived it. We'll get to your directed verdict motion, at some time in the future. Even though it normally happens after the state's case, but I assume that happened. And there's a lot of things that go on, by the way, in a judge's chamber for scheduling like that we're not aware of, or back and forth with emails that we're not aware of. That's how long the break is.
And if the camera's shut off, and so because we were curious yesterday, if you're going to have the jury come in earlier, then you're not really counting on much time for an argument. Right.
And they had the jury come in early.
They may have addressed it in part of that housekeeping. Let's just get going. We understand you're going to make that motion, defense counsel, but let's get the witnesses in and out and go. Yeah. Not all that crazy.
Walter says Kat has the best gift of Joe doing. Yeah, he did that. Remember the early days, the crying emoji.
Yeah, I saw that. The meme.
So I don't know. This is motion to scream says Lewiner. We're not calling it Lewiner. Tell me you've never been to a show without telling me you've never been to a show. Now that has to go when he said something about, well, I tried to get him to be involved with me in a show, right? And then for some reason that got translated by Lewin to mean that you're trying to lie to the jury. Michael, did you understand that?
No, it was a little unclear to me as well. So I'm not sure what was clearer, the witness's testimony or Lewin's interpretation of the testimony.
But he looks like he's trying to tell him what happened. But here's a good question. This is a start question, and I'm sorry, Missy, I haven't seen, there's so many questions here. Dexter Matamoro, what I don't understand is if the defense could have questioned 12E, why not the state? Well, the state didn't even make an attempt until apparently 2 weeks before trial. And at that point, he said, I don't want to speak to you. So they could have called him. I'm sure he has a lawyer, right? He's represented probably by a law firm.
And something the judge had mentioned, very importantly, said there's a police report. There's a police report. So
why is that important? Why is that important?
Well, because it provides the prosecution, it provides everybody with important people, names and those who might be involved that you might want to talk to. So, and if you're talking to them,
it would suggest he was interviewed that night by the police with someone.
Well, he was certainly identified. That's what it looked like. I'm not sure if interviewed, but he was certainly identified. And so prosecution, it's on them to do something with that.
Yeah, I just think my view is that when you have a regular normal person on the stand, and he's a regular normal person, he's a rapper, right? You don't attack him like he's a mafioso. You just don't. The jury wants to know what he said. And I wrote something down actually when we were, I wrote it to, and let me find it because I wrote it to our producers, and you know what I'm going to say when we were watching this. Let me see if I find it. So sorry for yelling. We had a little problem, by the way, with the feed earlier because we were on the long crime feed, and apparently they posted that their control room is having some issues. So we have switched to a different feed, I believe the Court TV feed, and we seem to have no problems with it. By the way, Tacopina was objecting. You wrote Lewin was on the witness stand or something. What was that, Michael? Explain that, 'cause it's funny.
I don't remember.
Because it was so wild. It was absolutely so wild. But I said that jurors don't want to. They want to be told the story. They don't like it.
Oh, I see the note you're looking at.
Go ahead.
I think what Diz is telling me that we have, I don't know if I can pull it in the middle of what I'm doing here, but we have that moment at which the first sanctions, let's go to the tote board. The first sanctions have been issued, but I don't know if I can do that while we're chatting. I'll try. Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead with what you were looking for.
So why didn't they call the witness? Why didn't they investigate the case? Because, I know what I wrote to you before I answer that. All of a sudden said he was going at Mr. Phillips, Lewin was going at Mr. Phillips saying, the very powerful people, ASAP Rocky could stop your contract right away, could stop your contracts. He said, no, I mean, I'm an artist. I have a name. I could go under a different ASAP name and I'd still be out there. I have a following and I travel with other people. And then he said, here's where I thought it was dirty. Okay. And ASAP Rocky and his significant other, Rihanna, they're powerful people. They can go after you. Now, no, the defense has not really used Rihanna to Rocky's benefit. The only time they mentioned her initially was when in the opening, remember, Lewin put a picture of, or not Lewin, it was Paul put a picture of Rihanna up right at the opening.
I do.
And then when the defense asked something about it, there was an objection from Lewin. They said, well, you put the picture up of her. But they haven't used her like she's an asset, right, in terms of the questioning. But then Lewin goes in to use her like, she's a bad, powerful woman who's going to come back and retaliate against you. And I thought that was really
okay. Here's unfair. Sort of I disagree with that, and here's why.
Okay, let's talk.
This guy's in the biz. However he describes himself, clearly he wants to succeed. I think it would be it almost goes without saying that if you have a power couple like we have with Rocky and Rihanna, it would not take much for them to squash his aspirations. It wouldn't even have to be all that targeted. You know, if it was learned that he fell out of favor with them as a result of this, that could hurt him. I think that's legitimate. So I don't have a problem with him bringing that up. I think the counter argument to that is
maybe,
that I think the counter argument is going to be that there's no evidence that ever happened. You know, that's
right.
You know.
Well, that's it. She hasn't been mentioned in this case. The only people mentioning her is the state. She hasn't been mentioned in this case. I mean, she really hasn't. He hasn't said anything. Even Relli didn't say anything, right? Relli didn't say anything about her. I don't think there was a word about her.
No, I don't think anybody has, other than Lewin, has, and the prosecution as a whole, Polly P, have brought her name up. I don't think. Okay, I have that. I was able to do this multitasking here. So
I know, because you're great.
Let's see if because I have a split personality. Okay, let me see. I think this is it. I'm counting on Diz. Let's see what we got here.
All right,
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry, my bad. Next, I got another one here. Hold on. Is that the right one? Yes, I think this is the right one. Sal.
Are you finished? Yes. That has been represented. Stay. Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your one interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because it's not a sworn statement. It's not a written statement. It is.
That's not a proper objection.
It is for me.
That's one. Both of you.
That's one, both of you.
Your Honor, grounds.
And he still won't stop. Your Honor, grounds. So
I wish we could get a screenshot of that face. We have to go back. We have to go back and grab that screenshot.
Let's see. I'll pause it so you can get a look at it.
Let's see if we kind of turns. I don't know if we can do it slow motion enough. There, it was right back one click. It was right back one click.
Yeah.
It's hard to do it because it was like back one click. Keep going, keep going.
Oh, where is it? His snarl? It's kind of like a snarl.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on. Keep it right there,
that?
Michael. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Hold it right there while I get a screenshot of that. You all can get a screenshot of that too.
That's the face of a guy who just got sanctioned $1,500.
Yeah, exactly.
And to be clear, you know, $1,500 sounds good, but the code actually says up to $1,500. So maybe, you know, it could be $500. There's going to be a hearing after the fact, and the judge is going to say, like Jerry Lewis, okay, let's go to the tote board. Here we go. Roll it. And then the digits will roll, and there'll be a magic number.
Oh, look at that. I can control that. Look at that.
Oh, that's Dizzy. Missy, do not let her know that she can control the video. Do not do that. Okay, so
but the motion of screen to be granted. Lewin, question. Witness answering. Lewin, objection. I don't like that answer. Motion to strike.
Objection. That hurts my case. And wait a minute. That's not an objection.
I'm sorry. I've never seen. Well, I have seen stuff like
something
that.
else I want to talk about is the prop gun, the starter pistol. It seems like, you know, Tacopina has really been using the word interchangeably, and
right.
Starter pistol would be weird, because we saw pictures of it before, and it's generally a revolver. But that doesn't mean, let me show you these little goodies. That doesn't mean that you can't have what I'll call a prop gun, you know, that you can buy that looks like a semi-automatic. In fact, this one I'm about to show you here, stand by, you can buy for $40, and it fires blanks. And it looks to me like, and I'll show you a couple of them as a matter of fact here. They look like,
I'd like to see them.
They look like real guns to me. There's one. Okay, that is a 9mm.
That's a 9mm starter pistol.
But it's a prop gun, so you can fire blanks in it. But not, you know, not like use it as an actual weapon. So let me show you. I got another one in here too somewhere.
Yeah.
I just want to show you a couple just to give you a sense that, you know, they're not rare. They're not rare at all. You can get them online.
Can you get them on Amazon?
Oh yeah, you can get them
really?
on. Yeah.
Wow.
There's another one, just
Now, what
slightly
is that
different look. Same things again. This is a 9mm. A lot of times they will come with that orange. The tip will be painted orange,
Yeah,
or there's a
yeah,
plastic piece on it, so
yeah,
that it immediately screams fake gun.
yeah.
But these, this is the kind of gun that could have been used. Just really hurts, hurts the defense that the gun is missing in action, unfortunately. But at least this tells us a little bit more about what's available, what it could have been, and the use of the term starter pistol, I think, is just a misspeaking. It's some sort of dummy gun, prop gun.
Dummy gun, right? It's some sort of dummy gun, right? It's
Yeah.
not a real Glock, in other words.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was a Glock there, or modeled after a Glock.
Okay.
So.
Nan says, just a thought, had A$AP Rocky hadn't been so famous, I don't think we would have been here, because it's evident this criminal activity had happened and none of A$AP had reported it to the cops. Okay. Yeah. So you don't think he'd been there if it were not A$AP Rocky? What's your thoughts about that, Michael?
Yeah, I think the notoriety of the defendant is always a factor, and there seems to be, we've certainly seen it in Georgia. I don't know whether it's a coast-to-coast phenomenon or not, or just where these performers are concentrated, but the rap community seems to be targeted because a lot of what they do, their reputation, their music, their videos, they're violent, and they glamorize violent activities. And I don't know if there's some concerted effort to go after that, to shut it down, no matter what the alleged crime may be, big or small, whether they have to kind of blow them up. Like, look at YSL, talk about overcharging. I don't know. I don't know what the genesis is, who the people are that are behind it. I think in this particular case, Gascon is behind it. And I always think that's funny because he was so soft on crime on so many things.
And then here,
and yet this case is in trial.
Right. No, it's true. I mean, we're in trial here, and I agree. Well, first of all, let's face it, there wouldn't have been a demand for $30 million unless A$AP Rocky had money or was famous.
That's true. You could demand 30 from me if you want, but
I could.
I guarantee you that will not be happening. So yeah, you're right. The target has to be, able to pay off the extortion, if in fact the extortion happened. Yeah.
Hey, Missy and Dizzy, do we know what the date of the indictment is? When was this indicted? Because the incident happened years and years ago. Do we know the date of the indictment itself? I don't remember. I mean,
I don't either. I don't have that in my file either.
Looking at it, to see the date that this was indicted, because I guess you had, you remember we also had the end of the pandemic in 2022, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of petering out, but in California they were, pretty extreme about shutdowns and how long they were doing it. So yeah, and it causes a major backlog. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it causes. But I don't know. I just we have a poll go now. Let me just tell you. When we first started this case, when Relli was on, we were saying, "Well, would you rather have Relli or Little Woody?" Right, from YSL, and of course we all agree that Little Woody was great, right? Last night, if you watched, and if you haven't, you should go back and listen to the episode.
Yeah, it was just posted. That episode was just posted. That's where we broke news, We broke some news.
Yes, go tell us what the breaking news was from us.
I know, and we had our breaking news sounder and everything. It was very exciting. Doug told us for the first time that the hearing that was going to be held today for Diamante Kendrick, his probation violation hearing, which could have resulted in more time in jail, or at the very least delayed his release. That's off calendar, and he couldn't tell us all the details, but we do believe something is coming that is going to result in Diamante Kendrick's release. So.
And then something came that they had the hearing that it was being dismissed. Those charges were being dismissed.
It was like an hour after we did it. Yeah,
an hour after we did it. Right. We kept looking through our Twitter scrolls while we were on the air, and it didn't happen during our Twitter scrolls. But we did.
And guess who? Did you see who posted it first? It was Thugger Daily, which is not a surprise. Yeah.
So it was really good. But he was smiling from ear to ear. He's like,
and he was being very, very coy about it. But we learned what we needed to know.
Mm-hmm. And we were all smiling as a result, because we were like, and how long has he been in jail? Why was
It was like 2 months since he was acquitted.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
It was
So,
early
so
3rd, 4th of December, something like that.
but he did also advise us last night that after the verdict, they had separated him out at Rice Street. He was at the annex,
Mhm.
and therefore he wasn't in as much danger as he was if he Rice Street, because we were all worried that, as with the not guilty, he would also be a target at that point. And
Yeah.
so,
Well, good to see somebody did something logical, reasonable.
Yes, really. And yeah, so where do you think? Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you all this. Okay, well, first of all, Jesus has a question. Why defense didn't bring a prop gun to court? Now,
Yeah.
what I want to know is when this was actually reported to the police that they thought there was an investigation. Because if it was right after, it's one thing, and somebody gets arrested. But if it's like 2 years later, or a year later, or somebody gets arrested, like in 2022, and this happens in 2021, for instance, then you may not hold on to stuff. That's the first thing. The second thing is it's not defense's burden. They don't care.
Yeah. And it's always dangerous anyway to bring a supposed look-alike or similar, or there may not be a foundational reason to even get it in front of the jury, and I think you may end up causing yourself more problems than not. Remember the OJ glove? Was that really his glove? Was it somebody else's glove? Who knows? But as soon as he tried to put that baby on, it was game over.
Yeah, and if you don't believe that, if you don't believe that he shot him in the first place, the prop gun or starter pistol only becomes it's almost like a herring, right? We used to say red herring. You can't say that to a jury, but it's almost like you can't say if you're a prosecutor, but it's almost like something. It doesn't really matter at that point, because if the issue is that there was that, remember when he pushes him into the wall, he hurts his knuckles, and he tries to extort money from him, and because remember he said in one of his tapes, I set out to do what I wanted to do, or something to that effect. Relli said,
Right.
So making it fair. The incident was September 2020. That was the indictment date. Is that September 2022?
Okay, so that was what, a year after?
A year after. So
less than a year.
Yeah. I mean, just assume, just like Relli probably didn't have his clothes, right?
And then he was
From the year
arrested in
before.
April of 2022.
Yeah.
So they didn't even arrest him immediately.
Yeah, so you wouldn't we may not even have his clothes. You may have a lot of things. I mean, we have some people we know who are hoarders, and other people we know, like me, throw everything out every day anyhow. I mean, I'm just
I don't know if you throw everything out. I mean,
well, not the Louis Vuitton, not the Chanel, but I don't really keep, I try not to keep any. I mean, I just don't like stuff around. I mean, I like to have. The problem is I have to have stuff to have like this look here. It's like I feel like I'm totally captured, by the skulls. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay,
maybe
so
maybe this is my feeling about how the prosecution case is going. But maybe I'm wrong.
What do you think about the whiners asking about these 3 incidents that he's never heard about, that he wanted some evidence that they were not just made up out of whole cloth when 12E met with the defense back in August?
Well, you've got all these investigators. You have a thing of discovery that says that he carried a starter pistol or prop gun or whatever you want to call it, a look-alike gun, when he didn't have security around him to scare people away, because he'd been threatened in the past. So, hey, he could. None of the guns in the house appear to be missing, right? They all seem to be there. Or, why would you leave a magazine to a Glock? Which I wasn't really impressed with that testimony anyhow.
Well, they never did link it up to the casings that were found. So
right. And the casings that were found, you have Relli shooting a Glock. I mean, you can't make this up.
I know. I mean, it's hard to forget that stuff, even though we're now a few days away, a week away from that very damning testimony. It's kind of be hard to forget that. And, that's going to be re-racked during closings for sure.
And the 7 cops are didn't find anything. And the cops who told the supervisor, we don't find any evidence of a shooting at all.
Yep.
And then Relli chasing after them and grabbing them. I just was shot at, but let me chase after you. Oasis Cat, the chain of custody, right? There's no chain of custody. This is a line. This is a line from what movie? Do you believe it, Beauty? My Cousin Vinny, because they know she
can't hold water.
Because it was there. The prosecution's theory can't hold water. Now, you also predict a hung jury. That's really interesting. Tell us why you think that. Why you think it's a hung jury rather than a not guilty on this. After with the demand for $30 million of a bag. Tell us why you think
there
that.
could be somebody. I'll let Ms. Beauty.
Yeah, explain because if
But it seems to me there could be, again, it only takes one person. There could be one person on the jury that decides that maybe culturally it was a different way to say I'm owed something. I'm owed something for all of this, and Rocky's been turning his back on me, and I've been there with him all along. I'm owed something. So rather than being extortion, and the way he described it sounded like extortion, it's more like
he said it's called extortion.
I know.
He said it.
I'm due something. Give me what I'm due. Because this whole relationship imploded, and if I'm going to walk away from the relationship, and I guess the ASAP collective, maybe he's thinking I just deserve something, right?
But isn't that blackmail then? If you're going to make up a story,
I'm just throwing out there what somebody might cling to as a reason to say,
right?
maybe he's just inartful in how he's saying, pay me for my time and effort in what we tried to build together.
Yeah, and last night, Doug Weinstein pointed out in the YSL case that we all said not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, and the jury said not guilty, but there was an alternate interview there. I thought they were all guilty of everything.
As hell. Yeah.
So people have different viewpoints and how they perceive evidence based on their life experiences.
That's right. That's why, as they say in sports, when there's one underdog and one favorite, that's why we play the game. You just never know.
No directed verdict is going to have the judge deny it, or did he just say?
I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think it came up. On camera.
So
there was something I thought was interesting that they gave us a little backstory on the evening, because I really did not get the sense from Relli. I didn't get the sense of really any cohesive story from Relli, but I didn't get the sense of why they were together that night, how that all evolved, and I guess there was a concert or something they were doing, and then this issue with Josh. And I don't know, is he ASAP Josh, or is Josh his real name? But the one who died.
One who died.
And that Rocky had at some point apparently promised to pay for his funeral expenses and services. And that wasn't happening, according to Relli. And so he was very mad about that. It sounds like that was the jumping off point for what happened that night. Now, there may have been all kinds of backstory, of anger and envy and, where's mine on the Relli side. But it sounds like that night, the triggering event was confronting Rocky about this promise to pay for Josh's funeral expenses and what Relli interpreted as his, not coming through.
Yeah. After Ford reminds me, please, you're going to give me PTSD after, and I never forget Cutler during the Spectre saying he just can't help it. Well, that would also be another interesting Bruce Cutler against John Lewin would have been very interesting. But remember, Bruce Cutler left the case at a certain point, and I took over the lead at that point. I was actually acting as the lead pretty much anyhow with the trial team. But don't remind me. Just don't remind me.
Oh, those were good times. See what else we got here. I'm perusing through the look who's done this again. Do we see this?
Oh, Miss Shorty again gifted 5 justice.
I don't know. Maybe it's been in here for 2 days. I don't know.
Well, if it isn't, we'll give her credit for it anyhow.
That's right.
We'll give her credit for it anyhow.
Here's do you have a weather report?
Is it snowing in New York? No, not today. It's supposed to have a snowstorm starting
Sunday.
Tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow night, Sunday?
Tomorrow afternoon going in all the way through Sunday, and then 2 more next week.
What are they saying in the city? How much for this next one?
2 to 3 inches.
Okay, that sounds about right, because we're looking at 5-ish, 5 or 6 maybe.
So that's about right, 2 to 3 inches, and then more next week. So it's supposed to be it's one storm on another storm coming in. So it's like, whoa, keep those snow boots out, and we're gonna go. Hopefully, we'll go till spring. I'm ready for spring. I don't know about you all, but
I'm always ready for spring. But I always look at it optimistically. We're on the way out. It's mid-February. We're if this were mid-November, I'd be getting a little annoyed. But mid-February, we'll get there soon enough.
Yeah, Temple says I saw some I didn't put these are my reading glasses. I meant to put my long range glasses on, and I was rushing to get here for lunch. I saw some comments in another chat questioning the believability of Rakim carrying a prop gun. I guess that the defense is going to have to address that. It's going to say, well, if you were scared of people, why weren't you carrying a real gun? Why didn't you have security? But maybe you wouldn't have been scared. You would have been scared enough that you're going with your friends that night, right? So you carry a prop. You're not carrying a real gun because you really don't want to shoot somebody, right?
Yeah, and I get that.
Somebody.
I get that. Of course, if you brandish a weapon and whoever you brandish it at thinks it's a real gun, they may fire on you and you can do nothing because you got a prop gun.
Right.
I thought about. I was watching some of the video of these guns I just showed being fired, and just like a real semi-automatic 9mm, they eject the cartridge casing, comes out, right?
No.
So
Wow.
even if he used a prop gun of some sort, that should have been casings from that.
Right, but there weren't.
Apparently not, unless somebody picked them up, took them with them. Rocky, somebody else at the scene.
But it didn't look like he didn't see that. You didn't see anybody.
Well, no, I don't know if I could have.
They were running away.
I don't know if I would have been able to interpret a body reaching down and grabbing something real quick. And no, there was just this blur is moving over here and this blur is moving toward him. But practically speaking, if it was fired and it's that kind of gun, it's going to eject the casing somewhere.
Yeah, then you have to find them where. You're going to have to go down on your hands and knees to look for them. Like the cops did. They right?
I don't know. Well,
I don't know. Hi, Moon Goddess. Well, good seeing you. Good knowing that you're in the chat again.
Well, you got to get your sleep. Come on.
A Glock dupe will eject casings, Afton says. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Patrick Taylor, thank you very much. Love this channel. We love all of you, and we really thank you for that. Really, really appreciate it. And please, if you have any questions, we try to answer all questions. One thing that we find out is that by doing this, and I know it takes a lot of time, but that we get a real good feel of what our viewers want. It's not just up there, we're not in like an anchored chair and we have to sit there and just take like 3 or 4 questions and then everyone has to get a turn. That we really get a really good feel for what you all think and hopefully answer the questions you want to you want carried.
And if we don't know the answer, we'll work on finding it, or I'll make it up. So either way.
And Moon Goddess says you might as well carry a real one. Well, I would never carry a real one. Of course, I would just have I have to be the dog.
Yeah, it is an interesting. I've never been a star that's in that situation where people might be confronting you, or in the rap business where maybe there's a higher likelihood of a violent confrontation. I don't know if I would feel comfortable carrying a gun that, if I had to whip it out, couldn't do much for me. Unless I hit somebody over the head with it. I don't know.
We have really good comments here. Motion Screaming said, I just don't understand how shell cases could ever be bought in the case with them just being brought in by Relli. It's crazy for me. Yeah, no chain of custody, just brought in,
Yeah. Well, then it's just up to the jury to make that same evaluation that we're talking about here. That's ridiculous, or could happen, could be, So the foundation is laid by Relli. And if you don't believe him, you don't believe him. But he can technically lay the foundation for those.
Yeah, and Neil Rocking, or Neil Rocking, as I call Rocking Neil. He said the other night. Look, he says to him, once Relli said that the quote extortion tape, once he said that was AI, that wasn't him, case over. Case should have been over.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, because then we actually heard the tapes. Remember, at that point, we hadn't heard them because he was listening. And every time I think of this, I see the tech or associate attorney that's working with Joe. She was the one that would take the laptop up and he would listen to it. Relli would listen to it privately. And he was so dismissive of, take it away, take it away. After he'd listened for 2 seconds, enough to say that that's not me or it's AI. But then we didn't hear them at that point. It wasn't until later that we heard exactly what he says AI generated, and it's just ridiculous. And that's when we felt he dug the trench he was never going to get out of.
Right.
We don't know yet. We don't know.
I don't know, but the defense had to bring in Wally out of term because he was going back to Paris for his work to say, no, that's the real cover, that's the real tape. Now, the prosecutors knew that was a real tape. They knew that it wasn't AI. No, it wasn't I. Jesus, by the way, makes the same point you make, Michael. Pulling out a prop gun can
Yeah.
get you hurt because the other person can have a real gun, pull it out.
Pretty
you
much
get
an
fired.
idle threat, you
Right.
know?
You know?
I'm curious about Wally. He's an SEO guy, a search engine optimizer. He's a social media maven of some sort. Why does he have to go back to Paris to work? Can't you do that anywhere? I mean, not that working out of Paris is bad, but
maybe that's whatever it was. That's
okay.
yeah. Jesus, the girlfriend could have planted the shells. Yeah, except she probably
That
wasn't
girlfriend.
like
That
the
girlfriend's
ghost
getting a
girlfriend.
bad rap, and I'm not even. Does she even exist? I mean, come on, really?
I
Does she
don't know.
exist?
And then Law Nerd PHL says, I spoke to a cop I know yesterday, and they said they would never accept those shell casings or arrest Rocky based on the facts of this case. And that's what we're talking about. See, what I want to know, and I've said this a lot of times, right, that Patrick Taylor, again, was so much, 1999, thank you so much for this donation,
nice.
too, was so much, and I can't read that. I should put my glasses on, probably a good idea. Now you can see that. I do need my.
I'm trying to decipher the word Patrick. I'm sorry, because it says with so much something.
I love Patrick because you type like I do. Oh, I love you.
I'm going to share some of your texts sometimes because I'm getting better, but I don't always speak LKB, and it is. I think Missy and Dizzy and I are going to get together and have an intervention with you at some point and say, look, we need to communicate. And there's way too many consonants in this sentence.
There was so much in play. Does the state? Why do judges risk jury verdicts? I mean, yeah. Basically, we say why would there be a DV here? Why are the judges risking jury verdicts? Because there's so much at stake. Somebody can go to jail for life, and you have all these issues going on in this case. And I agree with you. I really think, and I said it last night. I said, this judges grows up in the system. The judges generally don't do directed verdicts. They just generally don't, no matter how bad it is. But I think that at some point in time, if you have a witness who on the stand accuses that somebody of not being himself, that a tape is made up, AI, and everything else that we have going here, I think the judges do have a duty to do something. I really do. And the second thing I challenge is whether or not in that office, and if there is a conviction, I'm sure we're going to see an awful lot of stuff coming out with FOIA. There's going to be a lot of FOIA requests. Whether there was discussion at any time whether they had a duty or could go forward with Relli, given the possible ethics issues involved in this case, given the possible notice that he was maybe wanting the bag for extortion and trying to do it in a legal way by bringing a lawyer in. I want to know if any of those discussions happened. I really do.
Yeah. No, I think, I wonder if they'll respond to the FOIA request any better than they do in Fulton County. I don't know. And we were going to have an update on Fondy, but I guess we will at some point. But let's just say it's game on, and the feds
game on. Yeah, we're going to have
her in their sights. So to Patrick's question, one thing we can't forget is that a directed verdict is the judge saying, jury, this what you've seen ain't going to get you to any sort of decision. So I'm taking this decision from you, jury members. It's very drastic. And I'm thinking, so if you're the judge and you take Relli out of the equation, okay, and you look at the other evidence, okay, we've now had one witness who's told us that he was there. He's verified some of the players that were in that bad video. He's at least given the jury something to think about in terms of what was happening that night. It may not be the Relli story they adopt. It may be the 12V story, right? But it still gives them something that if you take Relli out of the mix, could lead them to a decision.
Yeah, well, I guess so. I think it'd be a wrong decision.
Well, yeah, we don't know where they're going.
Patrick, thank you again for your donation. Horseplay, sorry. Yeah. I mean, I think. Look, don't you have a lot of crime in L.A.? Isn't there a lot of crime in LA? Like there's a lot of crime these days in New York City. I mean, aren't there real cases besides going after the high profile defendant that we need to do and we need to put our money to? I think people are revolting, they're revolting over this,
Well, I think there's a question too about whether you, and again, I'm not forgiving the prosecution and doing what I think is a horrible job in preparing this case, but do you hold against the prosecution a witness like Relli?
Yes, I do. I
do.
I do.
Okay. I'm going through.
You have a comma. You have a comma.
I'm just setting up the question here. you have to hold against them anything that is put on as, quote, evidence, right? And if Relli is such an important piece of evidence and you can't support the prosecution bringing that evidence, is that in and of itself, I'm not looking at a horseplay scenario here, I'm just talking about the ethics of doing it, is that in itself enough to trigger a directed verdict?
I think yes. I think that at some point people have to have, and I will say, the sneakers, Moon Goddess. I hope you like that. That was from a client of mine who once told me. She gave me a pair of sneakers after we won a big case because she said I had sneakers. I think that's you love my spunkiness. Yeah, thank you. And Dizzy says you love my stock. Yeah, this is the way. Actually, in a trial, I can be very toned down. You've all watched me. I can be very serious in a trial. But you get me outside the courtroom, as Michael knows, this is how I am. This is me. This is what you get. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's also important, and I'm sure Joe Tacopina is like that he's able to talk to all sorts of clients, all sorts of witnesses, because you have to be able to speak with everyone, to everyone, understand everyone, and like everyone. I actually like people. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
You know, speaking of that, I'm supposed to do this interview.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So I'm going to leave you, and we're going to find out very quickly of what technical equipment we have here, what fancy stuff we can or cannot do. So I'm going to leave you, and thanks to Patrick again. I think we cleared that up, and
yeah.
Yeah.
But thank you for your generosity.
I think when horseplay reaches ethical violation, that's when you got a problem. So.
Yeah, and the question is there? And the answer is, were there discussions, and was there other counsel involved? Were there meetings? And that's going to be an interesting issue. What if he gets convicted? But I know you have to go, so I'll continue this conversation with everybody. And then,
okay, I'll tune back in when I'm done. I'm not sure how long it's going to go. Shouldn't be too long.
Well, we'll see you. We'll look towards seeing you probably about 7 o'clock tonight when we do our show.
Yep, and I should have this interview for that.
And you and I also have to tape another episode on Fonnie Willis in between the time. So
yeah, she's been given, I guess, 4 of her buddies have been given notice. She's not been noticed because she said I ain't helping with the investigation, Congress. So anyway, okay.
We'll have a little episode of that. Bye, Michael.
I'll check with you later.
Have a good interview. You'll post. Yes, he's going to have an interview that you're going to want to hear. He's going to be doing an interview with the attorney in the Karen Reed case for Ms. Voss, the reporter, whose notes were sought, remember, and Judge Beverly Kenney ordered the notes to be turned over. And then the attorney brought on the First Amendment grounds and balancing tests in Massachusetts a motion for reconsideration. And the attorney was able to get Judge Kenney to change her mind. So Michael has spoken to him, and he's agreed to our exclusive interview here. And we will be doing that, and hopefully either posting that tonight during the show, we'll run it, or as a separate post on the Justice Serve TV website. You won't want to miss it because it involves Karen Reed too. I mean, talk about a lot of things that are happening. But going on to what I'll be talking about, I just think that Relli is the case. I mean, if you don't believe Relli, and you take him out and you just rely on let's say, on what Mr. Phillips just said, that ASAP Rocky was being attacked, being pulled and then pushed into the thing, and then there were punches being thrown by Relli. Then the statement that Relli made in the tape that ASAP Rocky was defending him up brings up the issue of self-defense, and he didn't meet self-defense by killing Relli. He met it by scaring him, but Relli was actually inflicting the assaults on him. I think if you even believe Phillips at this stage. Now we'll see what cross-examination does, because cross-examination is also part of testimony. And the defense did say they had, I think it was 11 witnesses. I don't know who they are, but 11 witnesses. So they are going ahead. So Stephanie McBride, 12E, was very well mannered and believable. I felt his narration of the video made a lot more sense than anything I've heard so far. I love the narration of the video. Absolutely, you're great. I understood the video when he was narrating for the first time. I understood it. It was clear. And maybe it was, he had the little pointer, And he was trying to, with all the objections, all he was trying to do, he doesn't testify in a court. He's never testified before. Was trying to tell a story, and it was objection. You answered too much. You answered too little. You didn't answer right. You answered this. You answered that. I mean, he's just trying to, like a person, tell his story. He's just trying to tell his story. So, I think that sometimes the facade of the courtroom is just too much. And, you aren't dealing with Robert Durst here. You are not dealing with a serial murderer here. You're just not, and all. And, if you want to get a conviction, you want to get a conviction. The office better take a look at this. Now, Dizzy says Lewin tried to stop them from using the video. I saw that. I couldn't believe it. The video was evidence. It's already been marked as evidence. I don't understand how that could have been, but it didn't matter. It's like, okay, I don't want you to tell your story. I don't want you to tell your story to the jury. Moon Goddess, I think Relli is jealous. Yes, he is. I think he's jealous, and he thinks he's been left out. And that's becoming very clear, I think, both from his testimony, because he said I was friends with him, and then all of a sudden, I wasn't being included in all this stuff for whatever reason. Whatever reason he became a burden or something to the group. I mean, people have childhood friends, and then they're not your friends anymore. You just grow away from them. You grow away from them. Sheila Duffy says, I was listening, not watching, and I totally agree with Stephanie. Lewin was particularly argumentative today. Yes, he was very argumentative, even with the judge. That's why, even with the judge, and I think that the judge put them in check, especially him in check, by talking about the fines. I think while that may have been directed against both of them, Joe's doing direct examination. He's not doing cross-examination. So as you all know, direct is very, and what happened next, and how did you feel? What did you do? But Lewin is doing cross and doing the objections to the direct. And I think that whole idea of putting the fines in was so that we get forward and move forward in testimony. And even with that, it was hard. It was really hard. So, by the way, if you watched last night with Doug, you would have learned when we had the poll about Little Woody, right? And whether you like Little Woody was like, he was likable, right? Little Woody, who would finesse the cops in a story. He wanted to finesse because for his own thing, right? It turns out Doug took Woody to sit on the floor of, what was it, a basketball game? One of the games they sat. He took him to sit on the floor right at where the team is, and all, because he felt that Little Woody has really tried to get his life together in the past year, that he's kind of found God, that he's got his wife and all, and he said he's trying to move forward, and he thought that he deserved a chance to be treated like a regular, normal person, with respect and with dignity. And I think that was really just wonderful, something that perhaps Mr. Lewin should remember, that you got to treat people with respect and dignity, because they're not all serial killers, even those that come before you. Sheila says he objected to every question. Really, was it every question? Or it certainly seemed like it was every question. And he was objecting to the answers that he was getting when he was giving the question, right? He was giving the question. So it was like, you didn't answer the way I wanted you to answer it. Objection. You answered too much. Objection. You put in a fact. Objection. Well, what are you supposed to do? You try to answer. I think it's not good for the legal profession. It's certainly not good for the courtroom to see this developing, instead of, let's see what happened. Let's listen to the facts from everybody and let the jury make their determination one way or another what happened. The problem I have with going there is that Relli in the tape said that the gun, whether you believe it was real or fake, was pulled out in self-defense, right? And normally, if that's the case, you're not going to bring a case. That he was seeking the $30 million, and he'd go sit far away. I think it was on a beach or something. The prosecution would never find it. They gave him the $30 million in cash, but he needed to do it because he wanted the bag, which he said it's called extortion if you don't have a lawyer. So he wanted to work through a lawyer. I think that given those two facts, I can't. And the fact that he said that the tape of him asking for all that was AI. I don't see how you get past that. Even if you believe that ASAP Rocky had a gun and shot it at him. Now, the jury may think if he had a gun, shot it at him, but didn't hit him, that rather than, maybe one assault or whatever, that it's nothing, but it would put him in jail for a very, very long time and all. So the case has a lot riding on it. So if there are any other questions, if there are no other questions, by the way, yes, Dizzy's going to point out that our friend Doug is going to be in trial in another high-profile case in August 4th, I believe he said it was. Nicholas James Casotis, a 40-year-old man, also known by the name of Nicholas Killian James Stark. He said he's not taking a plea. It's up for a plea hearing discussion on February 7th, 27th. This man is accused of killing his wife. August 4th, he's due in court for the plea hearing, but he's not taking it. Doug told us, breaking news, and Doug will be trying that case. Hopefully there'll be a network streaming it that has a stream that we can follow. And then whether it's a local network or whether it's one of the big networks, that somebody will want to see Doug Weinstein in action, who, by the way, is starting his own firm. And we put up the name of his firm, and he's got a placeholder for his website. And remember, he's 1 for 1. He's tried a big case for 2 years, his first criminal trial, and he won it. So he has a taste for trying to help people and do the right thing. So, well, can't wait to see Mr. Doug, or Dougie, or someone called him Doug Slimestein last night as a compliment, like the Barbie movie, right? In action. So I'm going to leave you now. We'll probably play, I don't know, should we play the court TV interview that I did the other day? Or we're going to play things from this morning. I'll leave that to Missy and Dizzy, and I will see you back here, when they go up for dinner time, probably, it's usually 7 o'clock, but it can be 6:45. We'll be back, but we have our show scheduled for 7 for more of your questions and answers. Put them in the chat here. They'll be starred. If we didn't get to them now, we will get to them later on. So thank you all for joining, and I will see you soon.
That this jury didn't hear him lie after lie after lie. Let's just set that aside. You think a shooting took place? A shooting?
A firing of a gun. It didn't say shoot. I don't want to bore you because we're not a forensic course. I think I gave you the list the other day. Now I see Michael Bryant is joining me in this conversation. There you go.
Could I have the forensics course, please? Because
I'm going to give you the forensics course back.
My notepad ready to go here.
So the totality of the circumstances, they would not give it up. All right, he was there, and he was there to rehabilitate the case on redirect. That no matter what. They believed, even without Relli, that shots had been fired, okay? They believed it. And I can see that, as I said, Michael, I don't know if you were listening, I said, well, you could say either Joe got himself into a pickle because that's what they believe, or they're not going to believe anything else, anything, no matter what.
How bad does Relli have to have been that you have a cop come on who's already testified in a way that at best is a break even, to get him to say, let's pretend Relli wasn't even here. Let's pretend he never testified. Let's pretend that this jury didn't hear him lie after lie after lie. Let's just set that aside. You think a shooting took place? A shooting?
A firing of a gun. It didn't say the firing.
Shooting of a gun. Firing of a gun.
Right.
So when do we start getting charged with? I know. Should the charge be some sort of discharging a firearm in city limits? Is that what this is about now? I don't know.
No,
it's just sad.
I asked them to look. I'm actually going to take off my file for you. I can't because my microphone's attached to it. We had a snowstorm here in New York, by the way. So this is
I sent you my little video, but I guess you didn't have a chance to look at it because
I didn't have a chance.
I was out plowing.
I will. You were plowing.
I was out plowing.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild here in New York City.
It's kind of.
But Tandra Cook's at Glock more than 50 times more than 20 million have been sold here. Is that here in the United States? Within what period of time? The cops all use Glocks. By the way.
That might just be in LA County.
Oh, in LA County, right?
I'm only being slightly facetious.
Yeah. So I've been blathering about not blathering, but really about how ridiculous it is. No matter what, they're going to believe him. And then when you know what got me too, Michael, when Joe went up and they said, "Well, can we take Relli out of the equation?" And there was an objection by Lewin. Objection, improper hypothetical. You can't take Relli out of the equation. Then their side got back up and said, taking Relli out of the equation was there a shooting. And Joe got up and said, okay.
It's just so desperate. And, this all leads us to that moment we expect to be coming when the prosecution rests and Joey T stands up, says, yes, a matter of law and motion, Your Honor. And then, of course, the jury will be excused. And then the fireworks will begin. He'll make his motion for directed verdict and he'll argue it. And he's got so much to work with. It's going to be quite fun to watch.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun to watch. And the judge can come down and say, well, we had the testimony, Detective Flores, who said at the end that he believed there was a shooting, a weapon, I guess, because he didn't say of Relli, right? He never said a shooting of Relli, right? Shooting of a weapon. And that's enough to go to a jury. I mean, the standard is so ridiculous.
No. Yes, and we know that, and we anticipate that. But I don't know how much worse it can possibly get for the judge to totally ignore the fact that there is no case here. There is no case. Maybe there is a gun that was shot at some point at some time, but there's no evidence of that unless it was a prop gun or some gun without a projectile.
Right.
Because there's been no evidence of any projectile or evidence of any projectile damage that you're probably going to get if you shoot a weapon. And these guys, this is LAPD. They've been involved in a number of shooting investigations, one or two, right? And they know what to find, what to look for, what the indicia of a gunshot into a building, into the ground. Even when you shoot a gun in the air, that projectile does not go up in orbit with an Elon satellite. It comes down. In fact, there's stories, I'm sure you've heard them, where somebody has died from a projectile that was fired in the air, and on the return, whoop.
And then there's a manslaughter case, or there's a murder case because you were intending to shoot something else.
Like New Year's, you'll hear that New Year's Eve, people are out just firing off guns.
all the time in the country. Not in New York, but in the country, right?
My point is, the projectile comes down, and there's no evidence.
I mean, it doesn't go poof. It doesn't disappear. Go poof.
And it doesn't just join, a Skylab up there and float around with all the other space junk. No. So I just can't wait to hear these arguments. And of course, Lewin is going to be very entertaining as he tries to refute the motion for directed verdict. I just can't wait to hear it.
Well, he kept getting up and telling what Paulie P. what question to ask in the redirect. And that was,
well, that's what most second chair do, right? Most second chair attorneys tell the lead attorney how to handle it.
Yeah, oh, yeah, all the time. You know, that's almost so embarrassing. So Miss Shorty's here. She stopped by and said, yes, she gifted 5 memberships to us this morning.
Oh, that was so nice.
Yeah.
I'm still going to try and figure out what time it is there. I think it's like 7 a.m.
Is it 7 a.m.? I thought you were going to go.
7, maybe 8 a.m. I don't know for sure. I thought it was 14, 15, 16 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
We had so many comments on the stuff we posted. You know, when we do a live, we then repost it for later in the day or early the next day.
Right. And I didn't get a chance to go to them because I actually have other work sometimes I had to do. But
I understand. I understand. And well, if I hadn't been the one who cut them and put them back up, I might not have remembered what we were doing either. But the comments, I'm going to fish for a few while we're talking. Just because I think there was some great.
You got it. 7:17 a.m. Friday. Yes.
There you
got
go.
It, Michael.
I knew it was close.
You got it. Thank you. You were really on early then today with us. Thank you very much. And you know, we've been thanking you very much. We've been trying to get. We're going to try to do a show with Miss Shorty, as you know. Trying to get a time that maybe this is the kind of time that works. Something at 7 in the morning.
Yeah, early evening.
Maybe noon for her, and then it goes. What would be the time there? It'd be like another 5 hours. It'd be noon for her. You know, we'll figure it out. And, Marissa's going to try to figure it out with the Shorty, so we can try to do a joint show together. Yes,
that'd be fun.
Yeah. And just so you know, tonight, by the way, at 7 p.m. our time, not only we're going to continue this, but we do have our dear friend Doug Weinstein is going to be with us, you know, from YSL, Yak Gotti fame. Hopefully Yak will be out of jail one of these days. You know, he did get a not guilty, and he'll briefly address the Jackie Johnson case yesterday. We talked about, because at least he's in Georgia, he knows Georgia law, and then we had some fun stuff that was happening. Have to post it for you later on. You know what? Fonnie Willis is having a party. Did you know that, Michael?
Oh, I did not get my invite. It must have been delayed in the snow or something.
Yeah, she's having a party.
What's the purpose?
Well, because she's now the inaugural gala of the district attorney, Fonnie Willis, because she won re-election on February 13th, 2025. Now, you can go, by the way, even if you don't have an invitation, if you want to donate $25,000,
let me
you
check
can do that. You can go VIP tickets, a little $750. We'll try to show it to you afterwards, and maybe I'll post it on my Twitter account. Yeah, you're welcome to go, but if you want to be a Supreme Justice, you have to give $25,000 to be a sponsor of Fonnie Willis's inaugural. I'm sure we'll see if Doug is going to go. We're going to ask Doug tonight.
I'm sure Doug will be there. Max will be there. Steele.
I'll plug that into your asset for tonight, Michael, because that's something that I'm sure they're all going to want to see. You know.
Oh yeah. It's like one of those fancy invites, right? I think I've seen the invite. I just didn't get one. So
yeah, well, we forwarded it to you. Our producers got it for us so that we can use it tonight and have you all see it. Okay, so what else did you hear? Because I was like, God Almighty, what are they going to do to rehab him? And that's the only thing they can do to rehab him is, what do you think? What do you think?
You know, I just feel like they're playing out the string, you know, like even they, meaning the prosecution, doesn't have any dreams that this is going to bear fruit, but they're just, you know, they're zealously advocating. I think they obviously should never have begun their advocation for this prosecution, but now that they're in, I think they're just trying to avoid a directed verdict. I think for the prosecution, a hung jury would be a victory. Normally, a hung jury is a loss for the prosecution, but I think for them in this case, it would be a victory. So I think they got this ballistics guy out there who's, well, he's not ballistics. What did he call himself?
Well, he said he was a firearms comparator, tool mark, commonly known as ballistics, which is what I've been telling you all. That the ballistics is the science of, you know, the projectile.
The trajectories and all that kind of stuff. Cool reconstructions we see where they shine a light through something and they show where the path would be, or back in the day they would use the rods, right?
Right.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. Can't do that when you don't have any bullets flying around. All you have are two sounds. You have two
Yeah,
sounds.
but so if the question was, okay, for all of you, if you take Relli out of the equation, okay, without Relli being there, do you believe, officer, that there was a shooting? Without saying, do you believe, officer, I'm going to get technical here, there was a shooting of Relli by A$AP Rocky. Does that do enough to get them past that directed verdict? I mean, I'd even go there.
Okay, let's say that question is asked. I'd object for lack of foundation, calls for speculation, because what does he have? What would he have to lay a foundation for that?
He was asked that.
And what was and wasn't it objected to?
Yeah, and then but it went when Joe asked it, it was objected to. Prosecution came back and asked it. It wasn't, the judge let it go on. And I think Joe wanted it to happen because then he can go back and say, but without Relli, right? What do you mean without Relli? But the question wasn't, and I'm particularizing, the question wasn't, sir, with taking Relli out or without Relli, do you believe there was a shooting of Relli by A$AP Rocky? I mean, to me, that has to be the question, not do you believe there was a shooting?
Yeah, and that gets back to what my original point, which is let's erase Relli from the jury's memory, because that's what you'd have to do for that hypothetical. We don't care what he said, but was there, in fact, based on other evidence in your investigation, a shooting by Rocky of Relli? Can anybody give that opinion? Right. Credibly?
Yeah, and they get to support it because they try to interview the guy with the knife 2 weeks ago, and he wouldn't give an interview. So because he wouldn't give an interview that supported what they said, that supports that there was a shooting. Am I in Alice in Wonderland?
We're through the looking glass, people, as Costner said in the Kennedy film. Also, I heard bits and pieces of some correction of a report on I think it was redirect of Torres asking about a report that he had made suggesting that somebody had a knife and it had been attributed to the wrong person.
Right.
What was the deal there?
And he said, yes, it was a mistake. Yes, it was a mistake. Yes, it was never corrected. Yes, it was a mistake. And then Joe, that's where Joe got into, well, did you ever try to interview X? No, we didn't try to interview X. Did any from your office try to? But no, we didn't. Well, yes, we did. But when was that? It turns out that it was 2 weeks ago. And the prosecution let that, by the way, the prosecution didn't get out that it was 2 weeks ago. They said, yes, we did try to interview it. And he said no. So the implication was he was not cooperating with the police. That's why the police couldn't do their job. But it turns out he was not cooperating with the police 2 weeks ago because they never went all these years to try to interview him.
And it was
you
at
know,
the
I know, the guy supposedly holding the knife. You and I know that what lawyer is going to let him interview with the police now?
Well, of course. Well, and you know that they asked right at the start of trial, anybody, want to talk? In fact, included Relli and Justin, who didn't show up in this case, the business partner.
Right.
They were in court to be asked by the judge, hey, anybody here willing to talk? No, we're not.
No.
So yeah, not a surprise.
Because they have something called a Fifth Amendment right. And what is that?
I've heard of that. You can't incriminate yourself. But we also have perjury laws that didn't stop Relli from ramrodding his testimony through. Who's it? Tondra Cook. Yeah, North Carolina, you're firing those pistols in the air. Watch out where those projectiles come down. It happens.
Yeah, we hear them in the Catskills on New Year's Eve or any celebratory 4th of July and all. And I always say, keep make sure the dog is in the house because you don't know what happens with the projectiles because everyone's firing them in the air because we're living in the country where everyone has guns and that's what you do. Well, not me.
That. Yeah.
Not me. I just don't do that. But I prefer to be shopping, as you all know.
Okay, so
yeah. Oh,
so
thank you for calling. Thank you for calling me glamorous. I actually have my workout clothes on.
Look at this. Even when she's working out, she's glam.
Thank you.
So what's going to happen now? We're going to have the balance of this guy, whatever he's called.
Yeah.
And then that should be it.
I think that should be it, right? That's going to be it. And then the question is there going to be enough time to do? I have a feeling that this guy's going to take all afternoon after lunch because I know I would. I took almost 2 days or about 5 hours, better part of 2 days with Detective Camper if you do it right. But maybe not. Maybe Joe's going to figure he's on a roll and won't. And then the motions would be tomorrow. And then the defense case, if there is a defense case, would start next week. That's what I feel. I don't even know if you need to put a defense case on.
Yeah, I'm not sure he needs to either. But depends maybe on how this expert plays out and how the cross-examination of this expert goes.
Right.
And you know, I have to believe there's not a lot to work with in this expert's opinion. It's not like he's going to have 5 or 6 opinions that involve a lot of testing and a lot of analysis. It's a very finite bit of facts and a lot of missing facts. I can't imagine the cross after he rips them on the key components is going to take all that long. I'm sure, you know, when you were involved with that ballistics case or that expert, it was a much bigger.
Yes, yeah.
case.
I'll try to get the link for the cross, or I'm sure Missy or Dizzy can find it. It was actually Law and Crime. It was the first case that they televised, but they didn't have anybody commenting or anything on it.
Okay, so it's back to
so.
that all things come back full circle.
It's
Yeah.
the most amazing thing. Yeah. First time they televised, and you know, and yeah, well, I won't go there. You know where I wanted to go, but I won't go there.
Okay, so what's going to be the
that's a
directed
good
verdict
point.
argument?
Wait, that's going to be a good point.
Even
Law
shots
and
were
heard.
fired, they can't prove it was
Law and heard
Rocky.
PHL, right?
How
You
badly
can't
they
prove it.
messed
No,
up.
checking the. That's a really good point, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I mean, okay, I'll give you that. Shots were fired. Okay,
Yeah.
now where are we?
Oh, well, look at this control. I didn't know that him having a prop gun makes sense against Wally because he's passive aggressive. Sonny Liston scared Muhammad Ali also in a casino. I didn't know that. I have to go back and look at that. That's why historical content is so important a lot. And then also, you're on this case. I know I can appreciate the conversation with Wally. 5 shots, the conversation with the police, 3 or 4 shots, and only 2 cartridge casings, you know.
That's one of the few things
know?
I gave Relli a break on, just because of the nature of what's happening. And it's, you know, you're all discombobulated and somebody is, in theory, shooting at you. Okay, maybe it was 4, maybe it was 5. Oh, it was only 2. Yeah, that I don't fault him too much.
You know what happens, though, whenever they say Wally? I think of the movie Wally with the robot. I keep saying Wally. Wally.
I think of Wally World. So, you know, we're both in the cinema there.
Well, that's because when you're listening to this case, it's so ridiculous in terms of meeting the burden. A serious case like this should have been seriously, but there's really, you know, I mean, I don't know how that. If the judge has the kind of sneakers that the judge in the Alec Baldwin case had, this judge should dismiss this case on a directed verdict. You know, but it's
they had the shoe testimony, right? They had some shoe testimony.
Shoe testimony.
Yeah, didn't they have some shoe testimony in this case, or no?
About what?
I thought they had some shoe testimony, not testimony from shoes.
Oh,
but some evidence of potential shoes at the scene. I thought I saw something on that.
I don't remember it. I must have been. Well, look. If somebody mentions shoes, I just go down and look at mine, and I go, you know, I'm kind of not interested in the shoes at the scene. Now, if you were talking about the shoes that's you know, out of the Louboutin store, I'd be doing that. You know, I would notice that the new I guess it's the new AG of the United States, Pam Bondi. She was in the same special I was in when we did. I was in the Casey Anthony special on the other side, and she was wearing red-soled shoes, Louboutins at that point. I think she even wore them. I think she even wore them this time. I'm not sure. You know,
well,
but
Relli could afford those.
Deal.
No.
Relli
was hoping to afford them.
Relli was hoping to afford those shoes. Relli was broke. Relli was hoping to have a lifestyle in front of the, what was it, the Rolls or the Mercedes? I guess it was a Mercedes.
Oh, yeah. Was it a Maserati? Was there a Maserati?
There may have been a Maserati. I know one was a Mercedes, too. And the private jet, I didn't get the name of what type of private jet it was. It was just a private jet. He was hoping to have that because, you got
to have dreams. We have a question here. I know it's not a question. Thanks for gifting the 5 Justice Served memberships. You guys already talked about this while I was gone?
Yes. Yeah, Miss Shorty did. Yes, she did. Yeah.
Then,
she did.
Then
right
thanks
off the bat.
Again.
And they've been good to really thank you very much. I mean, well, thank all of you very much. And, just great and last night, a lot of you were on talking. We were on and we had 3 different topics last night. We were doing Jackie Johnson. We were doing the Penny McGee case, which was also a not guilty case out of Judge Bev's courtroom. Can we talk about that for a little bit? Do you guys mind? You guys don't mind if we talk just a few minutes?
Shift to Karen Reed a little bit.
Yeah, Karen Reed. Karen Reed was in court this morning. We remember they were supposed to be in court either Thursday or Friday, or Thursday and Friday, or they picked the date. Well, they picked Thursday today, And you knew it was kind of important, even though it was supposed to be a motion just for, and you and I had this discussion earlier by text. It was supposed to be a motion just for her recouping her $12,000 in costs. As soon as I saw that Alan Jackson was there, I think I texted you, oh, that's not just this going on here. And so what happened, Michael?
Well, it really was technically just the motion for the 12,000 and change that the defense wanted back from the state, because, you know, the Commonwealth hasn't spent enough money on this case. So they wanted their 12 grand back because they said it was only necessary to hire this expert, fly them out to Massachusetts to look at the magic DVR that sometimes does have video on it of the Sally Port and those areas, and sometimes doesn't. Depends on the time of day and who's finding it. So they wanted this expert to come out and look themselves. And Jackson's point was that, you know, if they hadn't screwed us over, that wouldn't have been necessary. You know, it was something they caused. That was the technical part of the motion. But he spun this, and it really kind of genius the way he did it, because if nothing else, he's foreshadowing for the court what's coming in the motion to dismiss. He talked about all of these various Brady violations, in his opinion, Brady violations about the things related to these videos that have not been turned over, not been preserved, right?
Right.
Even though a formal notice was made twice to preserve this material. And there's kind of an unspoken duty to do that anyway.
Right.
Asking for it formally is just on top of that. And the Commonwealth failed over 3+ years to turn over this material.
Before we get back to that with 3+ years, Ms. Shorty has a question. The question, why, I know she's working, why has this case taken 4 years to go to trial? Is simply court backlog or? Well, let's start with one. It's LA. Everything takes longer. Number two, we did have a pandemic in the kind of, sort of at the end of it. Number three, it does involve, they had another celebrity case going on, Durst, and they were catching up on the pandemic. So I think that's really what was mounted. And also, it's LA. Everything takes longer. It just takes forever. But
yeah, getting out that's what we call it in California. When you get a courtroom, we call it getting out, because you can have a call to go to court and not get out. And that's especially true in the civil world, because civil world is second to the criminal cases. You know, criminal cases, constitutional rights, speedy trial, and all of that. So, you know, if you're in the civil world there, very few trials get out. But it also, the backlog affects the criminal cases too. And it's also, I think, part of it, the internal issues that might have been going on with Gascon on his way out and doing all kinds of, he was struggling in the last year of his term. And I think it probably just got back burner treatment too.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe because of Relli. I don't know. Maybe I would like to know. I tell you what, when this finishes, I would like to know, was there an internal investigation? Did they have a ethics investigation, or somebody come in to separately evaluate the ethics of going forward on Relli's testimony with his statement on the tape to that he says is AI, right? That he wanted the bag, the 30 million. And I'm going to go back to it again, because I assume Joe's going to go back to it again, because I would. He needed to get a lawyer to get that bag, because or else it's called extortion. Okay. And I'd like to know if were there internal investigations, were there internal discussions, are there internal memos? I think if there are, I think those are Brady, Michael.
I think you're right, but I'll bet you there aren't, because they were so lax in, and we talked about this last night, Relli was clearly never prepped for this trial. And if he was never prepped, if they never spoke to him to the degree, and it doesn't sound like it would have taken much. You know, I could talk to this guy for 15 minutes and tell this is a shaky witness. I don't think any of that was ever done. They had the report, they had this grainy video, a couple of casings. And, let's go forward with it. It's a big, celebrity defendant. Let's do it. So I agree. If they had done that kind of investigation, there would be some evidence of it. I'd just be shocked if they did anything, because he was so bad and so unprepared on the stand.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let me go one step forward. They made a determination. Let's assume, I'm going to hypothetically, okay? Let's assume they were discussing it, but made a determination not to talk to Relli, because if they found out anything different, they'd have to turn it over, or if they put him on the stand knowing there was something different, it'd be suborning perjury. Take that as a next hypothetical.
Yeah, I think objection, incomplete hypothetical. No, I think that that is almost as bad, really, as knowing somebody is going to lie. That you're almost tacitly thinking this person is not truthful. So I don't even want to ask them questions to confirm whether or not they are truthful. I think there's an obligation to not put a witness up there with even the thought that that witness might be a liar or not be completely truthful about the facts of a case, especially when it's the witness, right? This is not some peripheral witness, not some precipient. I was walking down the street and I heard a couple of shots fired. I looked, I didn't see anybody. Fine. This is the witness. This is the case. So,
and I don't know, do you remember whether or not, and maybe our viewers remember, I thought the prosecution said that there were other people that witnessed this that were going to testify, and that the girlfriend was with Relli when he picked up the cartridges, and she was going to testify. I thought they said that everybody at that location, or at least one or two of them, were going to testify, including the girlfriend. I think they promised that in opening.
at this time in a trial, well, usually I wait a little longer because usually I expect a defense case. I'm not sure there will be one here. But I go back and I listen to the openings to see what they promised and to see, okay, what can I nail them on? If I'm opposing whoever that is,
right.
What can I, you heard the prosecution promise you that there'd be witnesses telling you that night they accompanied Relli back to the scene. Where is that video? Where's that proof? Where's that witness? So this is a good time, if there's going to be a directed verdict that has a whiff of being granted, now's a good time to look back at the promises made by the prosecution.
Maybe we should do that over the weekend and see what the prosecution promised. I don't think it was that long of an opening.
It wasn't. Neither one was all that long. Yeah.
Now, Been There says, and Relli said the gun was pulled out by Rocky for self-defense on the phone call with Wally. Absolutely true. It said there, he pulled it out for self-defense. So now you have, let me ask you this one. So if he pulls out, whether it's a prop gun or a real gun, once Relli says there was self-defense, and you see Joe kind of went there, I think, in one of the crosses, because when he had Relli, he said, did you grab who by the lapels, right? Didn't you grab him and push him into the back,
pushing,
right?
Who's pulling,
Who's pushing, who pulling? He now has given A$AP Rocky a self-defense argument without A$AP Rocky testifying. Isn't that true?
That's a good observation. I don't know if I would make a point of that in closing, because I'm not sure it's all that obvious to the jury. But in reality, if there was ever a chance Rocky was going to take the stand, and we knew that was slim to none, now that just reinforces that decision. Sit down, Rock. Just watch this unfold, because it's not a true self-defense case. It's just not.
Yeah. Well, Tandra Cook said it appeared to me that Relli was the aggressive one and continued by running after them. Thoughts, Michael?
Yeah. Well, remember there was that contradiction in the preliminary hearing testimony, and there were lots of them. November 2023, the prelim took place. A lot of these same witnesses testified. There's a big old transcript. We heard most of it. It was like Masterpiece Theater with Joey T reporting all of these. Well, what about, let's go to this page and this line. In the preliminary hearing, he was asked, as he was in trial here, he was asked, well, were you afraid of Rocky? When you followed him, because there was a big dispute about, did I run after him? Did I skip? So they agreed that he followed. You agree, Mr. Relli, you followed him, Mr. Ephron. In the trial, he said, yes, I was angry. I was afraid of him. I was afraid. And in the preliminary hearing, he said, no, I wasn't. So it may seem like a simple contradiction, but logic tells you, if somebody is threatening your life, you don't chase after them. I don't know. Just logic.
I just kind of run away. I mean, I wouldn't chase after them unless I had some kind of big old tank that I could ram into them. I don't know about that. But Lily says that's why they wanted him to take a plea, because the case was weak. And it was a very light plea, if I recall. Do you remember what it was?
It was 180 days, as I recall. 180 days and then 5 years probation, something like that. And up front, a lot of people were like, boy, that's a sweet deal. Why he doesn't take it. And we were thinking, there's got to be more to this. There's just got to be more to it. You're not just going to be so, so self-righteous that I'm going to beat this rap. You could take that position to your detriment, and then you wish you took the plea. Sarah Boone comes to mind as somebody who could have taken 15 years, and instead she's doing life. But I don't see that here. But we knew something. Well, now we know the Relli factor. The Relli factor is blowing up this case, and the prosecution would have considered it a win if they could have sold Rocky on that plea deal.
And that's what happened in YSL, right? After 2 years of trial, you come in and the judge is going to grant a mistrial. So you offer these plea deals that people get out of jail right there. No matter what you plead to anything to get out of jail.
Yeah.
It's to me, that's like blackmail and extortion. It's like legal
There's no
blackmail
doubt.
and extortion.
No
So
doubt.
yeah. So we kind of saw that. And then Fonnie Willis wins and she gets to claim victory, which we've seen the office claiming. She's gotten convictions from, all the YSL gang, and she's got people to admit it's a YSL gang. So, all the bad stuff goes, like washed under the carpet, it seems to me.
Very strong individual, correct? And can you describe, if you can, the force that any of those punches were delivered with?
I cannot describe the force, no.
Well, in watching it, did it appear that it was a strong punch, or did it just look like he wasn't really doing much?
Well, I know he was swinging at him, and Ills wasn't swinging back, so I understand it to be enough force to hurt somebody.
Right, and you said not only did you understand it to be enough force, but that Ills was bleeding, correct?
He was bleeding from his lip, yes.
And did you see any other injuries to his face?
His face wasn't like broken or swollen or anything, not to my recollection.
Well, so he's punched 3 times in the face, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying the only injury that very muscular Relli gave to him
was a cut on his lip, is that right?
The only injury that I could see was his lip. I'm not too sure about anything else.
Do you know, are you aware of Bill seeking medical treatment?
No, I'm not too sure, no.
Do you know if, as a result of being beaten like this, if Hills was able to stay with you guys to continue what you were doing in your activities in Los Angeles?
Yes.
In fact, would you agree that the next day, less than 24 hours after this incident, you guys were all at Complex Con, is that right?
Yes.
And Hills was there too, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you a video that we're going to mark people's next in order. 44. It'll be a DVD, Your Honor. I want you to watch this video first, please, and I'm going to ask you questions about it if you don't mind.
No problem.
I'm going to freeze it.
This is just to show bills the next day?
Yeah, correct.
It's relevant to that issue.
I want to just at the beginning, can you tell me who is that on the right?
On
the woman?
That's not.
Okay, do you recognize the individual on her right?
No, I don't know.
Do you recognize the person on the left of Rihanna?
No.
Now, you can't see the person in full view yet, but the person on the left, you're going to see them wearing a flag. Do you know who was wearing a flag on the night of November 7th?
Not that I remember. But that's like a part of our staff.
So here's my question. Do you remember what Gills was wearing on November 2nd?
I'm pretty sure he was wearing something similar to what we all wearing, or like all black maybe.
Let's play the video. I want you to look at the individual on the left. Stop, pause. Who's that?
It's A$AP.
And I want you to watch it again. And I want you to tell me where you see any injury to him anywhere on his face.
Well, I would object because of this focus.
Do you see an injury to his face?
To be honest, I can't clearly see his whole face.
Well, let me ask you something. Would you agree that you can see in this image right now, his lips are, you can see them, correct?
Yeah.
Didn't you just testify that he was bleeding from a cut lip?
I say he's bleeding from the lip. So I'm not too sure if it was a bottom, the inside, his tooth. I'm not too sure how it was.
So do you see any injury to his lips at all?
To be honest, if you really looking, his lips and his sides, it looks swollen.
Wait, didn't you just say a moment ago, when you were testifying, that Bills didn't have any swelling on his face?
I'm looking now, I've never seen this video.
Wait a minute. I asked you previously what kind of injuries he had. Your comment 3 minutes ago was, well, his face wasn't swollen. Now you're saying, no, I'm looking at his lips and they look swollen.
I said his face wasn't swollen. I didn't say anything about his lips.
Oh, let me just ask something. In your definition, are the lips a part of the face?
Yes.
So when you said that his face wasn't swollen, wouldn't that include the lips?
No, because I would be more detailed in saying his face or his lips.
Isn't it true that when you testified earlier, you didn't realize that we might have a video of what Hill's condition was that night, correct?
I wasn't sure.
Objection, argument.
Stand.
And that man's strict.
You're talking about something different. The testimony was the night before, when the incident happened, the witness didn't see that Hills had any swelling on his face. This is now the next day, right?
Let me ask you, are you aware, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
You said he didn't seek any medical treatment that you're aware of, is that right?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Are you able, when you look at the photograph, does this look to you like somebody who has been punched 3 times in the face by an extremely muscular man with a closed fist the night before?
He has a full American flag over his head. I'm not too sure what's going on the side of his face or anything.
So just from what you can see, sir, can you please answer the question I've asked? Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
My only objection would be to the term closed fist. The witness said he wasn't sure.
Your Honor, that's a speaking objection.
Actually, closed fist, there's no such thing as an open fist. A fist is a fist. There's no such thing as a closed. A closed fist is a fist. If it's not closed, it's not a fist.
Well, then my question would still be easy to understand, Your Honor. There's no issue.
Read the question back.
Your Honor, fist could be not all the way closed. With a fist, closed fist, and that's what I asked. So
Show me an open fist.
an open fist would be like this, not closed. Can the question be read back, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm asking for that.
Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong, muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
What the objection is, just state the legal objection.
This states the yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The other, my objection was to the term closed was he said he didn't know if it was closed or not.
I'll re-ask the question without the word.
Yeah, ask him if
Judge, I'll withdraw the objection. Just
if he saw the punch, was it with a fist or an open hand?
I asked that. He said he believed it was with a closed fist.
I'm not too sure.
All right, then.
Wait a minute. Didn't you previously say, when I asked you, that you believed it was with a fist or closed fist?
I know he hit him with his hand. I can't tell you the position
That's not what it's not what I asked you. This is my question. Previously, when I asked you the question, I said, was it, in essence, an open or a closed fist? And you said you believed it was a closed fist, correct?
I believe. I wouldn't believe he was just smacking him. I believe he was punching him.
Okay, so you're saying you believe it was a closed fist, so here's my question. Do you believe that that photo appears to be consistent with someone who has been punched 3 times with a fist by a large and strong individual less than 24 hours before the image was taken?
Yes, I believe that.
And can you please explain what is it about that photo that leads you to believe that there is evidence demonstrating that the person was punched 3 times in the face?
So I can't really see his whole face. As we all can see, he has an American flag, which is pretty large, on his head. So we can't see his ears, we can't see the side of his face. This is all we see. And we don't even see much of his lip. So
let's watch a little more. I'm going to keep stopping it. With what you see now, stop it please. Do you see any evidence in that video that you watched so far to support that he was punched 3 times in the face with a fist by a strong individual?
Well, I see he has a flag. I see he's trying to hide something.
Wait, so you're saying you think he's wearing the flag because he's trying to hide something?
That yes, he could be hiding a bruise. We're at a show, so who wants to walk around 10-year anniversary show with bruises?
Wait, you previously stated before that everybody was dressed in the style
Isn't that flag his style? Isn't that what he's doing with flag?
So, Live Love ASAP, on the back of the project, there's an American flag, right? So this was a part of the project, you feel me? That's why he had it. So usually, Rocky wears it to come out because he's the main artist. That's his whole look, you feel me? But that day, I believe, because Ills got into an altercation, he was hiding inside of his room.
Just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your comments. When you're answering a question, when you're repeatedly saying, you feel me, you understand that I can't respond to that.
I won't say you feel me.
Okay. So let's keep watching video, and what I want you to do is, I want you to yell stop when you see any evidence that he has the kind of injuries on his face that you would expect when someone's been punched 3 times in the face by a muscular, strong individual.
You cannot see his whole face, sir.
So listen to my question. I didn't ask you if there were parts of the back of his head or his ears you can't see. I asked you, was there anything on that video that you just saw that demonstrates, you know what, yes, that's where you can see he appears to have been punched in the face. Anything?
No.
All right, let's go to a different area here. One moment. I want to talk about your relationship with Relli.
Yes.
Would you agree that although you've known Relli a long time, you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relli?
As of now, yes.
Wouldn't you agree, though, that always, for at least a long period of time, let's say the last 10 years, you've been much closer to the defendant than you have to Relli, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you were asked on direct examination about your relationship, and what you said was, we had a good relationship in the early years. Do you recall that comment?
Yes.
Would you agree that in making that comment, it appears that you were saying that if you're qualifying that you had a good relationship with him in the early years, that means that in the later years, your relationship was not as good. Would you agree?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why did you qualify the statement? You're asked by Mr. Tacopina,
Yes.
what was your relationship like? And you say, on your own, we had a good relationship in the early years. Why did you answer that question by talking about the early years?
Oh, because earlier in my career, I was in the city more. So whether it was Bronx or Harlem, I could see him more back then. That was the only reason I said that.
Didn't you also add that you got much closer to the defendant because, quote, I didn't have time to deal with Relli. Do you remember saying that?
It's not like deal with him like he was an issue. It was I didn't have time to hang out with Relli.
Wait, when you were on direct, did you say you didn't have time to hang out with Relli? Did you say I didn't have time to deal with him?
I didn't have time to spend with Relli. I was busy.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, who used the word deal?
If I did, I used the word deal.
Okay, so what you're telling me is now you're saying, when I said I didn't have time to deal with Relli, what I really meant was I didn't have time to spend with him.
I'm clearly stating I didn't have time to hang out with Relli before because I'm on tour. I'm in studio sessions that aren't in New York. I'm out the country. I'm in Asia. I'm in different places. I didn't have time to spend with him anymore. And
when referring to the tour, that's the tour with the defendant, correct?
Not just him. I went on my own tours as well.
You ever go on tour with Relli?
No, I never went on tour with Relli. He's not a musician.
So you did go on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
So some of the times you're referring that you were on tour and you didn't have time to either deal with Relli or spend with Relli was when you were on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that he is the guy that gave you your big break, the defendant, correct?
No.
You would not agree with that?
I would not agree.
All right, let's talk about your arrival in Los Angeles. You don't live in California, right?
No.
That was double, that's my fault. You live outside the state, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want you to tell me where, but specifically, but is it in New York?
Yes.
When did you come out here for the trial?
I guess Saturday.
Saturday? And where have you been staying?
Downtown LA.
Have you had any contact with the defendant since you've been out here?
No.
Nothing?
No.
You guys are friends, you're coming out here, why didn't you have any contact with them?
A few years back, I was advised by my attorney, and I'm pretty sure he's advised by his attorney, to not speak about what was going on as far as the case. So it wasn't no reason to be involved.
You said a few years back. When was this?
This was, I think, spring or summer 2022.
Okay. So you came out here. By the way, who paid for you to come out here?
I believe ASAP Lou.
I'm sorry, who?
ASAP. The ASAP, the business.
Well, the ASAP business is funded in a large part by ASAP Rocky. Is that correct?
That's not true.
Oh, so when you say ASAP Lou, I'm sorry. I got to apologize, Mr. Phillips. My hearing
It's okay, sir.
is not good.
It's all good.
So, okay. So it was ASAP Lou.
Yes.
Now, Lou is Rocky's manager, right?
Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure, but before he was his manager, yes.
Are you aware that it's been represented that Lou is his store manager?
Yes, but Rocky hasn't been touring.
Well, so here's my question. Do you think that Lou would have paid for you coming out here out of his own pocket, or would that have been, your understanding, paid for by Rocky?
I'm not sure. I have no answer to that. I'm not too sure.
Did you take the bus out here, or did you fly?
I flew.
Business or first class?
It was regular. Like, it was a regular flight.
What, they had you fly coach?
Coach? Just a flight.
Sustain.
Just a flight.
Sustain.
I said it.
You don't have to answer. You just sustain.
And when did you arrive?
Saturday.
And where are you staying right now?
Downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but is it a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
You understand?
What was that?
You understand?
We all do.
So, the hotel you're staying at is a nice hotel. It's not going to be cheap, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would assume you're not eating at McDonald's while you're here, right?
I'm actually at the taco stand up the block from my hotel. $2 tacos.
Did they limit your food budget while you were here?
No, I'm paying for my own food.
So they're paying for your hotel, they're paying for your flight, but they're not covering your food?
I actually put my card on my room.
So you put your card in your room, but the idea is they're going to reimburse you, correct?
I'm not too sure. That was never a conversation. That's not something I'm worried about.
So you're close enough to Rocky that you don't really care whether you're reimbursed. You're going to come out here, stay at your own expense, and try to help him on this case. Is that correct?
No, I'm not trying to help him on the case. I was actually there, and I know the truth.
But no, that's my question. You're saying you don't really care about getting reimbursed. You're coming out here, that hotel's not cheap, you're saying I'll put it on my card. And you're saying, I don't really care about what it's going to cost.
Okay.
So my question to you is, if you don't care about what it's going to cost, is that because he's such a close friend of yours?
No, because I also have a manager out here, and I have meetings out here that I had to attend to. So it's not like I'm here on his dime. I also am an artist that has things to take care of myself.
Wait, Ms. Phillips, are you suggesting to us that basically the purpose for you coming out here is to do meetings through your career, and then it just so happens that you'll testify in his criminal trial?
I was never given a specified date when I was supposed to be here.
Well, how did they arrange for you to come to court?
I just found out, I found out yesterday.
So you're saying the first time you knew that you were going to come to court was yesterday?
No, I found out that I was coming to court when we got on the speakerphone with the judge.
And at that point in time, shortly after you flew out here, right?
Probably like a week or so later.
And you've been out here basically waiting to testify, is that right?
I also just been working on my artistry.
Okay, I'm not asking you how you managed to fill your time. I'm saying your purpose for being out here.
at this point in time is to testify in this criminal case, correct?
This is a better object.
Not grounds, Your Honor?
Yeah, exactly what he asked, what he was doing.
I need a legal ground.
Oh, that's an answer.
I'm not overruled.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So, my question to you is, I understand that you are spending time while you're out here doing other things.
Yes.
Would you agree that the purpose for your coming out here was to testify in this trial?
As I said, I'm not too sure what day I was supposed to be here, but the judge told me when I spoke to him on the speakerphone, you're gonna have to testify or be a witness, and I guess you have to make yourself available. So I made sure I got to LA.
So, if you can, I'm going to try to ask this question again. I'm not asking what the judge told you. I'm asking you, do you agree that the primary reason that you are out here in Los Angeles is to testify for your friend, Mr. Mayers?
It's one of the reasons why I'm in LA, yes.
Would you agree that it is the main reason that you are in Los Angeles?
It's a pretty important reason.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the other things that you are doing here are just ways for you to utilize the time since you happen to have to be out here to testify in this case? Is that right?
No, because every time I come to LA, I have my own business to take care of.
Okay. You mentioned that you have knowledge and experience with prop guns, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge and experience with real firearms?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
Already.
A gun, okay. How many times?
Maybe 9 shots.
Oh, wait, let me just back up. Meaning, you only shot 9 rounds one time, or you've been to a range 9 times?
I've been to one gun range and only shot 9 times.
And do you know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver?
Yes.
You understand that a revolver has a cylinder. Some people call them cowboy guns. They have a cylinder, and the rounds get put inside of the cylinder, and then they rotate when the shot's fired. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you understand that the semi-automatic has a magazine, something you call a clip. You aware of that?
Yes.
And the prop gun that you testified to, was that a semi-automatic or was it a revolver?
I don't think it was a revolver or semi-automatic. It looked like a handgun. It wasn't an actual semi-automatic.
Okay,
It was a prop.
so let me ask you. So in other words, did it look like what is supposed to be a revolver,
No.
a wheel, or did it look like what's supposed to be a semi-automatic with a magazine?
It looked like it was supposed to be a semi-automatic.
Now, you mentioned that you have fired a prop gun, is that right?
No, I never mentioned I fired a prop gun. I mentioned I handled them in my video.
Oh, so in your videos, you didn't actually fire it?
No.
Is that, did you fire the prop gun in your video?
No.
Did somebody else in your presence fire the prop gun in your video?
No, that wasn't the motive of the scene.
Okay, so the prop gun in your video, you never saw fired?
No.
Have you ever seen a prop gun fired, other than what you're alleging occurred during this incident?
I have to work over that short.
Overall.
I guess just in movies and behind the scenes of movies and stuff. I'm a movie buff, so yes, I've seen them playing movies.
Do you think that you have the ability, by looking at a gun, to determine whether it is, for instance, a prop gun, or instead a 9mm semi-automatic actual firearm?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah. So do you think by looking at it, seeing, that you can tell the difference between a prop gun that's supposed to simulate a 9mm firearm versus a real 9mm firearm? Can you tell the difference?
Well, I can't tell the difference, but in this situation...
Motion to strike is
sustained. So the answer is no.
No.
And you testified that there were 3 other incidents where you saw the defendant with a prop gun.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you actually gave the dates of those, is that right?
Yes.
And
Are you able to say whether that was the same prop gun as you alleged that he had on the night of November 6th?
Okay, yes, because in New York, when I seen him the weekend of the governor's ball show, he showed me the new clip that was modified so it could be secure on his waist. I seen that, and then that was the same exact device I seen in LA.
So by a clip, you're just talking about
A belt clip.
Yeah, belt clip. Let me ask you something. Is there any reason why you couldn't have a belt clip that would hold a prop gun and use that belt clip to hold a real firearm?
No, to my understanding, a real firearm is heavier than a prop.
Well, if it's a clip, can you explain to me how a belt clip, which is put on your belt, how the weight of the firearm would prevent it from being holstered in that kind of clip?
Objection, Your Honor. This one.
Relevant?
Yes, not an expert. All the speculation.
Your Honor, he testified that it's the same gun, and I'm trying to explore why he thinks it's the same gun. I have to explore the area. I got to cross it.
Says he has no experience with real guns.
Your Honor,
Except that he fired.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the prop gun. I'm asking him why is it that he believes it was a prop gun. Let me.
All right. I understand your point.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Let me ask. So here's what I'm asking. You're telling me you saw him with a gun in New York. How long before this incident?
A prop gun in New York, that was probably about a month and a week, or a month or 2 weeks before we went to LA.
And you're saying that the reason you know that was the same prop gun that you're alleging he used on November 6th was because they were both in the same belt clip, correct?
Yes.
So my question to you is, how would you know that the same gun or prop gun or firearm was in his belt clip in New York 6 weeks before this incident, as was in his as was in his belt on the night that this occurred? How do you know it's the same thing?
Can you rephrase that?
So what I'm asking Mr. Phillips is, all you can say is that, you know what, he had a gun, it looked like a semi-automatic, you testified, I don't know the difference between a prop gun and a semi-automatic, I can't tell. And you're saying in New York, he had one in his belt clip, and you're going, I know that's the same prop gun that he had on November 6th because it's in the same clip. And what I'm asking you is, how do you know that on November 6th, just by looking, that was the same prop gun?
I knew it was the same modifications from the prop gun that I seen in New York. And I knew it had been modified from the first time I seen it at the DMV video shoot. So I knew it had like a specific look.
Okay, so let's back up. How was it modified? What specific look did it?
It just had a belt clip and I think a clear clip as far as the magazine.
So are you aware, when you're talking about a magazine and you're talking about a belt clip, that could be used with certain other firearms?
Well, I'm not too sure, but I knew from my understanding, from being at the video shoot, seeing him again, being with him multiple times, I'm familiar that I believe it was the same one. I don't think he was just switching around props.
Well, when you say you don't think he was just switching around, you've already said you don't have any expertise in real firearms.
No, I don't.
You've shot a gun a total of 9 times in your life, 9 rounds on one occasion. So wouldn't you agree that you can't tell us anything about whether or not those were the same guns or not, other than they were in the same belt clip and they looked by the magazine and the color?
Well, aside from, this being my friend and having a conversation about it, he gave me, this is
most described as non-responsive. So what you're saying is that the only reason you can say it's the same gun is because he told you so?
He told me and I seen it.
Okay. But by the way, what if he was lying?
Objection. Sorry.
Do you know, Mr. Phillips, when someone tells you something, particularly in this situation, you don't have any independent information to demonstrate that it's the same gun other than what you said, correct?
Correct. But he would have no reason to lie to me. So
He would. So you decided, Mr. Phillips, you decided that the defendant has no reason to lie to you, and so therefore, you're accepting whatever he says as the truth. Is that correct?
I'm not just accepting it as the truth. I can see it with my own eyes.
You can see a gun that you have no experience identifying with, and that you have decided is the same gun because it's in a clip and has a similar looking magazine. Is that correct?
Rephrase that.
So you've decided that it's the same gun and that you believe him. You just said, I'm looking at it myself as well, because you looked at it and it looks the same to you. So you're saying, I looked at it, it looks the same, correct?
Yes.
But you're also saying, I don't know anything about guns.
Well, I don't. I just, from my recollection, I knew it to be the same device from the previous situation.
It's time to move on to another topic.
It's
time to move on to another topic.
When you use the word prop gun and starter pistol, are you using those terms interchangeably?
I believe prop gun is the section of it, and then a starter pistol is under the prop gun. Like I guess it's like a certain kind of prop gun. A starter pistol is a certain kind of prop gun.
Okay. So when you spoke to the defense, did you tell them that Rocky carried a starter pistol prop for security measures? Are those your words?
Yes.
Do you actually know specifically how a prop gun works? How it's fired? What happens when it's fired?
No, I don't.
Now, you testified that Mr. Mayers carried the starter pistol for, quote, security measures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said in your statement, would you agree that the only thing that you mentioned about that was he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion?
Judge, objection to your statement.
Your Honor, this is sustained. Your Honor, this has been presented as his
Objection,
statement.
speaking objective.
That is a summary of his statement.
I'm going to give this to you again. I want you to review it. And I want you to tell me if there is anything in this statement that is not, in fact, what you said to the defense. I want you to read it to yourself. Do you understand?
You said that I did not say it.
No, that you, yeah, correct. I want you to read this. This is being represented as what you said.
A summary of what he said.
A summary.
It's summary, so it's not word for word.
No, correct. There's no quotes. I want you to ask. I want you to read it. I want you to tell me, after you've read it, is there anything in there that is not a representation of what you said to them?
No, it's nothing in it.
So you're saying that's all correct of what you said to them. Is that correct?
This is a summary, so I'm not too sure, like, I see it as this is what I said, and it could be things that I said that they didn't put there, but this is just a summary. I'm not too sure.
So let me ask you again. So here's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, is there anything in here that is incorrect that you did not tell them?
No.
So
All right.
So at this point, Mr. Phillips, we've now said that this represents everything in here is what you said. You said there might be things that are not in here that you said, but there's nothing in here that you've read about what you said that you did not in sum and substance say.
Can you rephrase that?
In other words, sure. What I'm asking you is, you've read these 12 lines.
Yes.
these 12 lines, you're saying, you know what, these might not be my exact words, but this is what I told him. Yes. And you were saying, I might have told him some things that are not here, correct?
No.
So this is this is everything you told him?
Pretty much, I believe.
Well, let me ask you something. I want you to look and I want you to tell me where there's anything about any prior incidents with Rocky carrying a prop gun.
Objection, relevancy.
Okay. On relevance ground, Your Honor?
Correct. Whether he sees it or not is irrelevant.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Relevant to the objection again.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Ask the question.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, you testified on direct about 3 incidents with Rocky involving prop guns. You know that?
Yes.
You agree there's nothing in here about any specific incident, is that right?
Objection, relevancy.
I don't see it.
Stop. What's that? It's not relevant. That he doesn't see anything about the 3 incidents in it. It's not relevant that he didn't see. Or that it's not in there.
You just testified that this is a complete version of what you told the defense. You just testified.
Did not say that.
It mistakes the evidence. That's not what he said.
So, Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
did you discuss with the defense in advance of you testifying these 3 incidents regarding Rocky possessing a prop gun?
See, in 2024, when we first had our meeting, maybe I could have said something about it, but I'm not too sure.
Well, so let me ask you something. You would agree that, as far as you know, the first time that you related the information about these prior incidents with the prop gun was not when you were on the stand today, correct? Meaning, you had already told the defense about these incidents with Rocky and the prop gun, correct?
I think so, I believe so, I'm not too sure.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Phillips, would you agree that it would be really important if you're trying to explain the situation with the prop gun, that you would have communicated, hey, listen, I've seen Rocky 3 other times with a prop gun. Would you agree that would be important?
Yes.
So, do you believe that you would have told the defense of that important information when they interviewed you?
Maybe, I'm not too sure, it was a while ago.
Do you agree that there's no mention of it in what I handed you?
This is...
What's the ground?
Relevancy.
It's not relevant that it's not in there.
Now, you're aware that at the time of this incident, that Mr. Mayers, who you got here? Can you explain, you said that he carried the starter pistol for security measures, and you then expanded that to say he did so after being a victim of violence and home invasions, correct? Can you explain to me how a starter pistol would assist someone who was the victim of violence or a home invasion?
Well, only answer that I have is that you could scare somebody away with it. That's the only thing that I have.
So if somebody was doing a home invasion, I want you to assume the following hypothetical.
Yes.
An individual does a home invasion and they have a weapon such as a firearm. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to act as a deterrent to someone with a real firearm?
See, that's how you...
False perspective.
That's a hypothetical situation.
You don't have to answer, the objection sustained.
Mr. Phillips, can a prop gun, in your experience, does it have the ability to actually stop somebody from committing violence against you?
From my understanding with the situation with Relli, no.
In fact, the reason you say that is, it's your testimony that Relli knew it was a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to get back to this in a moment. In the entertainment world, in the rap world that you are involved with, are you aware of individuals, of rappers, unfortunately, who have been subjected to violence, even have been murdered?
Objection,
Overruled.
Yes.
Would you agree that if someone was out to commit a violent offense against an individual, that a prop gun is not going to be a match for a real gun or a knife or any other kind of weapon? Would you agree?
Well, I'm not too sure because I'm not in another person's shoe, and I'm not too sure how they would react to seeing the prop gun.
I want to give you the following hypothetical. I want you to assume that you're in your own home and home invaders come into your house with real firearms. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to be the kind of weapon that's going to have any ability to stop those individuals?
I'm not too sure.
So you think that an individual, someone comes in with actual firearms, person pulls a prop gun, can you explain to me what they can do with that prop gun when they're up against somebody with a real firearm?
Well, the prop gun sounds and looks like a real gun. So I feel like if somebody's breaking into your home and they see you make a gesture to protect your home, they might not even shoot you. They might just leave. They go.
So,
You're getting a little bit loud. Don't sit so close to the microphone.
so it's your testimony, though, your prior statements, that Relli knew, allegedly, this was a prop gun at the time the defendant pulled it out. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that.
Can you explain to me how, if Relli knew it was a prop gun, how pulling out a prop gun that Relli knows is fake is going to act as a deterrent to anything?
The sound.
The sound.
Yes, the sound.
So meaning your testimony would be that if Relli sees a gun that he knows is fake, you would agree a prop gun can't hurt him. Would you agree?
Correct.
But that if that prop gun that can't hurt him is fired, that the sound is going to scare him.
Well, I would object what you stated on the notice.
Can you rephrase it?
Are you saying that even though you testified Relli knew that this was a prop gun and not real, you're saying the deterrent would have been that, well, the sound could have scared him?
Yes.
Can you explain how the sound of a gun that somebody knows is phony and not real is going to scare anybody?
Well, it's so loud that you would think it's a real gunshot and you would move away.
But you just told us, sir, that it's not a question of whether he thinks it's a real gun or not. Your position, your testimony is that he knew it was a fake gun, and that as soon as the defendant pulled it out, he said something effective, put that fake shit away. Correct? That's what he testified to?
Yes.
So how is it that if he knows it's a fake gun, how is that going to deter him from anything?
Speculation, Your Honor.
You're aware that at the time of the incident, that Mr. Mayers had real guns, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Well, you've seen real guns in his house, correct?
I never seen him with a real gun in his house. Well, no.
I'm
Let
sorry,
me-
can you answer this?
I said I never seen him with a real gun in his house.
Let's show pages 39, A through F, please.
You've been to the defendant's house in West Hollywood, correct?
Yes.
You've stayed there, correct?
Yes.
You partied there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
You've been there on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
You were there in 2021, correct?
Yes.
You've been there since that time, correct?
Been there since a couple times.
So this people's 39. You recognize that's the defendant's bedroom and his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell. Well, because they also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib. He be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic. So
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWGE mean?
Oh.
Huh?
Oh.
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
Mean oh.
Okay. What's that term from?
Objection,
Your Honor, I'm having this group.
Do you know what that means?
No, I just know it's all. It's just,
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know. I could have my own way, but I'm not.
You don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
Speculation.
There was a.
Want to go to sidebar? Or we can
Yeah, we need to go to sidebar.
All right. Off the record for the...
What AWG is, and you have said you have no idea, correct?
No.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Did you hear the defendant, when I asked the question, loudly say, don't answer it?
I heard something. I'm not too sure, but I heard. I was listening to you.
Did you hear somebody say, don't answer it?
I didn't hear what was verbally said. I heard something.
Isn't it true that AWG, AWGE, is a brand that is connected with the defendant?
Yes.
So a moment ago, when I asked you what AWG was, and you said I have no idea, why did you say that when you're now saying, yes, it's a brand connected with the defendant?
Objection. This states testimony. That's what it means.
Yeah, that was the question. Sustain.
Did you a moment ago testify that you did not know what AWG was when I asked you?
You asked me what did the acronym mean.
No, I never use the word
You said,
odd.
well, you asked me what.
Don't start debating.
What does, I asked you, what does odd mean? And you said, I have no idea. Do you recall that?
I know what ASAP means. I don't know what all means.
All right, that's,
Okay.
so, hold up, we'll take a break now, and this issue's been fully explored.
All right.
Let's break till, no, 10, I'm sorry, 10 to 3. 10 to 3.
Yeah,
We
we'll
have a
monitor
show.
that. We'll jump in if if Lewin does cartwheels or something else. We'll do
Well,
that.
he did this morning. We're going to show tomorrow the clip that he did when he came back from lunch. He went crazy, and the judge told him, "Just sit down. Stop it, Mr. Lewin. Stop it. Stop it." I kid you not, that was the judge.
No, I believe you.
My impression.
So we have a very special guest here that's going to get us into some areas that we've been talking about this week, but and not specifically related to Mr. A$AP Rocky, but of course, when we want to know what the hell's going on in Georgia, we got the go-to guy, and you know him, you'll love him. There he is,
There he
Doug
is.
Weinstein of now. Hey, Doug, what's the firm name? I want the brand new firm. What is it? Oh, I'm not hearing Doug. Hold on a second.
Muted. I'm sorry.
Here we go. Yeah, I got you now.
That's you. That wasn't me, by the way.
No, it wasn't. I'm blaming Missy.
Did you see our little thing that we put up in the top corner, Doug, with your glasses?
Nice.
We made a little thing of you.
I like
say?
it. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's
Yeah.
fine. Right? What?
We're trying to get you. We're trying to get you a contract with the glass company. Actually.
There you go. Talk to Pear. Talk to whoever. I'll take them.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Talk about second chairs. I was talking to someone this week that ran into a friend from across the aisle on the YSL case, and she was second chairing a case, not first chairing a case. So
really,
I don't know what's up with that.
That could not have been a demotion, could it? No.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know because
I hope not training somebody.
I know that Miss Willis came out. I'm sorry, Madame DA came out praising her. So to have her sitting second chair, that's stunning.
So we want to know if you got your. We want to know if you got your invitation to Fonnie Willis's inaugural ball for $25,000 inauguration
Yes.
ball. Did you? You
Somehow-
really?
I don't know about that. I got left off that list. I think myself and Ashley were not on that list for some unknown reason.
Some mix-up.
Some screw up, so I don't know. I'm calling it Weinstein Law for now because I have absolutely no.
So that's exciting. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's
Terrific. Do you have a website? Do you have a website you can plug?
I have like a kind of a placeholder website.
Yeah, placeholder. Well, give us the placeholder name.
It's weinsteinlaw.us.
Okay.
So you can find it there. All you folks looking for a criminal defense lawyer in Georgia, hopefully the metro Atlanta area. I'd like to travel a little less. I had to drive down to Tifton today, which is about a 3.5-hour drive for a 9 o'clock court hearing. So, but we got bond. All right.
All right.
Hey,
Yeah.
yay, yeah. Laudner and Amber
Clearly
says
not
maybe,
Fulton County.
Laudner and Amber said maybe some love happening in Fulton.
Yeah. So, I think there's some movement in Yak's case a little bit.
Good. What's the latest?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Not
Okay,
public
we
yet.
won't.
But check Odyssey later tonight, or even now. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I hear good things are brewing for him. So there's some movement going on.
Okay,
which
we'll
is
have
great.
Our producers check right now and see
Y'all
what's
hear,
good.
y'all heard
I
it
mean,
here for
let's see. It's only been, when was the verdict of not guilty rendered?
December 3rd or 4th.
Yeah. So 2 months.
And it's only February 6th. Well,
Yeah, but I saw
quickly.
him last week twice.
How
He's
is
in
he?
great spirits. He's in great spirits.
Yeah. Good.
He's not in Wright Street. He's in the South Annex. So
Oh, yeah. Okay, good.
it's a much less awful place to be. Yeah.
Well, we were worried about his safety staying in Rice Street after obviously the not guilty verdict was entered. I don't think anybody's
Right.
safe in Rice Street, but
No, they aren't. They aren't safe in Rice Street. So you're going to have to do a show, and we can focus on the DOJ report on Rice Street.
I would love to. We'd love to. As a matter of fact, we talked about early on, and we got so involved with the trials and why with your trial and all about the young man who was, I think, autistic and ended up there and then ended up dead. You know about the case.
You got to talk to Rachel Kaufman about that, because it's
Okay.
She was representing him, and she may even be representing the family in a 1983 action on that.
Yeah.
Okay, writing names down.
But again, something else involving Miss Love. But yeah. So there is some more news, and you want some just random thoughts, some random news in Georgia?
No, yeah,
There's
absolutely.
A version of the RAP Act is being introduced in the Georgia State Legislature.
Oh, wow.
And it is sponsored by a number of Republican legislators.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, so it's got bipartisan sponsorship. And I'm not going to beat on it too much, because I'm just going to let the legislators do their thing.
Yeah, that's great though.
But that's huge news if they can get that through. I'm working with the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, GACTL, on hopefully getting some changes to Georgia's RICO law.
Yeah.
So my two hobby horses hopefully will get maybe some movement or beginning of movement of the state legislature.
Yeah, we mentioned the other day, we saw the group photo with Max was there, I think, and it was like it was getting the band back together. Right?
We were at a conference, again, a GACTL conference, and Bryant and Keith were speaking to criminal defense lawyers. They're really inspiring speakers. And then afterwards, we had a group photo. So it was Shaquille Kokomo, it was Brian Steele, it was Keith Adams. Let's see, myself, the ugly guy, Max Sharp was there.
You and Max and your cute little
Angela D. Williams was there. So we were missing the Matthews, and we were missing Bruce and Nicole, but the rest of us just happened to be there. So yeah, we got a group photo.
That's great. Now, speaking of that is it's just great. I mean, it's just great. So maybe good things are coming as a result of bad things. We were talking today, and I want to get your comments about how we've seen this week a number of not guilty verdicts. We're seeing all sorts of, Michael calls it, what did you call it, Michael?
I'm not sure. What did I call it?
Not swinging of the pendulum.
We talked about a sea change. I think we talked about a sea change.
Well, did you cover? I assume you probably covered, or at least tweeted out, Brian and Keith's victory down in Brunswick.
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was a huge victory. That was, and again, this has nothing to do with. Obviously, the killers of Ahmaud Arbery were reprehensible, and they certainly deserve to have guilty findings against them, I think. But this was the circumstance where the state brought charges against the prosecutor, alleging that she failed in her oath of office, and that she did something to obstruct the investigation. There were 2 counts, and Keith and Brian got directed verdicts, I believe, early on
the misdemeanor, right? On the misdemeanor,
right. On basically the obstruction type charge, and then 2 days ago or yesterday,
2 days,
they got a motion granted dismissing, and I guess it was a demurrer, is what I'm guessing. I didn't see the motion. I'm assuming, a demurrer, which is, by the way, a demurrer for, I'm sure you've explained it to your audience, but I'll go ahead and do it again.
I tried last
we
night,
did.
okay, but please let us know.
Yes.
The
was that-
simple way that I try to explain a demurrer, anyway, I love the term. It's such like an old law type term that we've tried to expunge from the law, right? We try to go to plain English. But anyway, a demurrer is where the defendant says, look, I could admit to each and everything in the indictment, and it is not a crime. And that is what happened. They said that the prosecutor violated the oath that she took in 2010, and the oath having certain criteria. Unfortunately not unfortunately, the indictment was very sloppy, and they charged her with violating her 2010 oath based on a change to the Constitution that happened, I believe, in 2018, 2016, 2018. So so the oath that she swore to in 2010 did not contain the constitutional violations that they say she breached or violated.
Yeah, good.
So the judge really had no choice in that case but to dismiss.
Yeah, I was talking about the demurrer in California. We actually use them all the time. It's an early in the process type maneuver. It's very seldom would you see it, in the midst of a trial. I had one once. You never go in thinking you're going to win them for the reasons you mentioned. It's basically, it's like a directed verdict. It's like a verdict, a judgment notwithstanding the verdict. It's a very tough standard. But I won one against the state under Prop 65 in California, which is one of the everything causes cancer propositions.
Okay.
And my client was a chili making company, and they would they would release, gases out their stacks, and they had done computer modeling to determine where it would fall and therefore who would be affected. And potentially that was a violation of Prop 65. So we raised that on demurrer and we won. And you walk out going, whoa, I can't believe that just happened. So
yeah, I think I'm guessing what happened here, and again, you probably know the details maybe more than me. I imagine that Bryant did not file that demurrer until after the jury was sworn in, because if you wait till after the jury is sworn in, obviously double jeopardy attaches. And I think he did something similar in YSL, but he lost the demurrer in YSL. But if you're going to indict one of Bryant's clients, Bryant is going to scrutinize that indictment. And you better make sure you dot the I's and cross the. That's something that I've learned from him. Is like a lot of times I think criminal defense attorneys, we kind of blow off the indictment. We don't, but he'll look at every word of that. And here's the circumstance where he and Keith, I should say they and not he, they got their clients their case dismissed based on a defective indictment.
it's a great catch. I mean, really.
Yeah, it's a terrific
really
catch.
impressive.
And I think, if I recall reading, that Bryant spoke to Ahmaud Arbery's mom, and the judge spoke to both the jury and to the mom, that they thought what happened to the son, just awful. But that this was just not, it wasn't about there. And she was very gracious, saying, look, at least we got our chance in court to see what happened, and that it was all hanging out there. But let me ask you this. In something so important to so many people, how could they screw up? Okay. I mean, I'm not talking about Brian did a great job, but how could an attorney general's office screw up? And this is not Fonnie Willis, it's the attorney general's office.
Yeah. In my experience with I've had a number of cases, even though I haven't been doing this that long, I have a number of cases against the state AG's office, and they are very good. The attorneys that work in that office are excellent. I think that the Attorney General Carr, who's running for governor, I think he's a really good Attorney General. So I'm surprised they messed this up, and I think it's one of those circumstances where they just don't think that the indictment is that important, and they didn't really scrutinize it. I mean, sometimes you'll see it in civil law where someone is sloppy with a complaint, because they just, it's notice pleading, right? You don't have to go into that much detail, and they can trip themselves up. And I think someone in the state AG's office just really messed this up. And I know that there are many fans of the YSL attorneys, and they're fans of Brian and Keith that were disappointed they took this case. disappointed in the outcome that they were able to get. And I think if you're disappointed, then you don't really understand what our job is and what we're here to do, which is to protect everybody's constitutional rights. You know, even prosecutors, even law enforcement. It helps everybody. So I think Brian and Keith did the right thing here.
Yeah.
Doug, while you're with us, let's pop back into ASAP Rocky, see what's happening. I see some movement. I don't know if they're talking about tomorrow.
Maybe someone's waking up.
Yeah, yeah, right. We'll talk about that too.
What's the, so, no, just adding the last part of it. You told them, at my instruction, that evidence was not contested. But they were not told the next part, for that reason, you are not in any way considered that as part of the evidence.
They've been told time and time again that their decision in this case can be based only on the evidence that is within the universe of this trial. I don't think it's necessary to say that.
Your Honor, the last thing for us, we just want on the record, it's our understanding that the court has had us indicate who the next witness is going to be. We just want to have the defense indicate what the order of evidence is going to be as well.
I've already told them that.
Who's first on the record?
So you want on the record. So don't ask me off the record if you want on the record.
Say again?
12.
That's 12?
Yes.
All right, and assuming we get through 12, then who would be after that?
Rule 11.
All right.
Good. That was what you say. I was saying one thing. I was just a common barrage. You gave an admonition. You said, I told them 2 weeks ago, not the best. That doesn't speak to the time before 2 weeks ago. So the jury can infer if they want before the 2 weeks ago. Okay. So if they can infer, so an instruction that they can't infer.
Both sides are entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence. All right, does anybody have anything else before we recess?
No, sir.
Thank you. All right, remember folks, 10 o'clock.
Okay.
No,
Or do you want to have them email us?
Time to play best guess. at what
Okay,
we're
back.
fighting about.
They're fighting. The children are fighting again.
all of these times. I know no reason why you said exactly. I don't understand.
I think they're
about
still
that?
going. I'm not quite sure what happened.
I don't know that I even.
No, they're finished.
Is it
They're
fighting or is it fighting or is it bickering?
Well, there's no squabbling. It's a no squabble zone. That's what the judge has said many
Oh,
times.
really?
That's what he said. It's a no squabble zone, but he seems to take part in the squabbling himself.
So obviously I've been working, but it seems that these two don't really care for each other. That's the impression I get.
You are, I think that you're right, but those of us who watched John Lewin in Durst, I mean, he's only there to make objections and to argue with Joe. He's not presenting any evidence, Joe Tacopina. And it's constant. And the judge today, and I said, we're going to show tomorrow, just, he was like that, just stop it, Mr. Lewin, stop it, stop. It had enough because the jury's sitting there. I don't know if you watched anything this afternoon. I mean,
I saw
just bring
a little bit this afternoon.
Bring your pillow. Bring your pillow. There was nothing for us to discuss. They put on a firearms tool marks comparator that they called ballistics, right? To say that, well, the cartridges that this guy the Relli alleged victim brought in could have come from 2 different Glock guns that, there were thousands upon thousands made. And could have, had class characteristics. It could have been, but they don't have anything to compare it against. And that was it. And they spent hours on it. So.
Well, you don't have to tell me about tedious trials.
Yeah, this thing is lightning fast, comparatively speaking.
Yeah.
We heard the judge suggesting that they can argue to infer whatever they want to infer from the evidence that's been presented. So it sounded like they were fighting about what was going to be allowed in closing arguments or not.
I think on the directed verdict, I think that Lewin was trying to get Joe to not argue what he could argue on, because I don't think they did the directed verdict, did they?
Well, I don't think so.
I don't think so. And so I think that Lewin was arguing that Joe Tacopina couldn't argue stuff in the directed verdict and all. That's what it sounded like to me.
I think that's ridiculous because you're arguing to a judge. The judge knows what weight he can give different things. I mean, that was always the case when I would be on bench trials, is the judge would be like, it's a bench trial. I know how to weight evidence. We're going to let pretty much everything in. And in arguing a directed verdict, I think give them flexibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough enough burden. What are you going to handcuff the person for, you know?
Yeah.
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 So
So
somebody said it was spicy. Misty said it was spicy.
spicy.
Yeah.
Spicy.
It was
Okay.
spicy.
Well,
So
tomorrow
wait a
should
minute,
be
tell me
very
this. Tell me
interesting.
if I've got this right. You guys need to straighten me out because this sounds nuts. So the police comb the scene right after the shooting. They don't find any shell casings, right?
Only 7 of them, though. Only 7 cops.
An hour later, the alleged victim comes back, and he finds
Allegedly comes back. Yeah.
allegedly comes back, and he finds shell casings. Do I have that right?
Yep.
Yes.
He found 2. He came back.
Is that not reasonable doubt right there?
Right, right there. Right. Allegedly, he's there for 2 minutes, and he immediately finds them. Immediately finds
Yeah.
them.
Well, some people have a knack for that. My mom, when she goes to the beach, can find shark's teeth like that.
Hey, there you go.
You know?
Yes, I've been calling him Inspector Gadget because he obviously has some special way to find things the cops can't.
Yeah, not only that, they didn't find any indication that there was ever a shot. There was no windshield broken, no car broken, no granite broken, and they combed the scene, 7 of them.
And no
The whole
projectile.
thing feels like a shakedown operation, really.
Aha.
Having heard all that. I mean, does it seem that way to you guys?
Well, especially since there was a conversation with Wally, his friend, and he said to Wally, not only filing the first time that he wanted the $30 million, but he said to Wally, I want to get the bag, this is I'm paraphrasing, I'll get a bag to get the $30 million, but you got to get a lawyer to get the bag, or else they call it extortion.
Right.
That sounds.
Go to some private island
he said,
somewhere.
Yeah, and then he said he didn't say that because that was AI, and so Joe Tacopina, out of order, brought Wally in. So he said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so why don't they charge him for extortion? I mean, that's what I question. Why the prosecutor's office didn't charge him for extortion?
I don't know why they have it out for this guy. I don't really get it. I mean, to me, the case is incredibly weak.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah.
We've been guessing about all the political things going on. Remember, Gascon left the office. The new guy comes in 12-1. And then miraculously, John Lewin parachutes in about 4 weeks later. The case has been in the office 3 years. But I think, and again, the Relli testimony supports that nobody ever talked to the guy. No investigators really prepped him. No prosecutors prepped this guy because he was the worst witness ever. And so it just sounds like the case was just kind of sitting around, and then somebody went, "Oh man, we got the case." Paulie P., who's the lead prosecutor, seems like a decent guy. Seems like he's thorough, matter of fact, but he's not Mr. Showboat. Get in your face, messy Lewin.
Yeah. So are you guys going to cover my trial in August?
What are you doing?
What is it?
Where is it?
Okay, I'm in Liberty County, Georgia.
Okay.
My client is a retired lieutenant commander from the Navy, JAG Corps, time in Afghanistan, was in the Pentagon. He and his wife kind of fell off the map for a few years. And his wife is found they were living in Savannah eventually, which is Chatham County. And then his wife is found scattered about in pieces up around Liberty County on a hunting ground. And they have charged my client with her death.
Wow.
Well, this sounds like an interesting case.
icy.
Yeah.
Before that. If you're not finished, you won't have to be here all this. I think it's Abraham Lincoln. Is it Abraham Lincoln's birthday? Oh, Abraham Lincoln. All right, we're back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Lewin, go ahead.
Mr. Phillips, would you agree that that appears to be the defendant's bedroom as West Hollywood line?
I believe so.
I want to show you the next photograph, which is going to be 39B. And this is an image that is taken from behind the bed. It's a little bit hard to see. Do you see the item? Let me bring it up to you. It's my business here. Okay. I want you to look at this item that's in the red square, and for the record, I am getting that pointer. I'm showing him. I'm showing him
this item here. Is that correct, Mr. Phillips? That's what I just showed you on the photo. So you agree it's a little easier to see on this one, on the photo itself rather than the overhead?
Yeah.
You see that? Can you tell me, what does that look like to you?
It looks like a handgun.
Handgun. And you would agree, does this look very similar to the prop gun that you have testified that you saw the defendant in possession of?
Well, no.
How's it different?
It doesn't have the modifications on it.
So what was the modification that the prop gun has that this one doesn't have?
It had like a belt clip, and then it had like I think like a magazine, like a clay magazine hanging.
Okay, let me just ask you. You understand that a belt clip would not be a part of any gun, right? You understand that, right?
If it's modified, then it's an accessory to the gun name. So it's a part of the gun name, yes.
Well, so this is what I'm saying. For instance, you're saying the defendant was wearing a belt clip during the incident, right?
Yes.
And you see that he takes the gun out of the belt clip, correct?
Well, no. No, I never see him take the gun out of the belt clip.
That's what I'm telling you. You saw the gun, you've seen the video as an example. The gun is removed, correct? And there's no belt clip that is on the gun when it's in his hand, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, when you're saying, well, this isn't the same gun because the prop gun had a belt clip, you can have the gun separate from the belt clip, correct?
If you take it off, I'm assuming, but I'm not too sure.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, when you look at that gun itself, other than the belt clip, and the fact that you are saying, you can't see the magazine in that photograph, correct?
No.
Here, let me give it to you right now. Can you see it?
Well, no.
So you would agree that because of this photograph, you cannot see the bottom of the firearm where the magazine would be, correct?
Because of the photograph.
Yeah, right, but you can't see it, right?
No. And then you also can't see if the belt clip is on the other side, so I'm not too sure.
So, but here's what I'm asking you. Because you can't see the entire belt, you can't see the magazine, and you don't know if there's a belt clip, other than that, this gun looks similar to the prop gun that you've seen the defendant with, right?
Well, I'm not sure. I can't say that.
So what I'm asking you, though, is this gun appears to be a semi-automatic, right? It's not a revolver?
It's not a revolver.
Okay. And the prop gun that you saw was a semi-automatic, correct?
Yes.
What color was the prop gun that you saw the defendant have?
It was black.
And was it black all 3 times you've seen it?
Yes.
All right, I want to go to the next image. By the way, the firearm was behind the defendant's bed in his house, approximately 5 months after this incident occurred. You follow me?
I hear you.
I want to ask you, you were told that the defendant was told that he needed to carry a prop gun for protection against violence or home invasion, correct?
I was never told. I never told anybody.
So where did you get the information that Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures after being the victim of violence and home invasion? Where did you get that information?
Because when I seen him, and the days that he had to secure on him, he had no security.
Okay, so my question is are you aware that the defendant kept real firearms, not prop guns, in his bedroom next to his bed?
No, I did not hang out in his bedroom.
So, would you agree that if the defendant was keeping real firearms next to his bed, that would be a different step than keeping a prop gun for protection?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. let me just show you the 2 other photos, 3 other photos. So, going to the next photo, this is that same handgun. The evidence is indicated it's a 44 Magnum semi-automatic. Do you see at the bottom? Can you see what looks like a magazine on the bottom or no? Do you recognize that?
No, I've never seen this.
Okay. We go to the next image. This again next to the bed, and you will see a gun case. Where you go to the next photo. Inside the gun case, by the defendant's bed, is a rifle. Have you seen this before?
No.
Have you seen that before?
No.
Did you ever know the defendant to have a rifle in the bedroom?
No.
Let's go to the next image, please. Do you know what this is? Can you see what's pictured? Do you know what that is?
Is that the same rifle?
No. Do you know what? Do you see in the front? Do you see those things that have red on top? Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what those are?
Little shell cases or shells?
Those are shotgun shells. Do you know what shotgun shells are?
No, I'm not a gun specialist.
Okay. So what you see here is a shotgun. That's the evidence that's been presented in this case. So my question is, were you aware that next to his bed, in his bedroom, the defendant kept not a prop gun, but a large caliber 44 Magnum handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun? Were you aware of that?
Right, shouldn't that objections?
What's the objection?
Clarification on date, on the date.
That's not. I didn't ask for a date. I didn't ask for a single date.
What?
Say again?
Ambiguous as to
Are you aware that when the search warrant was served, approximately 5 months after this incident, that the defendant had these firearms, a 44 Magnum, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
As I said before, I did not hang out in his bedroom, so I do not know what he had in his bedroom.
But you testified that it was your understanding that the defendant was keeping a prop gun for, among other things, protection against home invasions, correct? That's what you testified to.
Yes.
So, do you know why, if the defendant was keeping a prop gun for protection against home invasions, that he had a large caliber handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
Objection, speculation. Stay.
Are you aware if a prop gun has ever been collected from the defendant?
I have no idea.
Now, you said that at the time of the incident that the defendant did not have access to security. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that's because of COVID. Is that right?
Yes.
But weren't you at a giant concert the next day in Long Beach that had all kinds of security?
They provided security.
Well, so are you telling me that the defendant, your testimony, was not in a position to have security if he wanted it on November 6th?
Can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Hills did not want any security there when you were going to attack Relli?
I would object to what Ills and Rakim.
Your Honor, those are not grounds for objection.
Calls for speculation about the mind of another. So what is it about?
The question is not called for speculation. I'm asking you, what's that, Your Honor?
Oh, well, wait, read it back. I'm focusing on the first part of the question, and I'm read it back.
isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack?
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you knew in advance that the defendant was planning on attacking Relli?
Yes or no?
That's not true.
Do you know when the defendant ended up first having the prop gun that day?
Well, as I stated before, I was staying at the La Park Hotel. I did not wake up at his house. I'm not too sure what was going on before that.
So, is it your position that there was no security available for the defendant that evening? Or is it your position that he just didn't want the security? I'm just trying to understand, what is your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So, there was no security when the three of you, Ills, and the defendant, met up with Relli, correct?
Correct.
So my question is, are you saying there was no security because there was no security available? Or are you saying there was no security because you guys didn't want security?
There was no security available that he hired. They had security at Complex Con already. So I felt as though this is what I believe. Why pay for extra security when you have security at the venue?
Well, so wait a minute. Haven't you said that the defendant has been a victim of repeated incidents of violence when he is out on the streets?
I never said that. I said we were in a club and a situation happened in the club.
So you mentioned in your statement that he has been a victim of violence and home invasion. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was with him when we got jumped in the club and cut. And it's been a situation where I've been in the house and it's been like stalkers outside with signs and stuff like that.
When you say cut, you got stabbed?
Yes.
Who got stabbed?
I got stabbed and Rocky got stabbed.
And when was this?
2018.
And this was in your home? His home, is that right?
No, this was, we was out at a club. We was at a club.
So my question is, you're saying there was security at the event in Long Beach,
Yes.
right? So my question is, you're now in downtown Los Angeles, right? How do you describe downtown Los Angeles earlier in your testimony?
It's pretty crazy downtown Los Angeles.
So you're in downtown Los Angeles with the defendant, Ills, yourself, and there's no security, is that correct?
Well, security wasn't needed. We was going to see one of our friends.
I object.
Stay at the ground.
Yes, this states the testimony, this is West Hollywood.
Exactly.
It's assumed facts, not evidence. This happened in Hollywood. It didn't happen downtown Los Angeles.
I'm staying downtown.
Let me back up. Do you agree, is what you said about downtown Los Angeles and the dangers, do you believe that that applies to Hollywood as well?
Yeah, they have homeless people in tents in West Hollywood as well.
Yeah. You would agree that the area where you were meeting up with Relli in front of the W, that is an area where there are plenty of individuals who are homeless and violent, like downtown Los Angeles, correct?
Possibly.
Well, is that your experience?
Yes.
So, my... So, my question is, did you choose, or the defendant choose, did you guys choose not to have security that night, or are you saying there was just no security available?
We had security for the Complex Con event. From there, we left. We were going to go to another show. But before that, we were going to communicate with Relli because we had another show the next day, which is Complex Con. So there was no need to have security. It wasn't going to be any issue. You know, these are friends. We've been friends for the past 20 years.
But you've indicated he's going to be out on a public street in Hollywood where he's a well-known individual.
Yes.
And don't you agree that given what you've said, that whenever he is out, that he is at risk?
He's very recognizable.
So my question is, isn't it true that the reason that you did not have any security with you that night was because there was a plan that Relli was going to be attacked?
That is not true.
Time to move on to another topic.
Now, you said it was, it said that it wasn't, back up. You said that ASAP Relli knew and said, hey, that's a fake gun, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, was it common knowledge as far as you knew, that Mr. Mayers carried a rifle?
Yes.
And when you say it was common knowledge, where was it common knowledge? In other words, who knew that he carried a rifle, based on what you know, general reputation?
Pretty sure his close friends, family, and circle. It wasn't something, because if he's out here telling people, yo, I just got a prop gun, you never know who could tell somebody else and put him in another dangerous situation.
So you're saying that it's not that everybody out there knows he's carrying a prop gun, it's just close family and friends, right?
Yes, and Relli was a close family and friend.
Did you ever know the defendant to carry a real firearm?
No, but I did know he had a permit.
I'm going to motion to strike the second part as non-responsive.
Everything after no is free.
So I want to start at the beginning of the day of the incident. So I want to start the beginning of November 7th. Where did you sleep the night of November 6th?
At the La Park Hotel.
And were you by yourself?
In my room? Yeah.
Yeah. You had flown out before that from New York, is that correct?
Yes.
How'd you get out here?
By flight.
Did you go commercial?
It was a regular flight. It wasn't first class. It was just a regular flight.
You didn't fly out, the defendant didn't fly you out private?
No.
No? All right, so you fly out. When do you land?
Either the first or the second.
Okay. And where did you stay between the first and the second and the 7th?
So the La Park Hotel wasn't too far in the area, so we would hang out at his crib, you know, whether we create, you know, just having a good time. This is the 10-year anniversary of the Love ASAP, so we have a lot of friends and family in town. So we was going back and forth from the crib to our hotel. Like, he had family there, so we stayed at the hotel. Yes.
And so you're saying you were actually at that house, not months before or months after, but literally the day before the incident occurred?
Yes.
Was Ills there too?
Yes.
What about Relli?
No.
At this point in time, were you aware of any, I'm not asking you to explain what it is, so listen to my question carefully. Were you aware of any issues between Relli and the defendant on November 6th?
Rephrase that.
So, were you aware of any problems between Relli and the defendant on November 6th?
A problem? No. No.
Were you aware of any animosity or hostility going either way?
I was aware that two brothers wanted to have a communication with each other, and they were trying their best to reach out to one another. That's what I was aware of.
When you say they want to have a communication, isn't it true that the two of them were having issues with each other?
I wouldn't say issues, they just weren't communicating on the same page.
And by not communicating on the same page means that the two of them were having a problem, and your belief was they needed to work it out. Is that right?
To me, it wasn't a problem because, like I said, we've been friends and brothers for the past 20 years. It wasn't a problem.
Well, isn't it true that what you're saying is you believe that it was a problem that could be worked out, but will you concede that the two of them on that day had some issues with each other, going both ways?
So from my understanding, it wasn't a problem. It was more of a miscommunication, and they needed to communicate.
Please answer the question.
So, were you aware of any bad feelings that Mr. Mayers had towards Relli?
No,
Were you aware of any bad feelings that Relli had toward Mr. Mayers?
no.
So, how was it that you, Ills, and Mayers ended up meeting up with Relli near the parking garage around the W Hotel?
Well, we were already together, me, Rocky, and Hills, because we was at the rehearsal for Complex Con. So I was, whoever was going to be there was going to be with her regardless. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to do this. No, we were at rehearsal.
And isn't it true that it was Mr. Mayers' idea to meet up with Relli?
I'm not too sure who idea it was. I just know he wanted to speak to Relli because we had a show the next day, and he wanted Relli to be there.
So, would you agree that Mr. Mayers, as far as you knew, wanted to meet up, I'm not asking why, but wanted to meet up with Relli?
Because we got downtown, well, we got to where we got to, I believe so, yeah. He wanted, that's his bro, he just wanted to speak to him.
What was your understanding as to what was supposed to happen at this meeting?
Well, whatever miscommunication that they had going on, I believe that they were going to speak. The next day was the show. Everything was just going to be great. It was going to be like it was 10 years ago.
Now, you were with the defendant most of the day, correct?
No, because like I said, I stayed at the La Park Hotel. So once I left the La Park Hotel and we got ready for rehearsal, then I linked up for rehearsal.
I want to show you People's 13, please. This is a text that was sent approximately within an hour of the incident on November 6th. The evidence has demonstrated that this was sent by the defendant to Relli. The defendant's part of it is what is in gray and the victim is in blue. Are you aware? Well, first of all, you were with the defendant at 9:34 p.m. that day.
Yes, I was.
And it says, Wyatt, let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree, knowing the defendant, that that sounds like he is upset with the person he sent it to?
No, because actually, I keep typing all caps. So it's like, nah, this is regular. Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. He's calling him. It doesn't seem like he's exclamation marks and anything.
Stop ducking my calls. You would agree that means that Relli's not answering his phone calls, correct?
Yeah, he's not picking up.
Okay. Now, would you agree that even at this time in his life, the defendant was not used to people, in your experience, not answering his calls?
I'm not too sure what he's used to.
Okay. Other than trying to fix things between them, etc., or to talk, do you have any knowledge as to what the purpose was for that meeting?
Yes. So that we could have an amazing show the next day at Complex Con. As you can see, the video showed me earlier, it was friends and family. So it wouldn't have been unusual for Relli not to be there, like he was supposed to be there.
Was your understanding that Relli was supposed to perform there?
Relli is not a musician.
I'm sorry, was supposed to, excuse me, was supposed to.
He's supposed to be there. Like, okay, he doesn't rap, you feel me? But he is a part of the family, so why not have him be there?
And when you say Relli was supposed to be there, how do you know that?
Because the other members of the ASAP collective were there.
So you're assuming that because the other members of the ASAP collective were there, that Relli was invited, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Relli has testified that he was not invited?
I'm not too sure. But it seems odd that he wouldn't be invited.
Well, would you agree that it would be odd if the defendant is upset with him?
It would be odd if he was upset with him, but I don't think he was upset with him.
So this is my question. Would you agree that if the defendant was upset with Relli, that you would not be surprised if Relli was not at
Rephrase that for me, please.
So, I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relli. I want you to assume that. If that's true, you would agree it wouldn't surprise you if Relli wasn't invited to the performance, right?
I don't think I'm up here to assume.
What's that?
I'm not up here to assume.
Well, so when I give you a hypothetical, that's exactly what you're to do. So, I'm asking you, so listen, you haven't testified in court before, so when someone, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical.
Okay, no
When
problem.
I give you this hypothetical, that means you need to assume that the hypothetical is true. So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relli. If the defendant was upset with Relli, would you agree that it would not be unusual, knowing the defendant, for him not to invite Relli to the show?
Objection. 2 rounds of relevant false speculation.
Suspend. I want to start with the incident by the parking garage. You would agree that there were 3 of you there, yourself, ASAP Mills, and Mr. Mayers, and that Relli was by himself, correct?
Yes. But I wouldn't say he by himself. We all are the same collective.
Do you recall yourself, prior to the meeting, do you recall yourself trying to call or text Relli when the defendant could not get a hold of him?
Yeah.
So why were you texting or calling Relli when it wasn't you that wanted to talk to him?
Well, for one, we are all, it's a brotherhood, right? So if one person can't get in contact with one person, let me try. That was all.
And the reason, correct, that you ended up calling or texting Relli was because you believed that Relli was ducking the defendant's calls. He didn't want to talk to him, right?
Can you rephrase that?
So you've seen the text that's right in front of you. It says, "Stop ducking my calls." That's from the defendant, correct? You yourself, at around that time, texted or called Relli trying to get a hold of him as well, right? And you were doing that because he would not return the defendant's text, correct?
Well, I didn't have like a reason, like because he did it. Relli is a friend and a brother of mine as well, so I'm trying to reach out.
But you're trying to reach out because you're aware that the defendant, who you're in the car with, can't get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
So you are reaching out at the defendant's behest because you want to try and set up communication between the defendant and Relli, correct?
Yes, I want to set up communication.
And he wouldn't take your call and respond to you either, correct?
From my recollection, no.
Meaning that's correct, what I said, he did not respond?
Yes.
So, you said that you guys get there. You previously testified that when you guys arrived, there was no plan, correct?
There was no plan. As far as a plan, the situation before was for Rocky to converse with Relli. That was it.
And at this point in time, you agree, you have no idea that the defendant has any kind of gun, prop gun or real gun, on his body, correct?
I knew he had the prop because he had the prop at rehearsal.
Oh, so you knew he had a prop gun?
At rehearsal.
When's the first time you saw the prop gun in the defendant's possession that day?
In his possession?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. It might have been the altercation.
Okay, so...
Like in his possession.
So you
Because
said he had it earlier that day?
Yes, the ASAP Lou had it earlier that day because Rocky was on stage rehearsing. So he couldn't rehearse, jump around, and, you know, get ready for the show in that state. So he gave it to ASAP Lou.
Did you actually see this?
I only seen Lou with it. I didn't see when he gave it to him, no. I was also on stage rehearsing.
How do you know that ASAP Lou, the gun that he had, was the same gun that the defendant had?
Well, Lou is the only liaison at the show that could be able to do anything with Rocky aside from us. So that's why I believe it to be the same thing.
My question is, how do you know that that's the same? Did you see Lou give the gun back to Rocky?
I can't recall.
So you mentioned that you guys arrived at the location by the W, and you had a driver, right?
I believe so.
And would you agree that up to this point, there is nothing abnormal? You're saying you don't know what's going to happen, right?
Well, the car ride was beautiful. You know, we together. Like I said, it's the anniversary of a big situation for us. So everything was love.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, at this point in time, nothing unusual has happened, right?
No.
And you have no reason to believe, would you agree, you have no reason to believe at this time that there's going to be anything unusual that's going to happen?
No, because I even heard them quickly on the phone. Relli picked up for Rocky. You feel me? And it was a regular conversation. Nobody's going back and forth, yelling. They were able to tell each other where they were going to be so you can meet up. It wasn't, no, yo, it wasn't nothing like that.
Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I couldn't. I think I couldn't really hear Rel, but I heard Rocky jokingly ask like, "Yo, where you at, bro?" I believe he told him where he was at, which was I think the W Hotel or something like that. And you know, Rocky and Relli had a relationship for years. Relli was viewed as Relli the boss. He told him that he was at the W. Rocky joking with him, "Yo, you're not at the bum ass W, bro. Where you at? Like, let me see where you at. Like, show me your room." And I guess bro act like he was at the W, but he was somewhere else. But yeah, that was the conversation. It was a friendly conversation because they friends.
So what you're saying is that the conversation between Relli and Rocky leading up to this first incident was completely friendly and just joking around. So my question is, do you agree that up to this point, when you're arriving near the W, there's nothing special about the ride you're on, no reason for you to remember anything, correct? Just a regular day? Regular ride?
Well, it was special because I'm with my brothers.
No, but I'm asking not in terms of this special, is there
Yeah.
anything memorable about it in particular, just driving the car?
I think he was playing new music, you feel me? So that was cool, it was a vibe.
So you mentioned on direct examination, you mentioned that when you got there, you were able to recite the literal order of who got out of the car. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, because I was sitting in the back of the car.
So how do you remember specifically? You had a driver, right?
Yeah.
So how do you specifically remember the order of you, the defendant, and Gil, who got out of the car? What made you remember that? Do you know?
Well, because if I'm in the back and they're the only two that's in front of me, they gotta get out first.
What kind of vehicle were you in?
It was like a black truck.
Was it a two-door truck?
Nah, it's like a four-door, like big body black truck.
Right. So you're basically like a luxury chauffeured SUV, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to get out first. Everybody's got a door. They can exit how they want, right?
No, that's not true. Because you can't always sit with the driver. So the driver has his door, and then the two doors in the back is for the two passengers in the back. Then there's a seat that's behind there. And I was sitting right behind my two bros in the back, and they were sitting in the two seats in front of me.
I'm just asking you, do you know why it is that you specifically remember the exact order of who exited the car?
Because that was the only people that I was with.
So you get out, and how long after you get out is it that you see Relli coming out?
Can you rephrase that?
After you get out of the car,
Yes.
or the truck,
Mhm.
how long after that is it before you see Relli coming out?
Well, I seen him. I was already kind of like out the truck already, but I wasn't as far up as, you know, it was in Rocky because I got out last, you feel me? So I'm kind of in the back. I see them in front of me. I see Rel coming down the hill.
Okay, when you first saw Relli, how far away was he from the closest of the three of you?
When I first seen him, he wasn't that close. No.
He was by himself though, right?
Yeah.
So he's coming up, and would you agree that if you can see him, he can see the three of you, is that right?
I'm pretty sure, but I feel like he probably seen Rocky only. He probably didn't see me till last. I don't think he seen me until I came up in between.
So it's your testimony that, based on where you're positioned, that you don't think Relli knew you were there until after the incident started?
Yeah.
But he did know, at least in terms of position, you believe you would have been able to see Gills, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that Relli comes up, and you said before he was like walking in a fashion. Can you describe, was there something about the way he walked that led you to believe that there was a problem?
Well, you know, I done worked out with Relli, so I know him. And his movement, he had a little more pep in his step than usual. And he's coming down, like, it's fake like a hill, so he's coming down. And you can see his bop, a little more, you know, a little more momentum. He comes down, and as soon as he meets up with Rocky, you feel me? And this is after Rocky walks from the car. Rocky walks up. Rocky's not doing anything. He doesn't grab Rel first or anything. He's walking up to Rel, and as soon as he gets up to Rel grabs him.
So let me ask you, up to this point, you're saying that they were completely joking in the car a couple of minutes before, right?
Yes.
Everything.
But I said I did not hear what Relli was saying.
But you said that the defendant's response indicated to you that everything was cool and they were just joking around.
Yes.
So it's your testimony that Relli comes up, and what's the next thing that happens when he approaches?
As soon as he sees Rocky, he grabs him.
And when you say he grabs him, what hand do you grab him with?
I believe his left hand.
Okay. And when he grabbed him, did you see him attempt to punch him?
When he grabbed him, he automatically started like, because he got him by his like, I think his like hoodie and stuff. So I'm not too sure if he's trying to pull his hoodie over or he's just trying to like, you know, kind of have Rocky in the air dangle. I see that's what he was doing.
Well, let me stop. You said he grabbed with one hand,
Yeah.
now you're gesturing like he's grabbing with two hands. How many hands he grabbing with?
He ended up grabbing him with two hands, yes.
Did he start with one hand?
He started with one hand.
Which hand did he grab with first?
He grabbed it with his left hand, I believe.
And do you know whether Relli's right or left-handed?
I believe Relli's right-handed.
And so would you agree that if he grabbed him with his left hand, that his right hand would have been free, if he wanted to punch the defendant?
Possibly, but he did end up grabbing him with both hands.
Well, let me ask you, did you see him attempt to in any way punch the defendant?
No, he was just basically trying to lift the defendant off his feet. So I'm not too sure what he was going to do after that, but he tried to lift him off his feet.
Motion strike, everything after no.
You know, you're right, but we need to finish this case before the end of the decade. So let him explain the answer. I'm just doing this to try to facilitate the trial. Let's move it along. Go ahead.
So when this incident started, where were you standing?
I was behind.
And how far away were you from Relli and the defendant?
Well, I wasn't that close because I literally had to get up to them and get in the middle. So I wasn't that close. Even in the video, you can see I put my hand on Relli last to move him out the way. So that's, as I said before about people getting out the car, how I knew Rocky and Ills got out first, because they were already closer to Relli than I was.
Mr. Phillips, isn't it true that in fact Mr. Mayers grabbed Relli's left arm before Relli ever did anything to him?
No, I don't think so, no.
Well, when you say you don't think so, I'm asking you what you know.
I know for a fact that Rocky, look, you don't want me to say that he's a bigger guy, but I doubt Rocky's just gonna grab Relli, you feel me? And I don't think he grabbed Relli first. Relli grabbed Rocky.
Let me ask something. I asked you before, at this time, during this incident, your testimony is that Relli is physically stronger. If Relli and Rocky are going to fight, Relli's going to win, correct?
Correct.
But would you agree, even at this time, that if Relli and Rocky are going to fight, that Rocky is powerful enough in the industry to basically end Relli on the spot, correct?
No.
Okay, you disagree.
Isn't it true that it was at this time that Mr. Mayers pulled out the firearm, or as you described, the prop gun?
I don't think he just pulled it out. So as I was saying
No
earlier,
question, Kenney. Did you actually see the gun come out?
I seen when Rocky was adjusting the prop to put the prop back into his waistline.
Okay, so that would be after it's come out and being put back, is that right?
That was after Relli is literally trying to lift him off his feet, and
Motion
Rocky
to strike is non-responsive.
As I said before, we need to move it.
Your Honor, but it's not,
We need to move this along.
I'm doing it. Listen to my question.
rephrase it, please.
I'm asking you, did you see the gun come out of the clip? I'm not asking you
Yes or no?
when you saw it put back, did you see it come out?
Yes.
So my question is, when is the first time at that incident that you saw the prop gun?
It was when Relli was grabbing and picking up Rocky, and Rocky was with his hands up, trying to catch his balance, reassure his grip on the floor, because Relli is bigger than him, he was pulling him, and they both fell back. So, being that it was a belt clip, his belt, his pants, from the video you can see, is falling. So that's when I believe the prop took fall. He never pulled the prop out.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you see the defendant remove the prop gun from his belt?
I did not see him remove it. I seen him put it back.
Okay, so that's my question. The first time you saw the gun was when it was being put back?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to now show you the video of the incident by the parking garage. This is going to be People's 15 combined surveillance video, and we're going to show the first incident. So what I'm going to do very much like Mr. Tacopina did, I'm going to run it through one time so you can see it. And I'm going to ask you specific questions about it. So I want you to watch it. How many times do you think you've seen that portion of the video?
A couple times.
Well, you've only seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. Like,
Maybe
not more than 10. Maybe just a few times.
Is it a couple or is it 10?
I have not seen the video 10 times. So that's why I said a couple times. I've only seen the video a couple times.
When's the first time you saw the video?
To be honest, the first time I seen the video was on TMZ.
Does the video that you just saw, does that accurately depict, as much as you can remember, what happened?
Yes, but no.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Because from the video, you see Rocky with the prop in his hand. You also see Rocky put the prop away. You feel me? But you don't see how the prop gets into his hand.
Okay. Do you agree, having watched the video, that it shows Relli walking up and immediately being accosted by Mr. Mayers?
Can you rephrase that?
Let's show the very beginning. Pause it. So I'm going to ask you, in a moment, I'm going to ask you, who was it, Relli or the defendant, who ended up starting this exchange? I want you to watch. Go ahead. Go back one more time. Stop. Would you agree that you've got the defendant reaching towards Relli and the defendant, you've got the defendant reaching towards Relli and Relli grabbing the defendant's hand or arm in response?
No, what I see is Relli putting his hand up. So he moves it from his back, and then he automatically goes to grab Ryan. That's what I see.
Okay, keep going with the video, please. Stop. Would you agree that what you just saw was the defendant holding on to Relli, and Relli has a free right hand, which was available to strike the defendant, which he does not do? Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. Would you agree that that shows Relli being pushed by the defendant?
I'm not going to say push because they're both grabbing on each other, trying to assert like balance, a stance.
Let me ask you something. You indicated how strong the defendant is, how strong Relli is,
Yes.
how strong the defendant. If the defendant, if Relli, based on your experience with him, had wanted to attack the defendant, had wanted to push him back, had wanted to hit him, you would agree Relli is big enough and strong enough to have done that, right?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. That's you, correct?
No, that's not.
I'm sorry, that's Hills, excuse me. I apologize. That is ASAP Hills, right?
Yes.
And go back. What did you just see Hills do in the video?
I see Hills trying to defuse the situation, get in between them, and like basically get Relli and Rocky off each other. Because right before you hit this clip, you can see Relli with both his hands around Rocky's neck, or his hoodie, or whatever, right there.
And you're saying you have this independent memory of exactly what's on the video?
That's
Stop. From the only 2 or 3 times you watched it?
No, I just seen that.
Oh, okay. Let's back this up a little bit, please.
Like,
Watch. So I want you to watch Hills. Stop. Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that Ills is trying to get Rocky off of Relli, is trying to get between them, is trying to push him back, and that the defendant continues to go towards Relli?
Objection, Your Honor, is a compound.
Wait a second. It's compound, sustain.
Compound.
All right, I was trying to speed it up, Your Honor. I'll do one at a time then. Okay, back it up. What does Relli do? Stop. Right now, would you agree, Ills is grabbing the defendant who is between he and Relli. Ills is not between the two of them. The defendant is between. Is that correct?
no, because this is Rocky on one end, Relli is on the other end. Ills has both his hands basically getting in the middle to break it up.
Wait a minute. Can you point with the pointer there? Point to where Ills is. Point to where the defendant is. Point to where Relli is.
Right there.
So how can you say that Ills is between the defendant and Relli when Ills is on the other side of the defendant?
Because if there's a person standing here and a person standing here, he's trying to get in the middle of them.
So I didn't ask you what he was trying to do. Listen to my question. Do you agree that this video shows ills not between the defendant and Relli, but behind the defendant, grabbing him?
He's not behind the defendant.
He is, so it's your belief that this video does not show ills behind the defendant? No. Okay? Let me go back slightly. Stop. You agree Relli has just gone off the screen, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the defendant is pushing him off the screen, correct?
He was pulling, right?
Okay. So whether he's pulling or pushing, do you agree that ills is not between the two of them?
This isn't the same clip that you showed me before, but right here, he's behind.
Okay, so right now you agree ills is behind, right?
It was behind, right?
Okay, now we're gonna keep the clip going. Stop. Is ills still behind?
See, now, it was just behind him, trying to pull him away from Relli. And in this photo, you can see Relli with his hand around Rakim.
Okay, I want you just said a second ago, in this image at this point, ills is trying to pull the defendant off of Relli, correct?
In this image, he's trying to get the defendant off of Relli, while Relli is grabbing the defendant by the neck.
Listen to my question. In this image, do you agree that it shows ills trying to get the defendant off of Relli, yes or no?
I'm not saying no. I don't think he's trying to get him off because you don't see Rocky a certain dominance right here. So I think he's just trying to get in the
Oh,
middle
looks
to
like
the
it's
situation.
non-responsive? Keep the video going. Stop. Would you agree that at this point in time, there is no attempt where you have seen Relli trying to punch, kick, slap, do anything to the defendant?
So if you play from the clip before, you can obviously see him choking. So a few seconds later, no, he's not choking, but he was choking.
Wait, so your testimony is now, we missed, he was choking, Relli was choking the defendant, is your testimony.
Yes, if you want to play the video back, you can see it.
Have you ever mentioned before this moment in court that you saw Relli choking the defendant?
What I said was...
Wait, answer my question, please. Have you ever said before this moment in court, ever, that you saw Relli choking the defendant?
No, because I never seen...
Motion to strike everything after no? Do you agree that Relli at this point in time does not have either of his hands on the defendant?
Correct.
Do you agree that Ills, at this point in time, is not paying any attention to Relli and is looking forward, trying to get the defendant separated because he's coming after Relli?
Objection, Mark. All speculation. Let's go.
Please, play it. Stop. Do you agree that what you just shows Ills backing Relli up?
Yes.
Would you agree that as with the defendant, that Relli is considerably bigger and stronger than Ills as well?
Yes.
Do you agree that knowing Relli and knowing Ills and knowing the strength between them, that if Relli had wanted to go forward and go after the defendant, that he had the ability at that point?
Possibly.
Possibly? I'm asking you, from what you've seen, does it look like Relli is in any way trying to go after the defendant?
Right then and there, you see his hand coming around him, so I'm not too sure what he was doing.
So at this point in time, do you know if the defendant already has the gun out?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Let's run it, please. Did you see the gun?
Play it.
You can see right, you see the gun in his hand?
I see the prop in his hand, yes.
Do you see the gun in his hand?
Yes.
At this point in time, would you agree that the defendant is aggressively going towards Relli with a gun in his hand, and that Ills is trying to keep the defendant from making contact with Relli?
Can you rephrase that?
Would you agree that at this point in time, the defendant has a gun in his hand, is moving aggressively toward Relli, and that Ills is trying to prevent Relli from getting close to the defendant? I'm sorry, they're trying to prevent the defendant from getting close to Relli.
You have to rephrase it because
Yeah, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Do you agree, at this point in time, the defendant has a gun in his hand? Agree?
Okay.
Agree? Say yes?
Yes.
And do you agree that at this point in time, that the defendant is aggressively moving towards Ills and Relli?
Well, in this clip, because Relli was already grabbing him and kind of like, trying to little boy him, you feel me? So I just see Rocky just trying to get himself out of the corner. Just trying to get himself out of the corner, get himself from out of here. I'm not too sure what else is right here. He could have been backed up against the side of the garage wall. And he was just trying to get himself up out of that situation.
So you're saying the defendant is trying to get himself out of a bad situation?
He's just trying to get himself up out of here. He doesn't have the prop on Relli. He's not pointing the prop at Relli. He's not doing anything like that. So
let me ask you something. At this point in time, can't the defendant simply have gone the other way and exited himself from the situation?
That's full speculation.
You were at the scene.
Yes, I was.
When the defendant is moving towards Relli with a gun, was there anything preventing the defendant, as is shown in the video, from turning around and going the other way?
As you can see in the video, I'm not too sure how long this lasts. He does that exactly as soon as he's able to get up out of this space.
So it's your position that the defendant did not have the opportunity to go the other way, is that?
No, because Relli pushed him under the garage. The garage it's like it was built under something, so you can't walk through the wall. He had to wait till he got from under the garage so he could be able to get up out of there.
You agree that in this image that you've seen, and you were at the actual incident, the defendant has his finger on the trigger, correct?
No.
So you don't see his finger on the trigger in this video?
I do not see that.
Well, let's run it again. Do you agree that it appears that the defendant's finger is on the trigger?
I see his hand is on the prop. I cannot tell you if his finger is on the trigger. No.
So, at this point in time, is this when Relli yells, "Put that fake gun away"?
So as Rocky starts turning, yes, he says, "Put that fake ass gun away."
And your position is, I just want to be clear, that at this point in time, when that gun comes out,
yes,
Relli knows it's a fake gun.
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, continue. Stop it. Do you know what
the defendant did with the gun after he pulled it out when they go off frame?
In this clip or another clip?
No, just listen to what I'm saying. You just saw the defendant take out the gun.
Yes.
You saw the defendant then go forward, which would be to the left of this video, so we don't see him. He goes off screen. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the defendant did with the gun that he just pulled out when he went off screen?
Well, as you can see, he put it back into his waistline and he was leaving.
When did you see him put it back?
Well, when I was there, during this altercation, he put it back. It wasn't even out that long.
Well, so what I'm asking you is, play the image where he pulls it out. I'm almost, Your Honor, I can break in a 2 minutes if the court needs. So the gun is out.
Yes.
My question is not what did he do when he put it back? He pulled the gun out and he goes off screen towards Relli. What did he do with the gun when he went off screen?
Can you show me that again and rephrase that? Because
yes.
I didn't see him going up the screen going towards Relli.
Watch. There he is, off the screen. He had the gun. So my question is, do you know what he is doing with the gun at this point when we can't see him off screen?
Well, the gun is still down. He's still trying to put it back into his waistline.
Wait, so you're saying this video we just seen shows him putting the gun back?
Can you rewatch the video?
Sure. I'm not talking about when he comes back. I'm saying at this point in time, you agree. What's that?
I didn't witness this to rewatch the video.
We just did. Just watch it.
No, you just paused it. I'm trying to watch the whole video.
No, I'm not showing the whole video. I'm showing the part I want to show.
Nah, so can you show it in context? It shows when he puts the proper way.
No, Mr. Phillips, I'm going to show you what I want to show you. So
go ahead, show Mr. Phillips what you want.
I just showed you that image. My question is, you would agree that the defendant takes a gun out, the gun is out, they go off screen with the gun still out. So what I'm asking you is, do you know what the defendant did with the gun when they went off screen?
Yes, he was still trying to put it back in his waistline. The gun was down, so I believe he was trying to put it in his front belt, but he couldn't. So that's when he turned around, he readjusted it, put it to like the top.
Wait, so your testimony is that he pulled the gun out, and then immediately after pulling the gun out, tried to put it back.
He didn't pull the gun out. So, like I said, from him getting pulled by Relli, his clothes weren't secure. So his clothes weren't secure, the prop clip wasn't secure. You feel me? So he didn't pull it out. He's a dominant right hand. He would have pulled it out with his right hand, I'm guessing. Here, he's using his left hand to adjust it the whole time.
So you saw the gun out, correct? You saw the gun out of the clip, correct? The gun gets removed.
I seen it, only seen it when he was trying to adjust it back into his clothes.
Last thing to show you, I want you to see when the gun first comes out, when we see it on the screen. Gun is already out the first time we see it. So you're watching, gun is stopped, the gun is out right now, do you agree?
Yes.
It's in the defendant's hand, do you agree?
Yes.
You're not telling us that the gun fell out of the clip and just happened to go in his hand, right?
The gun, it would have fell on the floor. It's inside his pants. And it's a clip. So I feel as though he grabbed it while it was falling. He just grabbed it with his hand, just to secure it. He's not pulling it out. He's not pointing it. He's actually trying to secure it and keep it down.
So your testimony is, that his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to get his pants up and grabbed the gun accidentally to prevent his pants from coming down, and that's why the gun is out. That's your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is that the reason the gun came out was because his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to try and make sure his pants didn't come down, and unintentionally grab the gun.
Yes.
We can resume on Monday, Your Honor.
All right, folks, please be outside the courtroom door. Anyone want to start at 10? 10 o'clock, everybody? I know, 10 o'clock? All right. Okay, all right. We'll resume at 10 o'clock on Monday. Please don't discuss the case. Work yourself. Don't look at any electronic media, print media, or any kind of media. Keep an open mind. See you Monday.
The felony assault trial for hip-hop star A$AP Rocky is what's trending in true crime this morning. On Monday, testimony from the trial's key witness, the alleged victim, Terrell Ephron, a.k.a. A$AP Relli, came to an end after multiple days on the witness stand and after viral, very intense courtroom moments between him and Rocky's attorney, Joe Tacopina.
You're not going to keep tripping me up. I'm on
Mr. Ephron! Stop! Just stop talking. It's.
Your Honor, we have a letter from the DA, and the letter says that Mr. Ephron informed them that he went on his Instagram. Yes, my Instagram. All right. Your turn as in Relli boss. You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate. I can go to my archive.
He doesn't. All right, stop. He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
And that led to this post on X from high-profile criminal defense attorney and justice-served TV co-host Kenney Baden saying, quote, the court again asked the DA if they were sure they wanted to continue. This after inquiring the day before about ethics of continuing. And with a seemingly uphill battle for the prosecution, we're asking, should the judge kick the case against the popular rapper? And I'm so pleased to have on the show this morning someone I have so much love and so much respect for, the co-host of the Justice Served TV podcast, high-profile criminal defense attorney Kenney Baden. I know you know her. You've seen her represent people like Phil Spector, Casey Anthony, Aaron Hernandez. The list of celebrity clients goes on and on. A fierce advocate in the courtroom and one of the nicest people you will ever meet in your life. Linda, good morning. Thank you for coming on with me.
Good morning, Julia, and a dog lover. We bond over our dogs, our puppies.
We do. I love Tubi the poodle. I hope he's having a good morning. Regards to him and to Doc. So, Linda, tell me, so you put this tweet out and it gets a lot of attention, right? 50 Cent shares your post, gets a lot of talk. Tell me what you were thinking after you were watching that cross and knowing what you know about the law, what the court may do next.
Yeah. Forget about our tweet and everyone saying, how did you get sourced? Well, we are. You know, we've been around for a while and we were very confident of our sources. And we had double sources for both of our tweets about whether or not the prosecution was asked whether they go forward. But all you have to do, you don't have to be a lawyer, Julie. You don't have to be an ethics counsel. You don't have to be a judge. You don't have to be an advocate. You just have to be a court watcher to say, this is not going well. When your main witness says in a tape that he needs to get a lawyer to get his $30 million, he needs a bag, right? For an extortion bag, basically. And and he calls it, he says, because if I don't have a lawyer, it's something called extortion. I mean, that's not great. When your main witness yesterday in the lead Detective Flores, where Mr. Tacopina, who is his attorney, ended, talked about whether or not the victim, the alleged victim, Relli, Mr. ASAP Relli, in the group that he's with, ASAP Rocky, was at the scene to collect the shells and said at one point he wasn't, one point he was, at one point they determined that he wasn't, at one point the report is wrong. I mean, it's downhill constantly. And so do you really need our sources to say that it's likely that, I mean, if you've got a brain, you know that anybody who's got ethics would say, hey, are you really going to continue this charade, or do you have an ethics duty here? Have you looked to see whether or not this could be suborning perjury? That would be my concern as a counsel, and I'd want to get ethics counsel if I were a prosecutor dealing with this case at this point.
Oh, that's a great point, Linda. That's a really great point. I have a clip here. This is Mr. Ephron, a.k.a. A$AP Relli, getting really frustrated during the cross where Joe Tacopina was grilling him like a steak. Take a look.
Are you with me, so? Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on. Are you with me? We didn't even get to the case. Right. What are we doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No.
At one point, Linda, I think one of my favorite moments was when A$AP Relli answers a question, yes, no, I don't know. And Joe Tacopina looks at the jury. Yeah, I know you know the moment. He's like, well, pick one. Pick one for.
All right.
Oh my gosh, I was busy
one,
watching you and listening to you at the same time.
Pick one. I'm struggling. You know what? I saw that halo over my head. Look at it, just won't go away. You mentioned that. I mean,
is that a chakra? I'm not sure.
Michael Bryant, I have a question for you. Okay, I'm going to start out very, very calm. Okay, very calm.
All right.
Are we watching the effing Zapruder film here that we're going to pick out every single frame?
Forward and back.
Okay,
forward and back.
The only thing that he hasn't done is get software, which they have, because I use it in accident reconstruction cases where you can have how many frames there are per second in a frame and cut it down by that.
30, by the way.
It's 30. Okay. What I've learned is that sometimes it can vary, but 30 is a good thing. So maybe he should do that. Maybe he should go over the weekend, and I'm talking about Mr. Lewin, get the software, break the frames out to 30 frames. 30. Mine's doing that too. Hello, Domino. Even Domino's upset. 30 frames a minute, and we can go 30 frames a minute so that we are not done this decade, that we are done in a decade that, see, you and I won't even be around by the time it goes. All right. So welcome back, everybody. Here we are. Spread the word. We're here to answer your questions and give your comments. And let me show some of your comments. Maria, Rocky is a righty. He's holding the gun behind his back of his hand. Now, you notice that when, and I know you've got clips to play, but I just want to give you, because you know I play poker, okay? Whenever he doesn't get the answer, that's the one to the question he wants. And I think that Relli's keeping us calm, doing a good job. He says, after Relli answers how he knows his truth, right, or what he saw, Lewin will say, what I'm asking is, or what I'm really asking is, all right, and then because he's trying to get the answer he wants, not the answer that may be the truth. All right. And I'm really having a problem with this. The judge, Relli can ask for a $30 million bag, can lie on the stand. And the prosecutor, before he puts Relli on, I'll guarantee you, didn't cross Relli like he crossed this guy. And that's what defense attorneys complain about all the time. They complain about the double standard in prosecutions where prosecutors can put witnesses on that lie and fabricate and expand the truth, okay? And I'm not necessarily talking about Relli in himself. But when you get to the defense witnesses, all of a sudden, they're like the devil. And they got to sit there for days enduring a cross-examination that really is, quite frankly, in my opinion, ridiculous. But now that I'm calm,
glad you got that out of your system. Yeah, you can tell when he goes on and on and on, repeating the same thing over and over until he gets what he thinks is an arguable answer that he can use in his closing. He's digging because it's a crap case. Hey, this is totally off base here and weird, but why in the last day or so has my image been backwards for what it used to be? I don't know if you noticed this. It was yesterday when it changed.
On the other side.
Now, well, not only that, but my image, like my buddy here, Bones, is now on the opposite side of the frame.
Not when I'm looking.
Everything was this. everything, if you go back and look at a couple of our shows,
Okay.
everything is the exact opposite in virtually all of them until a day or so ago. Anyway,
Okay.
I digress.
Your buddy there without the top hat.
Yeah, he used to be
What
over.
about-
Yeah, he used to be.
Well,
Anyway,
anyhow, right
Anyhow,
right
so-
hand. Was he holding the gun? The right hand, the left hand. Is the frame reversed? Is the frame not reversed? Okay.
Yes.
So let's take you.
maybe
So
this is
why don't-
maybe that this is. Oh, I got it. I think this video was handled by the Commonwealth in Massachusetts, and it's been inverted. That's what it is. I knew there was something goofy going on here. Speaking of that, and we'll get to it in a little bit here. I did the interview with the attorney for Gretchen Voss, who in the Karen Reed case, of course, was the one who interviewed Karen Reed, and her attorney pulled off kind of a miracle by getting a motion to reconsider as it related to producing her notes for the prosecution. He got that basically reversed, got Judge Bev to say, I've changed my mind. So we'll have just a teeny snip of that, and then we'll post the entire interview after we're done here tonight. So can't agree with you more, obviously. Lewin is just, while I appreciate his zealousness, he truly is a zealous representative for his client, in this case, the state of California. He's just as annoying as hell. And that doesn't play. I try to put myself in the box, with the jury members and think, okay, I see where he's trying to go. He's hitting a wall, maybe like Relli did. And, he just keeps circling back to the same stuff. The judge is getting annoyed. And I think the judge, as well as anybody else, as well as us, is a good barometer for what the jury's probably feeling. And that is, let's move it along, pal. We get it. We either believe the point you're trying to make or we don't. But let's move along. So.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, but this whole thing with the gun is down in the left hand. I mean, he can talk about it all, and at one point, Tacopina objected. Let's show some context to the frame because you take a freeze frame, but things are moving. Everything is moving, right? Fast, right?
And it looks like.
And Lewin says, "I'm going to show what I want to show." Right?
Well, yeah, that's because 12E. Mr. Phillips is asking for some context himself. Let me. No. Well, I understand this is your cross-examination, sir, but the witness is asking for some clarification, or the witness is just going to say, I don't know. The witness has done so much better than he could have done. He could have just started saying, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying. I can't understand. I don't. Where are we? I just can't. What you're asking me, I can't respond to. But he's been trying to help. Give me some context for this. Right. Here's what Lewin doesn't want to hear. He doesn't want to hear that there is a way to interpret this video which is bad for Relli. Okay? And we know that I keep calling him Illy. Is that right? Is it Illy?
Illa.
I have some video of Ills. I got some video of Ills. And Og. Although you know what Og is, right?
That's the question.
Do you
I know
what
now.
Og
I did not know at the time. That was a big.
I did some research on Og.
That was the high point today. Is that we heard the defendant? Well, I didn't. Quite frankly, I didn't hear anything because I was so busy listening to Lewin double back on questions. But why don't you tell us what happened here?
Okay, I want to show you some Og. Can I show you some Og?
Yeah,
this
show me
is
some
just.
Og.
I just decided to check into this because I really wasn't sure. Here we go. So here's their website, Og, right? So press start. Okay, and then here's your basic menu of sorts. So if you go into the about, here's what Og is about. Never reveal what Og means. When in doubt, always refer to rule number 1. They just stole the Fight Club shtick, is what they did. Remember the movie Fight Club?
Oh yeah, that's right.
With Brad Pitt and Ed Norton Jr.
Yeah, Ed Norton.
I think it was Brad Pitt in there, right? Ed Norton Jr.
It was definitely Ed Norton.
Yeah, the thing is, there's no such thing as Fight Club, and that's the Fight Club bit. So here's Ills. This is ASAP Ills. This is only slightly less grainy there than what the jury has seen, but there's a kind of a better shot of ASAP Ills on the Og website, and I think he's listed as a producer and I think an artist. And then the other one I highlighted was Rocky. The one you won't see on here is A$AP Relli. No longer on the website.
Well, go back to that. Never revote. Go back to that because then it seems to me, if Rocky said when Relli is being questioned about Og and he says he doesn't know, and then Rocky says words to the effect of what don't say, he says those words, right? No, don't answer the question or something like that. That's what the website says. So
Yeah, that's
Rocky
the
is now
shtick.
answering. Rocky is now answering the question that the witness says he doesn't know what the answer is. All right, so now it makes perfect sense to me.
Yes, it is. See there. Let me go to it's right there. There we go. Never reveal what Og means. When in doubt, always refer to rule number 1. Never, yeah. What's Fight Club? There is no Fight Club. Okay.
And then when Mr. Phillips said, "I know what the brand is. I just don't know what the acronym stands for."
Yeah. Well, nobody does. So it's kind of a funny moment because I don't think Lewin knows what the word game is.
Right. But people interpret on the internet. Some people interpret, oh, that was not a good look for the defendant. Okay. Hey, the problem is now this is kind of like he's like you don't reveal what it is. I'm sitting here, I'm watching hours of cross-examination on something that's irrelevant. There was a funny moment though
Yes.
with the jury that kind of shows you the jury likes Mr. Phillips, right?
Just the LA reference.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll set this up. So Lewin is going into here's Lewin's overall picture is you're bought off. You're bought and paid for by Rocky, by the defendant. Didn't he fly you here in a private jet? Well, no, I just flew in a normal jet. Wasn't first class or anything. Well, you're in a nice hotel, right? And don't give the name. Well, it's okay. It's nice. I'm in downtown LA. And then there begins this little mini discussion on hold on a second here, on LA. And it's a little bit hard to hear some of it, but we can flesh it out for you. Those of us who know downtown LA will certainly agree.
Right.
Saturday.
And where you stand right now?
Downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but is it a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel up there.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
What did he say? What did he say there?
And then the judge chimes in at the end. So what he says is, and I'll play it one more time just so that we can follow along. He says, yeah, the hotel's cool, but downtown LA is crazy. And
the jury laughs.
Lewin, yeah, everybody laughs because they know, and it's honest. And Lewin basically says, well, I can't really comment about that. And then 12 says, but you understand. And everybody laughs again. And then the judge says, yes, we do. So it's just kind of a slam on LA. Let's see if we can run it back and you can pick that up.
Okay.
No, hold on a sec.
Downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but is it a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel up there.
And
it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer your question.
You understand.
What was that?
You understand. We all do.
You understand. The judge
says
we all do.
He says, Lewin says, what was that? The jury is laughing.
Yeah.
The jury is laughing along with Mr. Phillips. He's laughing along with 12E. They're not laughing at him. They're laughing along with him.
No, they're laughing like you would when a friend says something you all understand and relate to.
Right. So I to me, that was a very important moment there, that it told you like kind of where the jury's at. Now, I think that Lewin's decided that this case rises or falls because it can't rise or fall on his victim. It rises or fall on whether or not this is a made up, and we know it because that's where there was agita between Tacopina and Lewin earlier in the week. Remember, on whether or not this is a prop or starter pistol. In other words, some kind of non-real gun versus a real gun, and they're lying about it. That's where I think Lewin's decided it rises or falls, and therefore that's where he's going to stay for the next 12 hours.
That and who was the aggressor, because he's really trying to focus on, the fact that despite Relli being larger, that it's truly Rocky that was the aggressor here. See, he has his hand around him, and you see that freeze frame where it looks like he has a gun in his hand, although it's pretty bad. It's very hard to see, but it looks like maybe his hand and maybe a gun is maybe somewhere near Relli's midsection. That's as far as I would go.
Pointed down. I actually
and it's also moving. It's but that freeze
moving.
Everybody is moving, and Ills is trying to step in and break it up. Now the question becomes: is he pulling Relli away because Relli's the aggressor, or is he trying to pull Relli away from Rocky because Rocky's the aggressor? And it's so hard to tell from the video. Either could be true. So that means the jury's left with Mr. Phillips' version of what happened that night, because Relli, they can't believe anything from that dude. So will they believe Mr. Phillips when he says that it was Ills trying to step in and just separate them, and Relli was the aggressor? They believe him, then bye-bye prosecution.
Yeah, well, also you do see, and I'm wearing, I know you wore this hoodie because of this thing. I wore this hoodie specifically because if we went back and played that, Relli has Rocky grabbing the two portions of the hood. You see it, okay? And that's why he said that Relli was the aggressor, because he reached up and grabbed Rocky with this, and he almost lifted him off the ground. Just like you're much stronger than I am.
He actually said that he did. He actually said that he did lift him off the ground.
Right. And so, and somebody I'm out there walking to be the poodle, and somebody grabs me by this and lifts me off the ground, I'm going to try to fight back, right? I'm going to, with whatever I have, so there was a reason for the hoodie with the skulls today, so that we could do a little demonstration on it. So Jenny has a question, Michael.
Yeah, worrying about whether 12V is being impeached in any way. 12V is solid. How do you think he impeached himself, according to Lewin? I didn't pick up anything he impeached him on. I think he made some of his testimony less certain, but I don't see any impeachment per se.
Yeah. I thought 12V did a great job, actually. I think.
Yeah, I'll take 12V any day. As a witness, and I don't mean even in comparison to not to Relli. I mean just in general. I just think he's a solid witness. He and Wally both, I think, were solid witnesses, and what a surprise, they're both defense witnesses.
Oh yeah, and also, I mean, I think it was an issue. He's going to bring him back on Monday. He's going to let this poor guy stay all weekend. And what is he going to do on Monday? Well, let me see. Let me do. What do you want to make a guess he's going to do on Monday? The same thing?
Yeah. Well, he's going to. The judge hopefully will make him move along into another topic. But let's. Maybe he's got another hour. Who knows? And then we'll see if Joey T has. I don't know that he's got a lot of fixing to do. I
don't think he's got any fixing. And I get up and say, read it right. None needed, Your Honor.
Yeah, that would be amazing, because attorneys. It's better, you, me, him. Yeah, there's always, it's so hard not to ask a question. It's just so hard. But he wouldn't hurt himself by just saying, "We're good."
Yeah, none needed. Yeah, we're good, because he hasn't gone off his thing.
He hasn't landed any blows.
No, and if anything, the questions sometimes were confusing, but they were meant to confuse him. See, that's what I get. Well, what I'm asking is, I don't get the answer. Well, what I'm asking is, and that's not what he was asking.
Yeah. What I really mean is, let me work it around this way. And he had another moment where he's kind of adding, his cultural ignorance, or maybe just being a jerk. But Lewin would say, you keep saying, "You feeling me? You feeling me?" That part of the vernacular of a rap artist, a lot of people. And it just means, do you get it? Are you following? Right? And Lewin made a point of, saying, I don't understand, I don't understand what that means. Why make that comment? It's just, and then later, as he's continuing his cross-examination, Lewin, is asking Phillips, do you follow me? That's the same thing as you feeling me. It's the same thing.
You follow me. You know, it's.
You get it? You
You
understand?
you talked to Gen Z lately? Jenny, according to the chat of a person who came after JSTV, that's us for the statement saying it was across the century. Oh boy. I won't even go there. I'm not going to get into the gutter with that, Jenny. Thank you for letting us know. But
that tells you all you need to know.
that's
Really,
all
right
you
there.
need to know
Whoa.
if you think this is across of the century. Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah, I'm not going to continue on that
yeah.
vein. Okay, so anyway,
Thank you for letting us know, though.
yeah. So anyway,
Yes,
where were we?
You have some other clips. Oh yeah, thank you. I get a kick out of y'all too because you're all so honest in your questions and all. You know, it's Missy. Our Missy says, and she had to stay on as is playing all day, and we went back to work a little bit. The case is driving everyone crazy, especially the judge. I think the judge at one point, I thought he was going to charge the $1,500, and he did, but they got back to speaking objections later in the afternoon.
Seems like they got a little loose, a little bit looser in the afternoon. And again, we'll see if it's really 1,500. Is it going to be 500? Is it going to be, okay, you guys cleaned it up, so I'm going to waive any sanctions?
Right,
Who knows?
right.
You know, but at least he stepped it up. You know, we talked the other day about it's just no, stop. You can only do that so many times, you know, and then you got to put your kid in the corner. You know, you can only say stop doing that so often. You got to go to your room. So that's at least the judge's effort to step it up.
Yeah, I wonder how much the case is costing taxpayers. They tend to break that down afterwards, but it's never real because they never put in detective salaries and pensions and all that kind of stuff. They just put in what the actual cost is, like to run the courtroom or things like that.
And that's it's a dot of a number. That's nothing compared to what it really is.
What it actually really is. But the you know, the judge is out there and he's trying to keep control of it. I mean, Joe Tacopina is only objecting. I think Joe Tacopina likes the fact that 12E is coming across as real and honest. And so he doesn't want to object or interject too much. It's only when the question's asked about 75 times and he says objection, asked and answered and all, you know, or something like that. But I think he likes the fact. But I think he also thought that maybe if he didn't object too much, he'd be finished today. Right? The cross.
Will he finish today?
No, he didn't finish it.
No, he just said we'll pick it up on Monday.
Yeah,
we'll pick this up on Monday. So another related question as to the cost, and again, we don't know, but this particular question from Nicola adds a little commentary. When the attacker fell and scraped his hand and now claims to be a victim, I think we know how she's going to vote if she's on the jury.
Yeah, well, we ran a poll earlier, didn't we? We ran a poll.
Yeah, we had one just during the stream, right? Do we have the final numbers on that? I know it was, I think it was like 100% of all those that voted. And the question was,
it went down a little.
Wasn't it like did it go to fall below that?
96 to 4%, 96%
check.
4%. Who was more believable, Relli or 12E? I assume that all the people that were supporting. That are supporting a certain lean of certain people came in to vote in our poll because, I just don't see it now. Could a juror
Could it be a hung jury?
We only need is one to hang a jury, right? Or that's all you need. Oasis Cat says, like the Fight Club. That's what I didn't know what it was, but that's it's interesting because that makes sense as to why Rocky would blurt it out. And because I was here working, blurting things out like, oh, objection, oh, come on, oh, this is ridiculous, this is tiring. I can't imagine how tired 12 is. And remember, he can't talk to anybody in the middle of his cross-examination.
Right. So for the weekend, in theory, he's stuck in downtown LA, just kind of hanging out. And not a fun place to be, downtown LA, for the weekend. That's when the creatures come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jesus says prop gun won't work. Can be found guilty on lesser charges.
We don't know of any lesser included, do we? I don't think there are any lesser included.
I don't think there are any lesser included right now.
Yeah.
Kay Schmidt, thank you so much. You have gifted 5 more memberships to Justice Serve TV. That's terrific.
Thank you. So nice.
It's so nice and so generous of you and all. This is a great point. Here for the tea. Yeah, we were spilling some tea this week. We'll see where we go. If there's anything else we can get, we think we still have the best tea in the world. They think 12E pointing out that Rocky, I think 12E pointing out that Rocky is right-handed and the gun is in his left hand was a great point. I do too. I think that was a terrific.
Yeah. And he also talked about how it was barely out, in his opinion, as he recalls it was barely removed before it was put back in. So how that equates to 2 shots getting fired in any direction, I don't know, but it certainly helps the defendant.
Oh, Jenny, I missed this. Did you not see the very end? Lewin had another hissy fit because the judge put a 90-minute timer on Lewin Cross on my. I didn't see that.
No.
Good for you, Judge.
Was
Good for you.
was that broadcast, or was it just audio? Because they almost immediately went to the Seal of California.
Right,
But
exactly.
90 minutes, even that. I mean, come on. How's he going to kill another 90 minutes with his line of questioning?
He'll find a way. What I'm really asking is now, he's a tough attorney. He's a tough attorney. There's no doubt about it. But if you try to trip somebody else up, he's saying what he knows. He knows what he knows. I mean, and he said, well, how do you know it's a prop gun? He basically, he didn't even say that he was told. He said, well, I just kind of, that's the way it was from when we were at the, it's just always the way it's been. And he went where we did. Well, if you're really attacked as a prop gun, gonna, scare somebody. Well, the thing is, they don't know if it's a prop gun. He said, yeah, sure. You show a gun, and they could run away.
And that was interesting because the question then becomes, well, did Relli know it was a prop gun? And if he did, would he have been scared? No. So it just muddies that water even further. Relli was aware that he had a prop gun, therefore he would chase after him because he knew he couldn't be hurt by that.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's interesting.
And the interesting part is the whole thing about the pants being lifted up and the gun falling down.
I've told these damn kids to wear a belt. Dude, pants should, no pants falling off. The gun just aggravates that problem.
But Lewin kind of at the very end.
Is right.
But not going there. Okay. Lewin kind of aggravated that point at the very end because he kept pushing 12 on. I'm telling you, he kept looking at the pants were loose, and he said, "Are you saying to me the gun was falling out and he had to grab it because the pants were loose?" Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Well, and therefore, it makes sense, right?
If your pants are that loose and you have a gun in there, it'll help tighten the pants. So if the gun comes out, the pants are looser, they're going to fall down.
Yeah, especially if you're being lifted up. So it's kind of interesting. That's why he said the gun's always pointed down. He's trying to get it back into his pants and all. But you don't see what happens off. You don't see what happens off the camera. And Relli, not Relli, 12E's trying to tell Lewin, and Lewin's going to say, "Yo, but I want to show you this frame." But hey, wait a second. He said, "I was there. I'm trying to tell you."
Yeah.
And then he said, "No, but what I'm asking is."
And that's why Lewin would say, You see that there? And he said, "No, I saw it that night. I was there. I don't see it in that picture, but I was there."
Oh my gosh. You really want to go. You're really putting your office on the line for Relli. Okay. Their jeans, as Kay Schmidt said, the jeans are always falling off. It's their styles. It's I see it in New York. I mean, the young kids,
of course it is. And I see these, and I study this. It's just, they'll have the boxers on. I don't know if that's because if their pants fall down, they have better coverage. But the boxers, and then have to be like 5-6 inches of those boxers showing.
Right.
And the pants, and I'm looking at them. How do those pants stay up when you're walking? I just don't. There's nothing there to hold up your pants. Is it worth it? Is it really worth it? I'm showing my common sense. Is it really worth it? That fashion statement? I think you just look stupid. So, anyway.
Oh my goodness gracious, this is great. Sunshine H-Town _ I'm still stuck on the fact, and this is what a good pickup this is. I miss this. That Relli said he was a lefty. Then day 6, he said his dominant hand was his right. This guy just lies about anything and everything. Shaking my head. Very interesting that he knew that there was a problem with the gun being handled. with the video, and he's trying to get around it. That's a really interesting pickup. I wonder if, I assume the defense team also has picked that up, right? Because, yeah, interesting. So now what does Lewin do? Go out and get videos to try to show that Rocky has some ambidextrous.
He's ambidextrous.
If
Yeah.
he is, you know.
Well, if that's true, yes, why not do it? Yeah.
Well, thank you, Michael Bryant, for
Hey,
giving
no,
5
no
memberships.
problem. I thought that was you. I thought you were doing that. Wait a minute.
Thank you very much. And we've got like 20 new memberships in the last couple of days, 25 new memberships. It's really great. And I'm still working on some of the things for the members. I know you've been taking the laboring oar on that.
Well, yeah, but yeah, because everybody's very excited about my DIY project. I have a few things I'm going to post from the last trip up north. So just some really interesting little things like what happens, how the crowd reacts when Hank Brennan arrives at the courthouse, and how the crowd reacts. Well, you know the crowd; it's free Karen Reed. But how they arrive, how they react when any of the defense team comes in. It is very funny, and they're all characters, and they all have nicknames. Hanky Panky, and
somebody says Spanky.
Yeah. So yeah. I'll post those. I keep forgetting to do that. I'll post those in the member notch.
Members, and also, and we've been so busy on these cases, we haven't been able to get our solving the crime thing ready. But we will. Maybe March now instead of February. But that's because February is going by. And by the way, today you asked me what our snow estimate is for here. It's now up to 5 inches.
It's up to 5, which means we'll be
Sunday,
8 to 10.
So,
oh, goody.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So can't wait for an update. Afton says, they're waiting for you, Michael. They're waiting for you. I did one. I was freezing up in Harvard.
Freezing. Yeah. Let me take you to a couple of my locations.
Yeah.
I am so glad that we're moving into warmer weather because when we do these, where in the world remotes, much more pleasant. March 4th up there, that shouldn't be horrible. Can we go either way, but shouldn't be horrible anyway.
Okay, so we have some new people joining us here. Khadijah, today was good because I learned today, Telly, I can't see, is that Telly? Telly started all this with his IG rant. Relli started all this IG rant. All the phone call was because of that. Why Rocky told Jabari I don't mess with him because of that. And it is because remember Relli was ranting, you're not paying for this, you're not paying for that. And it turns out, ASAP was, ASAP Rocky.
Yeah, that was the Josh funeral expenses.
And all that kind of
stuff. Like I said, I think that was a triggering event, even if Relli was wrong about it. I think that was the problem.
Yeah, Tamika Jones, 12E, also said that when the gun came out, Rocky grabbed the gun with his left hand when he's right-handed, which is true. Oh boy, it's snowing in other places. Okay. And yet Missy has air conditioner running. Okay, so actual ice is snowing at the UK. In Texas, in Texas you have your air conditioning running.
Yeah, because remember they were crying about a week or so ago because they got a flake of snow. So I understand.
Yeah, no, the judge has had enough, Dizzy says, commenting on lockouts common. The judge was over it today. Yeah, I thought by the very end he was, at one point, actually, I thought he had like dozed off. I looked down, I actually took a screenshot. It looked like he had dozed for just, that second when you have something and you're listening, but your eyes just close for 1 second, you go up. I thought maybe he did that. We were all, well, there's no, what do we teach when we teach trial advocacy? You're trying to make a point. Everything can't be monotone. You have to use your posture, which I can't do. And
punctuate. Yep.
You have to punctuate. You have to use your voice tone. It all can't be monotone and the same thing over and over and over, because then you lose what may be important.
The judge was noting, and I think he does for the most part, the questions, the flow. There was a question by Lewin that was just a mess. It was just a blob of words, and it went back and forth like, do you remember when he told you that he said earlier, and the judge was physically did this, like he was following.
I love it.
He said this. Yeah, so I think he's hanging in there, for the most part.
Yeah. I know. I like the judge. I mean, I think he's got a lot to handle, and he's handled it. He's got two big personalities to handle. He's got a high profile case, and I think he's handled it. Now, I preferred that he would have given a directed verdict, but I understand why not, because judges want the jury to decide. Why take something out of the jury's hands when they've been there the whole time? Kadisha 12V was so good today. I call Relli Telly. Oh, that's why. Very
I
good.
see. All right.
Because he's up there lying.
He's telling his story.
Yeah, that's true. Jenny says, under yes, all of that is correct, but then you have Lewin who shouts and whines. It's true. He has no dirt. That's his style. And
That's his style.
It worked in dirt.
And I'm sure it's worked in a lot of cases. There's no doubt. He didn't get where he is, on a one case. That was kind of the zenith of his career. This will not be. This will not be the high point of his career. But yeah, he's a good lawyer. He's not. I don't think he's very likable, because I think when he becomes Bulldog Lewin, which is most of the time, just not a likable character. Even when he's effective.
Yeah. Ashley Linnell said the prosecutors lost the jury. Here comes Drama, who said she's been on the jury, said she's, she doesn't like him. The jurors are there. This is their time. They want to hear a story. And I've said this a number of times when you try to train young people. They want to hear the witness's story. There's one thing to object at certain times, right? But there's another thing to keep objecting when the witness, he said something where the witness said no, but try to explain that the context of the no. And he said, I want everything stricken. Objection, I want everything stricken after no. And the judge said, okay, because technically he was right. Usually.
Because in theory, then on redirect, you come up and say, yeah, there was his question, and you weren't allowed to explain. Can you go ahead and explain for the jury what you were going to say? It's just that sometimes that's so disconnected from the moment that it's less effective. So, I get it. I understand the objection, but I think Lewin goes way too far with it. And at a certain point, the point doesn't matter, because the jury's mad at you. So, whatever point you think you're making, whatever thing you're saving. And remember, the bell's not being unrung. They've heard it. They're going to process it. They're not going to, judge said motion to strike, and it was granted. So, bing, let me just strike that from my brain. Doesn't happen, So you think you've won? You haven't won.
Yeah, and they heard Relli. All this is the context of Relli. So the only thing they have to worry about is this. I think the only thing the defense would be worried about is if the jury thinks that, why would he have a prop gun? It had to be a real gun, But then, what's the backup position? The backup position was Relli said he was in self-defense. He was in self-defense at that point, and gave him the self-defense. So the question is, does the defense ever ask for that? Did they ask for a self-defense? Because Relli said that he was defending himself.
Yeah,
about Rocky.
If Relli was not so bad, I would consider that, but I don't think I would at this point. I don't think I'd even. Yeah, I don't think I'd consider it. No.
Yeah.
I think he gives the jury maybe something to confuse them.
Right.
I don't want that. Here's a thought. Every day we go, we're further removed from the Relli testimony, right? As memorable as it was. In my closing, I would have some clips put together of his very obvious lies.
Right.
You've not been to a shooting range? Definitely haven't been. Bang, bang, go to that clip. I would do that 5 or 6 of the big ones to reinforce with this jury what they may sort of have forgotten over time.
Right. And California does allow you to do that. They will say that it's not the record, not the official record.
Of course.
But they will allow you to do that. They certainly did inspector, even though the judge gets instructed, look, it's not the official record. If you see something in this clip that doesn't, merge with your memory and all that, it's your memory and the official record that we read to it. But they will usually they allow clips. Now the question is going to be, though, how long will the judge allow the parties to argue in their closing, right? He's not going to want to let this go, especially when we get to the end of next week with Valentine's Day and a long weekend, right? He wants to let this go.
Well, he's imposed that 90-minute, limit for Monday, which I think is really generous considering what he's already done. So maybe the judge is willing to impose some time limits. We'll see. I think it'll depend on how close we get to the weekend next week. If they start wrapping this up Tuesday, probably going to be more liberal. If it's not till Thursday, probably not going to be so liberal then.
Ashland now says, do you think Joe could rest his case after this witness? Interesting thing. Does he want to put, was it Ills? ILLC?
ASAP
on?
Ills.
He said he was. Does he want to put some kind of expert on to say, I look at that gun and say, and it's it's a prop gun or a starter pistol. It doesn't have the indicia of a real gun. He may, he may.
He
I
might.
mean, I don't know enough about the case.
I would definitely want Ills on now that with this testimony of 12, he's become a central character, right? He was always talked about. We heard about him from opening statements. We obviously heard Relli talk a lot about him. I think he's the last player on the scene because the girlfriend didn't show up. The last player that night. I think we want to hear from Ills.
Although the rendition of what 12 gave of Ills, maybe you don't want to have him, him cross.
Well, that's a crapshoot. I mean, if they have. If in August they talk to Ills like they talked to Mr. Phillips, they may know much better whether he's going to be supportive or not.
Right. So. And it's okay that K. Schmidt, is it okay that 12 said that probably couldn't tell the difference between a real gun and a prop gun?
Tell the difference, yeah.
Yeah, it's good to know the difference. Although he said he just knew that it was different because that's what his understanding was. I don't think because he said he wasn't really familiar with real guns except they were heavier. Right?
Yes, he did say that. He said that they're heavier, and because of his history with Rocky, he knew he carried that prop gun. So that night, he assumed that was the prop gun.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call Ills. I'm not sure I'd subject him to another day of cross-examination that could only have if there's one tidbit that's different. I think. Well, they know. I mean, look, they know. They've interviewed the witnesses. They know who they're going to call and what they're going to call. And obviously, we don't have that indication. Although someone said that the defense said they were going to call 11 witnesses, so I don't know.
I didn't hear that either. Maybe they heard Lou Levin and heard 11.
11 instead
That's
of Lou
possible.
Levin.
So we're going to call Lou Levin. They're calling 11. No,
yeah, that's very possible. That's very possible. I'm sure they're going to spend the weekend probably, as I would if this were my case, making a final decision of what you want to do because things change in trial. I mean, whatever
living, breathing thing. Living, breathing thing. Raynette has a good point here that we've talked about before. It just disappeared. But it's back. Are you in charge of these comments? Are you flipping through these?
I'm actually flipping through these.
Strange that the detectives
had her hands full.
Didn't speak to the only witnesses before it got to this point. Well, like we said, they clearly didn't speak much to anybody because I think they felt like this is a nothing case. How much manpower are we going to devote to this case based on what we learned from the scene that night? And I'm thinking that's why they didn't talk to these key witnesses. Key to what?
Yeah, but then who made a decision to bring the case? And it has to be the DA's office, right? And there we go back.
We have the circle that we've been spinning around. Yeah, we don't have the answer to who was the giant brain that said, yeah, let's do this.
Lockout 999. After observing the Karen Reed trial, the Richard Allen trial, and now the ASAP Rocky trial, I have concluded that law enforcement standards of investigation are low. The case is based on a good DA or bad DA, right? Or we don't know what the charging decisions are, but law enforcement is not what I'd hoped it'd be 30 years after OJ. Although, they don't have budgets either. Remember that. And this was not, no one was killed. And I guess in LA, look,
that's where I'm getting at too. With you gotta pick your poison here. Are you going to go after a murder? You're going to go after scraped knuckles, even if a gun was used in the process.
Right. Khadija says, also remember, Relli made a point to tell us about how Ill's jaw, because he hit him, so. So that there
was a whole. What do you think about that whole bit about the lip? You said that you saw his lip was visibly bleeding, and then when there was a video of I guess it was very near, like that night maybe or the next day, and do you see anything wrong with his lip? Do you see anything? And he said, well, no, I don't know where the cut was. Could have been inside, could have been outside. I don't see that evidence. I know I saw blood that night. And then Lewin asked him, he said, well, didn't I ask you, you said his lip was swollen, right? But I asked you if you saw that his face was swollen. Isn't his lip on his face? That was the Lewin logic.
Yeah. Said, well, what I was asking you was.
Would you describe it that way? If somebody had a fat lip swollen, would you say their face was swollen? No, you say
No,
their lip
their
was,
lip was
was
swollen, right.
swollen. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
you said the
but
lip.
that's not
you
Lewin
say the-
logic.
Yeah, he'd say the lip was swollen, not their face was swollen, right? It's also absurd. Relli would say he doesn't know. Ah, yes, you picked this up with a prop gun. Is even when he is in Rocky's music videos using a prop gun. That is so
and
true.
and they said that he testified about that he knows them because we in these videos we use them.
Yeah, and I wonder whether or not they plan to put those videos in showing
Knowledge of the
Relli
gun use and
using a prop gun. Right.
Yeah, it would explain. Well, that's why I know that he had this prop gun.
That's why I know he had the prop gun.
Still bothers me. The more we talk about the prop gun, the more that its absence bothers me.
Except now it's a starter pistol prop gun.
Well, yeah, that I think they're hurting themselves with that confusion because I've never seen.
There you go. There you
I've
go.
never seen a starter pistol with with semi-automatic structure. It's always had the revolver look. So I think to say it's a starter pistol is confusing. I think they ought to just focus semi-automatic prop gun.
But I think what's happening is that everyone's using it interchangeably. So
Yeah,
when the
I know.
When they say starter gun, they don't know it's starter prop gun. A prop gun could be a starter gun because it's not a real gun. Everyone's using it interchangeably. What
happens if they get some jerk in the jury room like I would be? I'd be like, that's not a starter pistol. There's no way it's a starter pistol. So the fact that they're all confused about it makes me less likely to believe anybody's story. It's just, I think they should be very specific about that. It's like comparing a surfboard and a skateboard. They ain't the same thing.
So Jenny says, how common is it to have a clear magazine in a prop gun?
Well, it had to have something in it if it was fired because you have blanks in there.
Yeah.
So
right.
You have to have something in there or it doesn't fire.
Yeah. Prop gun, cap gun didn't resemble a 9mm to me.
Oh.
Very interesting. Again,
should I show those pictures again that we had
yeah,
earlier?
pictures. I actually post them on my Twitter account.
Oh, did you?
So, I put them on my Twitter account, so we were discussing them.
Yeah.
That you can buy them for under $40.
Yeah, a couple of them I saw were like $40. Let's see, where did it go? Here we go. There we go. That's a prop gun, and it's a Glock knockoff.
No.
9mm Glock.
Yep. Okay.
And you can see even at the bottom, you can see extending just below is the clip.
Oh, I see.
See,
Gotcha.
the clip is like right there. Yeah.
And it kind of looks like it's got a little bit of a plastic over here. It's hard to. I don't know.
It's made of cheaper material, which and it will not fire real bullets.
Isn't there a firearms expert on the jury? There was somebody connected to firearms.
I saw a note about that somewhere early on.
Weapons trainer. Yeah, there's a weapons trainer. Right. A weapons
Is that
trainer.
right? Is that what it is? Did we confirm that with Offie or did somebody else knew that?
Somebody else knew that, and then Jenny says that's confirmed. Somebody else knew that.
Okay. Well, that'll be helpful.
Yeah.
Or a pain in the ass, one or the other. Just depends.
I don't know, but they both let the person on. So
yeah, well, I could see how from either side that would be helpful. I wouldn't have a problem with that for either side.
Yeah. So my take today is unless there's a juror in there who's bothered by why would he be carrying just before I do that, Raynette says it's not a gun. I'm not a gun expert, but that doesn't give 9mm even in the video struggle of Rocky putting the firearm away. It doesn't give 9mm looks. Is that what you're saying? That doesn't, in the video struggle of putting it away. He's trying to pick up his pants with his left hand and hold this thing. Yeah. This gun. I mean, he's not playing to kill Relli. Relli's chasing after him. Relli's got him by the thing. Relli's chasing after him.
Yeah.
It really wasn't.
Relli's so afraid he's chasing after him.
Yeah.
This guy shot at me. I'm going after him. Okay.
Right. Yeah. But obviously they're happy with the jury, and obviously both sides must be happy with the jury or unhappy. I'm not sure what.
Really.
But
so it was Jenny. Jenny's claiming to know the jury member and confirming that. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, that's great. No, that's confirming that was great. Okay, because
does that say it was me or it was Mel? No, it says
Mel.
It was me. Mel.
Can you say Mel, Jenny? It was Mel on I'm Not a Lawyer, but she was there for jury selection. Mel. Okay.
Yeah, and Afton is saying, yeah, it doesn't look like a Glock. It may not be, but I'm just using that Glock picture to show that that's a prop gun too. I think the other one
Right.
we have is maybe not.
Well,
a
the
Glock.
only thing is because the magazine that they're trying to, with the cartridges, they're trying to attribute to with the 2 cartridges that Relli brings in are from Glocks, right? So that's why we talked about the Glock.
Yeah, and they do make the fake Glocks just like the fake semi-automatics, and some do have a hammer, and some do not. It just depends on the structure. Some of the semi-automatics, the Glocks generally don't, but some of the semi-automatics do have a hammer on them.
Yeah.
And again, you can buy them fake. They're fake. They're prop.
Right. Prop fake, whatever. Prop fake starter, whatever it is. So the question is if they don't believe that it's, let's assume they believe.
Oh, there I'm clarifying the Jenny. Clarifying the Jenny. I see here. It's Mel. She has a channel called "I'm Not a Lawyer," but
okay.
That's that, and she was in the courtroom. Thank you, Jenny, for clarifying my mass confusion.
Okay.
So very interesting after the fact to see how that jury member affected deliberations and the verdict.
Yeah, and my 4 girls, I purchased a pellet gun at Walmart. It looks like a real gun, you know. And Renette said Wally's testimony makes more sense after hearing 12E on the stand. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think so. The question, even look, if you don't think that he fired this gun, even though somebody called 911 and said shots fired, are they related? Are they not? I mean, this is downtown L. This is LA.
It is LA.
Right?
Yeah, I would like to know. I don't think they have a shot spot there like they do in Chicago. You know, that's one of those audio systems that hears gunshots and reports them to the cops.
Right.
But I would love to sync up those times. You know, the video, this woman's 911 call. Remember the 7th floor wannabe actress. You know, was there a sufficient gap, or can they truly link those time periods up so that when she called and reported it was within a reasonable time of what the video suggests the shots were fired?
Except that when the cops come and they said there's no indication that any shots were fired.
Well, yeah, that's a different issue. One thing I was a little disappointed in with the cops, it was 18 minutes to respond to a shots fired call. 18 minutes, and then 7 of them show up. Were they all at the local, I was going to say Dunkin' Donuts, but they really don't have those out there. Were they all at the local Krispy Kreme? You know, I'm guessing that's the mango caffeine.
Yeah, that's
infused.
my mango tea. That's my mango tea infused. Or the In-N-Out Burger, aren't they in California?
Yeah,
too?
they are now, but that wouldn't be where cops are hanging out.
Okay.
So I'm thinking.
Well, they were. It was in one of those cases we had this year. Let's see. What was the case that the cop was hanging out in? But was it? I think it may have been the YSL case. One of the crimes in YSL. Yes, it was.
Down in Atlanta, they were hanging out.
Yeah, he was waiting for his. He was waiting for his In-N-Out burger. It was taking like 40 minutes or something.
I think I do remember that. Yeah, that's funny. They're usually fast, but yeah.
So anyhow, so that's where we are. That's where we are today.
And before we disappear, can I do this?
Yeah, we have other stuff. That's where we are today on this case.
Yeah, let me just fire this clip off. What we did was on the courthouse steps last week, when the Gretchen Voss motion was being heard, and remember, this is Gretchen Voss, reporter for Boston Magazine. She had been asked nicely, to give her notes and audio recordings from the interviews she did with Karen Reed. She interviewed Karen Reed in June of 2023 and in July of 2023. And then in between the two was a private meeting without the attorneys were there. Karen Reed's attorneys were there for those 2 interviews where there was an audio recording. The one in the middle was just in person. And she just took a bunch of notes, 19 pages of notes. And those notes were the subject of this motion because the court first said, yeah, I want you to cough those things up. Her attorney brought a reconsideration motion, which I poo-pooed. It's one of those motions I would poo-poo because it's just so unlikely to get the judge to change his or her mind.
It's very hard.
I corralled him after he made his argument and said, what do you think? He thought it was going to be a very positive outcome, but why would you not say that? And so after the fact, I thought I'd reach out to him and say, hey, congratulations, and get his thoughts on how the whole thing came about. So this is just a couple of minutes of what is going to be posted as a separate interview. So you can kind of check out what he's got to say here. Again, this is the attorney for Gretchen Voss, who wrote the articles about Karen Reed. Now, as I understand it, you guys provided the notes to the judge. Is that right?
Well, the judge, after she got our motion for reconsideration, she set a hearing date, which I was happy about. I wasn't sure that she'd even entertain us in a hearing. But along with that hearing date, she said, I'd like to see the notes for myself. And that was another decision point, strategic decision point for us. On the one hand, if we said we're not producing the notes anywhere, what are we doing producing the notes to the judge on the case? And yet, I had a pretty good sense that if we did not let the judge see these notes for herself in camera, in her own chambers, without disclosing them to anyone else, without revealing the contents of them on the record anywhere, that if we didn't allow her to see it, she wasn't going to have much sympathy. Now, common sense tells us that if Karen Reed blurted out to Gretchen Voss in her off-the-record interview, actually, I killed him on purpose. I was drunk, but I was mad, and I just had it with him. Somehow Gretchen would have found a way to write that into her article.
You think?
But
Yeah.
I think the judge needed to see that that wasn't contained in the notes.
Yeah, and that was kind of the reason for my question, because it seems to suggest that there wasn't much in there, and therefore the judge seeing those notes and confirming for herself, I'm speculating now, that there wasn't much in there, made it easier for her to decide as she did.
Maybe. There was 18 pages of notes, single-spaced. There was a lot there just in terms of words, but it was factual. It wasn't particularly interpretive.
Do you think the prosecution was just fishing, or they had some idea what they might find?
Oh, you're
Well,
leaving me hanging.
We'll
You left me
see.
hanging.
We'll have to see, I guess.
I was like really into listening to him. Wow.
Yeah, he's a very cool guy, and has a very specialized practice. I mean, this is a First Amendment guy, so
Yeah.
he's fighting for, in the bigger picture, and we talked a little bit about this, in in Massachusetts, they want to get a real shield law. So he's trying to get that through the legislature for them. So
Yeah.
okay.
So you've got great comments today. So stay tuned for that. Michael's going to be posting that. When do you think you'll be posting the whole interview?
It'll be a little bit later this evening. Yeah.
Okay. So you should listen to it, because it's a very important issue. We talk about the trials, but this is truly a really important issue that was litigated here in Massachusetts, dealing with the reporter's notes. I mean, one of the 10 states without shield laws?
Yeah, 1 of 10, and theirs is the worst of those without. So the
Wow.
judge did the right thing. So Judge Bev, 2 things this week that made us go, maybe she's pretty good. One was the bench verdict in the
Penny
McGee
McGee,
case.
yeah.
And we're working on getting Penny McGee, by the way. It's in the works.
That'd be great. That would be great. And too bad Moon Goddess isn't here tonight in our chat to know, because I don't think we mentioned it when she was here at lunch.
What's that?
That we're working on getting the Moon Goddess, because she's the one who brought the case to us and said, look, you have to take a look.
That's right.
She was absolutely right. We all had to take a look.
Yeah.
So, Missy says we'll be back on Monday. We'll be live streaming the ASAP Rocky trial.
10
She
o'clock?
she wasn't earlier. I know that, Missy. Yeah. I think the judge at 10 o'clock again. He's trying to like get them started.
Got an extra half hour, please. Help us get through this mess.
Help us through this mess. And maybe she's going to maybe he's going to start imposing time limits on everyone. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It starts to get kind of sticky when it's the defense that starts to, kind of be penalized by time limits when the prosecution didn't have those things. Now the cross does on cross, but if he starts putting limits on whatever the last witness or two might be for Joey T, that's a little unfair.
Yeah.
So hopefully it doesn't come to that.
Yeah. Let's.
All right, partner.
All right, viewers. You have some advice for the weekend?
Do I?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Stay less cold. I know you're not going to be out there shoveling in your Louis Vuittons or whatever shoes.
I am way up in a condo here, but I do have to walk. We do have to walk to be the poodle.
Oh yeah.
He goes out.
They're pretty good keeping the streets clean, though, right? They're pretty good.
Yeah,
about
they're pretty good. You have to watch when you have a dog because of the salt that's on the sidewalks.
Brutal.
It's brutal for the animals. But Tubi has a hat. He's got coats. He's got like.
Oh, he's got He's got couture, is what that dog has. Doesn't have just a clothes, a doggy couture. Okay, I'm going to leave it with that. Have a great weekend. I'm Michael Bryant. We'll see you guys next time. Try to do the right thing.
And I'm Linda Kenney Baden, and together with Michael, we are Justice Served TV. And if you like us, please subscribe, share, like, and you'll get the notification, and we'll see you next week.